This Thanksgiving season, while many of us gather with loved ones, too many in our community will face the holidays hungry and alone. At Miracle Hill, we believe no one should go hungry. Not today, not ever. Together, we can make the holidays brighter for those who need it most. Because Thanksgiving is for everyone. If you can't find a friend in the world, you can find one here.
Hey, I'm here with Caroline, and we are talking about the turkey fry.
That's right.
Tell us about it.
19th annual Ellis and Bradley Turkey Fry to benefit Miracle Hill, Tuesday, November 25th.
That's right. So it's taking place that Tuesday, and there are some ways that you can be involved. The number one way that you can be involved is to volunteer your time. There are all kind of opportunities for you to serve that day, and we would love for you to come out and join us both in person.
That's right.
miraclehill.org/turkey fry. Tell them another way that they can be involved.
Another way, any business can certainly sponsor. We need lots of sponsors to pull this together, and we would love for your business to sponsor. You can go to miraclehill.org/turkey fry and find out how to sponsor right there.
And when you sponsor the turkey fry, that money doesn't just go to pay to put on the turkey fry, it actually goes to feed people all throughout the holiday season. We have over 650 people in our care on any given night, and on those cold weather nights, that number can be northward of 800 people. Now there's one more way that they can be involved, and it's something called a wish list.
That's right, Amazon wish list, and we have pre-built this Amazon wish list. It's right here. And you can simply follow that Amazon wish list and select items that will help us be able to put this turkey fry on. We're frying and cooking 700 turkeys in one day, Jacob.
I've heard, I've done it.
Yes.
And it feeds thousands of people. So it's not just one meal, it feeds everybody in our care, and we distribute it to community partners, outreaches that'll go into apartment complexes.
Right.
It feeds the upstate. So thank you for being involved. We appreciate everything that you guys do. Again, that's miraclehill.org/turkey fry. God bless you, friends.
Welcome to Conversations on a Bench. I hope you guys are buckled up. Jacob, are you excited?
I'm giddy, man, like Christmas Eve.
We just realized we have less than 24 hours and we're going to be done here. Man, we are super excited to sit down on this bench again and have a bunch of conversations. We've got a bunch of people signed up to come and sit down, and then we're always open for any of you that want to come out and sign up on the list and come sit down and talk about the issue of homelessness. That's what we're here for. We're here to put a spotlight on homelessness and all the variety of issues that go along with it. I should note that we have construction going on about 30 yards in this direction, which means I'm going to talk loud a lot. But the Lord's going to give me voice for 24 hours. I believe it.
I believe it too.
We got a couple things we want to cover before we get in. We've already got guests lined up. Jacob, what's this big box doing over here?
So during the 24-hour period while you're on the bench, we will be taking new socks and new underwear for the people that call Miracle Hill home. We'd love to get something for everybody, right?
Yeah, so socks and underwear are not something that you can really donate easily use, certainly not underwear. And so our goal is, while we're doing these 24 hours, we want to shine the spotlight on homelessness. We don't want it to be a big fundraiser, but we do want it to have a purpose. So something little that you guys can do to partner with us is to show up at any one of our shelters in the upstate, or even our Woodruff Road thrift location where there'll be these big boxes, and donate socks and underwear. Do you think that we can get enough socks and underwear for every homeless person in the upstate of South Carolina?
I think it's possible.
I think it's possible too, but it requires you to don't watch Facebook while you're driving down the road, but take a pause.
Yep.
Get in your vehicle, go to Walmart or Target, wherever it is that you like to shop, and pick up some socks and some underwear. We got lots of other things that we want to talk about as we go throughout the day, but any instructions you want to give the people before we jump in?
No, just stay tuned, listen in, and really listen to the things that you're going to hear on the bench. You're going to hear testimonials. You're going to hear people from different service providers, business owners, people that care. So listen in, join us, all the things you've said. And I'm going to skedaddle because our first guest is here.
Yeah, why don't you pray for us before we get rolling?
Let's pray. Father, we love you so much, and to you be all glory, Lord. We dare not touch your glory. This, the work that we do at Miracle Hill is for your gain, and so that others might know the hope and purpose and life and joy and peace, all those things that you satisfy, all those things that you are. And Lord, may people experience the love of Christ on this bench for the next 24 hours. Would you protect us and let it be about you. And we thank you for the opportunity to engage people in conversations. We pray it in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
All right,
Thanks, Jake.
You bet.
Andrew, come on in.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Hey, Ryder. Andrew, good to see you. Come on in. So we signed you up, Andrew. Will you tell the people who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'm Andrew Coe, J&Co Construction Company. We're a second generation family business that's been in South Carolina since 1980. And started in Rock Hill. I'm originally from there and then moved to Greenville in about 5 years ago, right when COVID happened.
Okay.
And been here since then. We have another office in kind of on 40 corridor in Hickory, North Carolina. And we're a commercial general contractor. Probably have about 10 people, I think about 15 employees in this market.
Okay.
And I live not far down the street from here in Trailer Park. So glad to be here today. Hear about the mission here. We'd love to talk about the issues at hand.
Yeah. So what, like when you hear the issue of homelessness,
Yeah.
what makes you interested enough, or what angles that you're like, man, I want to sit down and have a conversation about it?
Yeah, so I mean, for us, there's a couple of different things there. One is our mission and vision statement is building people who build communities.
Yeah.
Right, and so like a lot of general contractors that are very geographically centered, we really want our people not just to build the sticks and bricks, but be a part of the community that they live in, that they stay in. And that means we build a lot of different kind of buildings so we don't go too far. But it also allows our guys to be home, our girls to be home and coach softball or go to PTA meeting and go to churches, civic groups, be a part of the community and serve them in other ways other than just building buildings. So that's a piece of it.
Yeah, so I actually wrote that down. I looked you up before you got out here, and I saw the building leaders who build community. How do we build leaders who care about the whole community? Right? Like we can get siloed into our own little world. How do we build people who want to come and sit on a bench and talk about homelessness or be a part of change in the larger community around them?
That's a good question. Well, you know, I mean, I think from the business community, making it a priority, right? And some of that's through just basic philanthropy of saying, hey, we're going to, bringing the community into your space and talking about these issues. When it boils down to it, like we have salaries across the gamut, right? So you got somebody starting out in construction who's a hourly wage, is really low skilled, all the way up to your white collar executive level. And so the issue of like housing and homelessness, right? And so you think about, can you make it work when you're only getting paid $12 an hour, right? At that low end of the spectrum. And so that's where the homelessness and the low-income housing, which is another piece of the equation for us. One of the things that we're doing is we're trying to create. We've gotten into the affordable housing space. I'm excited about the project next door here. We actually got our first award last week from South Carolina Housing for Chester, South Carolina. We're going to build 60 units of affordable housing down there. We like that space. It's mostly in a nonprofit space, but it's really a way that we can be hands and feet back to the communities that we serve. And so we really like things like that too. Is like that; those really bring our community together. It helps us serve the community, not just build the for-profit buildings in the community, but actually help bring some value back to the community. So I don't know if there's any silver bullets. I think it starts at the top, like being mindful of like, where the communities are, what are those issues, and serving the people that we serve on the construction side.
So let's talk about the building side of things for a minute. So anybody who's watching has seen or read 1,000 articles about affordable housing. I think that what is obvious that people don't think about is that there's no affordable way to build affordable housing, right? Like, price of wood per square foot is the price of wood per square foot, whether you're building custom or you're building affordable. So for people out there that don't understand this equation, how do we build affordable housing? What are the methodologies? What are the tools that a developer has at their disposal so that they can get those units to an affordable price point?
Yeah, so
it's a complicated question.
It's a complex problem. And if you ask any builder, what we've seen since COVID is an increase of probably 30% in cost of construction. Right, so some of that's labor driven, a lot of that's material driven, and a lot of that's the market demand, right, for talent, the talent pool, the labor pool. Now there's a real down pressure on the immigrant labor that was driving a lot of the blue collar work. So the cost of construction is up 30%, right? We've also seen that increase in the rates that you pay for an apartment, right? Those have gone up, crept up to match that. And now you've got the interest rate. So if you go out now and you say, hey, I want to build an apartment building, it's roughly $200,000 a unit, let's say. So I want to go build 100 apartments, it's a $20 million project. And interest rates now above 6%, 6.5% for going and underwriting this thing. The numbers just don't pencil. You're still going to charge a market rate of $2,000 for a 3-bedroom apartment just to get it off the ground, right? And that's even with some specialty financing, long-term HUD financing, those kind of things. So the government's doing is supplementing that, right? So SC Housing is doing that. Unfortunately, SC Housing has been a mess for a while. It's starting to get better, but we're behind the curve, right? North Carolina, Florida, some others are really ramped that up. The federal
government, behind the curve, you mean at a unit deficit that you can't catch up to.
Right, and some of it's South Carolina, what we're putting in, right? So if the federal government is matching what the states put in, so it really becomes an equation of how much is South Carolina allocating and putting into it, and this can be matched by the federal government. But that's there's finite amount of funds, but South Carolina's putting less in right now than some of these other states, right? So these stuff are harder to get off the ground. We're catching up, and I think everybody wants to get better, but it got to be a mess a few years ago, and they put a moratorium, and then it kind of slowly came back. But, so we're a little bit behind the curve. We're seeing other jurisdictions, you see things like tiny homes being thrown out there. You got to be really careful in my mind about that because
I'm not a fan.
It just long term, like who cares for that, right? So you just need to make sure that and that's what SC Housing does well, and High-Tech Housing does pretty well. They look at the long term. They make you underwrite it long term. They think about things. You got to have a good management plan. You really want to kind of make sure that you do screen and bring in good quality tenants that are long term that has a better. And it's not solving the problem, right? Because there's still going to be marginalized folks in that piece. But I do think there is a good way to do that. But you do think about tiny homes being one of the answers, but a lot of times, a lot of jurisdictions you're seeing now where the zoning changes, where say, hey, I can put a backyard apartment in, and I can rent that out. That's not as necessary here because of the urban sprawl we have, but in a lot of cities, jurisdictions across the country, that's becoming an answer. It's like, hey, we'll let you put another apartment or another single-family dwelling in your backyard, and they'll change these zoning. But Austin's, I think, on that, some others are in the front line.
I think there was a big debate about that here in the North Main area just a few years ago about whether or not people could do that, and also neighbors are concerned with the short-term rental market, and they don't want that in their area. Right. So there's no matter what you come up with, there's a naysayer that doesn't like it for a variety of different reasons. But what I'm hearing you say is it's going to take a variety of solutions in order to make a dent.
That's right. And obviously more creativity around financing and stuff like that's always being talked about. Interest rates coming down a little bit. The market is slowing down, so some of the long-term macroeconomics are trending better now, but it just takes a while for that to get in the market. Lumber prices is way down right now. Whether or not that stays low, I don't know. You know, we'll just kind of see where it goes. Tariffs are affecting things, but not as much as they thought. But that's a long-term thing we'll have to talk about too. Is what does that do ultimately to the cost of construction?
So you guys are primarily in the commercial space?
Yeah, all in the commercial space. Some in multifamily residential, but that's about it.
Okay. Okay, and you say you live over in the Cleveland Park area?
That's right by the King Halter Road.
How have you seen homelessness in your area?
Yeah, so it's an interesting. We haven't seen it a lot there, obviously, because it's a more affluent area.
Sure.
The Cane Halter Y is a really interesting marker in the community from affluence and what you see as far as like the cost of housing. I would say it's where we are towards downtown. From my house, kind of in the Y towards downtown. You know, when we moved here at COVID, it was $300-400 a foot for a house. It's almost double that.
Wow.
Right. And so you think about that issue's also going on too. It's like, and that's folks moving here from Rust Belt states or from the Northeast, paying cash for a house because they can sell it for so much more there.
Yep.
And moving down here. So that's having moving the ceiling up, and so it kind of has this effect downstream.
You know, my perception is that since COVID, house prices have nearly doubled in the area.
I'd say it's close to that, yeah. Especially in some neighborhoods.
Yeah. Man, I'd love to sit here and chat, but I got to go on to the next person.
Yeah, no, that's great.
But I really appreciate you coming down.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
God bless. All right, I got Bennett Mears. All right, well, we got a minute in between guests. All right, we're going to cover some stuff. I thought we had somebody waiting on us. Okay, all right. Well, that was a good first way to start there. Let me cover some stuff. One of the things that we desperately need this time of year is food. You know, at Miracle Hill, we have 650 people on any given night, and then as the temperature gets cooler and cooler, we'll open up all of our cold weather shelters, and we will be flowing with meals round the clock, sometimes 800, 900 meals at a clip. One of the ways that we're able to do that is through food drives, whether it's your church or your civic group or your family does a food drive. We need as many as possible that can come alongside us and get canned goods as we go into the colder months. If that's something that you or your church would love to consider, we would love to partner with you in that way. You can reach out to Candace Fritz at cfritz@miraclehill.org, and she will point you in the right direction on how to start a food drive in your area. We got our turkey fry coming up here. Every year, if you don't know, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, we set up a sea of turkey fryers at our Spartanburg Rescue Mission. And we fry, this year we're going to try to fry 700 turkeys in one go. It is not a fire hazard. It is a beautiful, chaotic event where we're frying turkeys all day for about 12 hours. But in order to do that, in order to fry 700 turkeys, guess what we need? We need 700 frozen turkeys. So if that's something that you have laying around in your freezer and you want to gain some extra freezer space, then you can take that turkey to our food warehouse, Miracle Hill from God to You. That's at 725 Keith Drive in Greenville. You just bring it up anytime during regular business hours and bring that turkey in. And ultimately, those turkeys will be fried. The turkeys will be torn apart and put into Thanksgiving meals where we'll provide somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000 Thanksgiving meals over the course of Thanksgiving week. While we're going through the event, whether you're on YouTube or on Facebook, you can engage with us through the comments. If you have a question that you want to ask me or somebody else, hello Jacob, hey, you can jump in and ask a question, And Braden, our digital storyteller behind the camera there, he will communicate that question to me or whoever's here on the bench, and we will try to answer it to the best of our ability. So, special prize if you ask me a challenging question. I don't know what the prize is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you up on that challenge as well.
Okay.
I'm going to think about it
Okay.
for a little bit. I'm going to come up with something. All right, we have the mayor is supposed to be here in just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we scheduled somebody after him. So you got a little bit of time in between. Ryan,
Yeah.
let's talk while we're sitting here waiting on the next guest to get here. Let's talk about some of the craziest God provision moments you've seen at Miracle Hill in your 20 years plus. 20 years now, right, of experiencing Miracle Hill?
Yeah.
Let me hear it.
Including time as a guest, over 20 years.
Okay.
All right. Which one do you want to hear?
The most.
I don't know that I could equate them as the most. The one that I get, that I tell the most, is the jam and jelly story.
Tell the jam and jelly.
Okay. So my first job at Miracle Hill was working in our food warehouse. And I worked for this amazing guy named Tom Callahan, who was, amongst other things, an absolute prayer warrior. And he would make us stop and pray for what I thought were ridiculous things, Jacob. He would say, the people need butter. And we would stop and pray for butter for 15 minutes. The people need ham. We'd stop and pray for ham for a really long time. And it really annoyed me, if I'm going to be honest about it. So one day it was really busy with a lot of people shopping in the food warehouse, and Tom came in and he stopped us and he said, the people need jam and the people need jelly. And he circled us all up, and we got in this prayer circle, and this man proceeded to pray for jam and jelly for like 20 minutes. Seemed like forever. And I sat there and had this absolute terrible attitude about it the entire time. I was not prayerful. I just had my eyes closed and was thinking about all the work that I needed to do. And then eventually he got done praying, and I internally said hallelujah and went back to work. So about an hour goes by maybe, and I heard the sound of a truck pulling up. I heard the sound of air brakes, of air brakes. So I opened up the roll-up door, and there was a 53-foot trailer, and we opened up the back of the trailer, and guess what was inside?
I know what was inside.
Juice and jelly. 53 feet of juice and jelly. So like the Lord didn't just answer his prayer, the Lord picked up a tractor trailer load of juice and jelly and dumped it on our doorsteps. What it turned out to be, it was a peach farmer who was at the end of the season, and so it was peach cider and peach butter and peach jam and peach jelly. So much peach that everybody in the rescue missions began to hate peach within a short period of time. It became the manna of the rescue mission. Another time, I remember that we needed meat, and we got a call that there was some beef and macaroni being donated, frozen pans, hotel pans, beef and macaroni. So we went to pick it up. There was like 25 pallets of beef and macaroni. There was so much beef and macaroni that we didn't have anywhere to put it. So we had to call up somebody who had a freezer company and borrow some space from them. And we ate beef and macaroni for 2 meals a day for a year. We called it chili mac. We had chili mac and cheese, chili mac and peppers, chili mac and whatever we could add to it. And then one day we were done with the chili mac, and the people were rejoicing because we were done with chili mac. And that same day we got like 4 pallets of ground emu. Who knew that there was such thing as ground emu? I did not know that.
They'll grind anything.
Yeah. We had emu burgers and emu tacos and emu everything. The Lord has always been faithful to make sure that we provide. I was talking earlier about food drives. What I didn't say is You know, these rescue missions, these shelters, the 650 people every night, we don't buy food.
Yeah.
Like, the Lord provides food. They have very small budgets to buy necessary things like oil or butter or stuff like that. But for the most part, everything that we eat is donated, and it's just what the Lord brings. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
What's the biggest provision you've seen?
I remember when I first came into the development team at Miracle Hill, it was 2015, so this is 10 years. Actually, it was October of 2015. Oh man, 10 years in development, because I started in the thrift stores. And I remember that year when I came in, like the first 2 weeks I came over, the CEO, we had a kind of a CEO in between you and Reed for just a minute. And there was a little bit of like some anxiousness because we were $200,000 behind on our operating budget. And I remember we all gathered in this room to pray for this $200,000. And we did. Like, there were maybe 10 of us at the time in the admin office, and we all prayed in this room and this was when the admin office was attached to the thrift store on Wayhampton. And I might have been like the Monday after, or a day after, $200,000 came in the mail, boom, just like we asked. And the craziest part about that story was that it was already in the mail. Like, if you think about it,
Yeah.
it had already been in the mail even before we prayed for it. And so I think about Psalm 139, like one of my favorite parts of that psalm. It says, "Behold, O Lord, even before a word is on my tongue, you know it all together." And think about like how the Lord knows our needs. Like, we've got 650 people in care on any given night, and then on those cold weather nights, you can have an extra 200 plus people in care, and the Lord knows our needs. You know, that was, for me, that wasn't a jam and jelly story, but I watched God do that over and over again. And then I think too, it's cool for me to watch how He shows up for people's needs in non-monetary ways. You know, like when the Lord, when someone's at the lowest of low. You know.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, I see some people about to come on the bench here. While we're waiting, we're in front of the Greenville Rescue Mission right now. 150 beds. They added more to respite. So 150 beds here. You want to talk about what someone would experience when they walk through that door right there behind us? Which way am I pointing? What does somebody experience when they walk up to Miracle Hill? How do they get into this rescue mission?
Yeah, so they come in and they get their name on a list, is really the short answer. They show up and they say, I need somewhere to stay, and their name goes on a list, and then based on the availability of the day, how many beds we have, and that's an important thing to note, this building is 99% full 99% of the time. Each day we might have a bed or two available. But they get their name on the list, then they when they're able to check in, they check in, they're met with the love of Christ, and they're given an opportunity to do something different. They're assigned a counselor case manager that they meet with pretty quickly, and they have an opportunity to do something different while they're here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So we haven't seen our 3:30 guests yet, but our 3:45 is here, and we have another guest.
Yeah, send them on. Why don't you send the 3:45 now?
3:45 on?
Yeah.
Well, who's the 345?
He's right underneath there.
How many we got with us, Braden? All right, man, we're glad you guys are with us. What is my favorite Thanksgiving side? Okay, for Thanksgiving, what is my favorite side? I like stuffing versus dressing. So actually stuffed in the bird. All right, Bennett, come on up.
Sorry, I got my hands full.
Hey, Ryan Dirk, come on in. Jacob's trying to gift you with a cell phone, it looks like.
Oh, cell phone. Do I need one?
Oh.
Appreciate it.
All right. Braden, does he need to use the mic or are we good? Okay.
All right, I'll project right there.
How are you?
Good, Ryan.
Good, man.
Thanks for having me. I did not anticipate a full production.
Oh, yeah, it's a full production. So tell the people who you are and why are we sitting here?
Sure. So my name is Bennett Mears. I'm really involved with Bike Walk Greenville.
Okay.
So I'm a huge, Greenville and big Greenville fan. I was listening to Simple Civics with Katie Smith last night, and when she mentioned the 24-hour sit on a bench, I realized that was today. So I wanted to get on early before all the wait lists.
The chaos, yeah.
Right.
So what is Bike Walk Greenville?
Oh goodness, and I am not here under any direction of them. This is all my own opinion. I'm not speaking on behalf of them. Bike Walk is an advocacy organization for safe cycling and pedestrian infrastructure.
Okay.
Which I think is a very relevant topic for people experiencing homelessness.
Sure. So in my mind, that means that there's a good flow of traffic on the Swamp Rabbit Trail, but I'm assuming that it means more than that.
Oh, yeah.
Like bike lanes, things like that.
Worlds ahead. I mean, we love the trail. The trail is cream of the crop in terms of grade separated infrastructure. I mean, you can't get safer than entire separation. Unfortunately, most of America, just by the way we've decided to build our cities, having a car is not a luxury but a necessity. And for people experiencing homelessness, that really shuts them out of participating in civic life.
Absolutely. So when we're looking at facility location or transitional housing, which is something that we do a lot of, probably the main thing that we look at for the location is access to transportation, specifically public transportation, but then also access to services. We sprawl so much, which is okay, but if somebody doesn't have the ability to get around, and frankly, public transportation, it's really challenging if you're somebody experiencing homelessness, especially if the best job you can get to help you escape, maybe it's third shift, and maybe it's second shift, and public transportation doesn't serve your needs, and so you're stuck with Ubers, which just drain your paycheck.
In fact, I'm not going to put him on the spot and name names, but a good friend of mine several years ago was in a tough spot. He had some addiction problems and he was out in the streets. And he went through, I think, the Vela Valleys, the west side of town. They had a rehabilitation program where at the end of the program they gifted him a bike. And he used that bike to get a job at Jimmy John's, which sort of helped him bootstrap his way into a steady paycheck, and now he's on a completely different plane in terms of his state of life. I'm extremely proud of how far he's come.
Sure. So was he delivering with Jimmy John's on the bike?
Yeah, and I'm sure you've seen the Jimmy John's bike guys.
Sure.
That's a great business model. I mean, that's not the only option in terms of employment, but the fact that Greenville is relatively, in terms of American design, friendly to people on bikes. It's possible. It's not a requirement, or at least we want it to not be a requirement, to have to own a car. Because owning a car is like $10,000+ a year in maintenance and depreciation and insurance, etc. I think designing our roads and our cities with everyone in mind, not just people rich enough, to afford a car, is the equitable thing to do.
I read an article a couple years ago, and I don't know where this is. Somebody could fact check me on this. There's some city, maybe Midwest, where they like destroyed all the roads in their downtown. They blocked it off, so it's only accessible by foot traffic and bikes, and all the public transportation is around the city. So they changed the way that people interacted within the city structure. So with your passions being, transportation.
I'll let you talk about that. They're just the construction. They're having a little trouble hearing you when you're talking.
Yep. So with your passions being where they are, where does that intersect with the experience of homelessness?
Well, with Bike Walk, I'm part of the Geek Squad, which just means we look at the numbers and the data around this subject. One project that we're digging in now is the updated vulnerable road user fatality. So think cyclists and pedestrian people hit by cars. Looking at the demographics, the most likely to be hit and killed in Greenville County are black men. That's just a fact of the data. And it's at night, and it's White Horse Road is among the deadliest roads in the South, and in all of South Carolina.
Really?
And I could list a laundry list of reasons why that's the case, but at the end of the story is that these are not just numbers in a database. These are real human lives that we've chosen to extinguish because we prioritize moving cars, or at least SCDOT does.
So not to put you on the spot, what kind of numbers are we talking about?
So I don't have the exact numbers memorized, but it's around 1 a month.
Really?
That's right.
In the Greenville area?
In Greenville County.
1 a month, somebody is killed by a car on foot,
yeah,
or on a bike.
Right, when you average it out. There's a myriad of reasons for that. Like, the road design is a huge part, but also vehicles are getting bigger, speeds are really fast, and White Horse Road in particular has very poor lighting. So darkness is poor lighting conditions is a huge contributing factor to people getting hit and killed. And these are all solvable problems that there just hasn't been political willpower to take action on.
Okay, so we're doing this now for a variety of reasons. Number one, tomorrow's World Homelessness Day. Mm-hmm. Number two, we're entering into the season that's our election cycle season.
That's right.
So if you were gonna paint a brush on what policies need to change mm-hmm. to make roads safer for pedestrians and by default for people experiencing homelessness that are on foot, mm-hmm. what would you change?
All right, it depends on the level of government you're talking about. Since we're in the city, I'll start there. The best first step is transferring road ownership from the state to the local municipalities. I'll give you an example. South Carolina has a very high proportion of state-owned roads. There's actually a map that we've put together, and we're about to do a press release. Anyway, you can see who owns what road in Greenville County, and around, I have the full numbers, I'll pull it up later, but the majority are out of the city's control. So the city does care about these issues, or at least there's an appetite for solving them. But on Academy, right next to us, that is an SCDOT road. I regularly do walk audits. I did one with Upstate Forever a few weeks ago. And the sidewalks are broken on MACD. It's impossible to get a wheelchair by CDS, the Center for Developmental Services, where you have handicapped children. It breaks my heart to have to. It breaks my heart. Excuse me, I'm sorry. To know that. I'll get that later.
Thank you.
I know that I'm not the only person walking these sidewalks. And these are real barriers we've chosen to put up for people on foot or on a bike. And disproportionately, people experiencing homelessness are going to be more statistically likely to be hit and killed in Greenville.
So transferring ownership of the roads is part of the solution.
That's step one. I don't think I'm not one for public speaking or politics, yeah. But that you can't make any meaningful action without having ownership of your own roads. You being the city.
I've always had the perception that South Carolinians think that we don't take good care of our roads, but I feel like everybody I talk to from every state feels the same way about their roads. Mm-hmm. Do you think our roads are in more disrepair than other municipalities and areas?
Oh yeah, that's a common complaint, how poor our roads are. Yeah, I think generally, we haven't officially launched it, but I guess I can let the word out. It's bikewalkgreenville.org/roads, which is where all these numbers I'm pulling are coming from. I think, based on some independent audit, 60% of Greenville's roads are in poor condition, in dire need of repair. As vehicles grow larger, so think SUVs, big trucks, 18-wheelers, the road damage scales up per pound to the 4th power. So one semi-truck is like 1,000 cars. It's insane. which is why you see potholes and disrepair, and there's just not enough money in the budget because asphalt is extremely expensive to maintain and other infrastructure. I guess at the end of the day, the priorities are, at least SCDOT, the state, just moving vehicles per day rather than the actual pedestrian experience, which is why whenever a city takes over and converts a road, which is through traffic, into a street, which is where people exist, walking on the sidewalk or doing commerce, then the priorities change. And unfortunately, we have some streets, think Woodruff Road, that try to do both, being a street and a road, and it just fails at both.
Are there any cities that you guys would say set the example?
In the United States?
Oh, well, I don't know. You tell me.
That's a difficult question. Let me think. I guess I'll start by saying what we don't want to be.
Okay.
Very close to home, Atlanta and Charlotte had their growth spurt during the 60s through the 80s, when the number one priority was lay down asphalt, plow an interstate through the middle of downtown Atlanta. Greenville, because it was relatively small and irrelevant on the national scale back then, we avoided that, thankfully. Though we do have Academy and Church, but it could have been a lot worse. Some smaller cities around our size, like Boulder, Colorado, they pedestrianize their main outdoor mall. Asheville has done some interesting things, though. Them being in the mountains and their demographics and everything, they have their own homelessness epidemic. There isn't just one solution for everything. Just the most important thing is building a network of connectivity. So, because Greenville was founded in the 19th century, its grid layout predates, the mindset of the automobile. That is our saving grace for living without a car in Greenville. Cities like my hometown of Pawleys Island.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I grew up in Pawleys Island, which didn't start growing until the 80s. It's just sprawl all along Highway 17, and it is virtually impossible to exist there without a car. I wrote down this on my note card specifically about fatalities, and I actually want to ask you, Brian.
Sure.
And this may be a heavy question, but how many people who come through Miracle Hill have had interaction on Greenville's roads where they were hit or even killed?
It's a great question. I have no idea what the number would be. Certainly, we hear stories of people getting hit who are experiencing homelessness. I have no idea what the numbers would be.
I know. I'm sorry to start off the live stream with a very heavy topic. I realize I've just hit my 15 minutes. Am I at time?
Well, we've actually got some people waiting, so I think we're at time.
That's a great place to stop. Brian, thank you for having me on.
Hey, man, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Just put that right back on the mic stand.
Thank you so much. Am I going with Arthur?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for Arthur?
Come on. See you, Bennett.
Yep, all right.
Come on, Arthur. All right. We keep rolling. We got our next guest coming in. Arthur, come on in, man.
How you doing, sir?
Good to see you, buddy. Good to
Nice
see you.
handshake.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's get you out of my phone so you can be heard.
Okay.
All right, Arthur, tell the people who you are.
Hi there. My name is Arthur Turner Jr. Interesting character, to say the least. Have had an interesting story. Been through a lot, but I have shown that I'm very resilient. And before I go any further, I gotta say, it's all thanks to God. Because if it wasn't for God, none of this would be possible. And I have to thank Him for that.
Amen.
Yes.
And Arthur, we've met each other. I was just telling Jacob the other day when I ran into you, I was like, you got to get over here and meet Arthur because you're so joyful, man. You are so joyful, such a joyful spirit. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'd love for you to kind of share with the people your story, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Well, I mean, how much time we got? Because I mean, there's a lot. So I'm okay with telling my story because you don't know what the next person has going on in their life.
Yeah.
You don't know what they're being through or any of that stuff. But if I can find it in me, well, hold on, I messed up. If I can inspire somebody to do better or to help them going through whatever they're going through,
Right.
I'm okay with telling it. So, let's start for starters. I was born October the 19th, 1994.
Almost happy birthday.
Yes, I was born in a town called Biddensville, South Carolina, which is in Marlborough County. It's close to the border of North Carolina, South Carolina, near Rockingham or Laurinburg. I grew up in a little town called McCall. As a kid, I experienced a lot of stuff. I didn't have my parents in my life, which for me was hard.
Yeah.
Because for a long time it felt like I wasn't loved and that nobody cared about me. And one of the people that came into my life was my step-grandfather. I called him Cathead. And my nickname was Bobo because my grandma nicknamed me that because I was very bow-legged as a kid. And it was funny how I walked. So he played the father figure in my life. And everywhere he went, I was there. And there was a time in his life where he was doing drugs. He was shooting up. And someone gave him a needle that was HIV positive. So as a child, I had to watch the one person that I loved slowly but surely lose his life.
It's tough.
And oh man, like, it's hard to explain because as a child, seeing that, and I watched him lose control of his body, then I watched him lose control of his mind, and then he finally passed. And as a kid, it traumatized me. And it hurt me so bad that by the time I was introduced to God, I had already hated God for everything. Because I was like, if you love me as the Bible says, why would you put me through this? Why would I be put into foster care, having to live in a home with strangers? And I was mad. I was upset. I hated life. I hated everybody because I felt like it was me against the world, no in-betweens. I couldn't be loved, I didn't deserve it, and that I just wasn't worth it. And later on in life, that would lead up to another tragic event that we'll get to. But as I'm growing up, I did everything I could to get attention. No matter how much it made me look bad, how much trouble I got into, because all I wanted was to be noticed, to be loved. And I had some foster parents that they were good. They just didn't know how to handle me because by the time I was given to them, I was already broken.
You were a wild animal.
Yeah.
They didn't know what to do with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And every time they lashed out at me, I took it as them just hating me instead of maybe try to see where they're coming from in their perspective, because maybe they're not doing this to be mean, but they're doing this to teach you things in life and what's to come. And I wish, now looking back at it, I wish I would have listened. But you know, a hard head makes a soft behind.
Yeah.
And God will humble you when it's time to. So, I'm growing up. I'm holding everything in because I was raised on men don't show emotions. We just bottle it up inside because all we're good for is work hard, be the backbone of your family, and put food on the table, and that's it.
Yeah.
Men don't show feelings, they don't cry, they don't show weakness because that's not what a man is.
In a minute. We got about 3 minutes, but what you can't finish telling now, I want him to come back and join us on the bench for in a little bit.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll leave him with a little cliffhanger, right?
Yeah, we'll definitely leave him with a cliffhanger. But let's see. So how can I not go too far without? Because we got a short amount of time.
Yeah. Why don't you get to the tragedy, and then we'll cliffhang it there, and then we'll come back and we'll get to the rescue mission.
Ooh. So, October the 12th or the 13th,
Right before your birthday.
Yeah, a week before I turned 24 years old, I was finally tired of the things I was going through, the things that people was putting me through, and these past scars I didn't heal. I finally said enough is enough, and I went into a church parking lot on Facebook Live, doused myself in lighter fluid, and I had set myself on fire. And when I come back later, I'm gonna get into a little more depth with that, because that's also my first and real connection with God. And once you hear this part, you're gonna be amazed. And it has carried out the last couple of years. It's made me the man I am today, and it's taught me so many lessons that no one could have taught me. And I'm thankful for it. I hate that it happened that way.
Yeah.
But I'm grateful that God was able to spare my life.
Amen.
And give me a second chance at life.
Well, when we get back, we'll talk about what that second chance is looking like.
Us, absolutely. Thank you.
Arthur.
Thanks, Arthur.
No problem.
What a cliffhanger, man.
I know. Mr. Mayor.
And the police chief are coming together.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and the chief. I got it.
They can just hand that off.
Yep.
Really good.
All right, look what you got. Double trouble at the same
Sorry
time.
about that, Ron.
Chief, good
How
to
you
see
doing,
you.
man?
Mr.
Good to see
Mayor,
you. You know, I forgot
good to see
I
you.
forgot you had visual. I was gonna put my
Come on,
sunglasses
come on.
but
Y'all
you
grab
guys-
this, Howie, and y'all share it.
You gonna share a bench?
Yep.
Come on in. All right, Howie, move over. Plenty of room here.
Oh my goodness, gentlemen, how are y'all doing today?
Great. How about you?
Fine. Good, man. I'm so glad.
Got a
that y'all-
beautiful day to be out here at least.
Woo. If you remember, Mr. Mayor, it
I
was
remember very
14 degrees last time you were out
very
here.
well, and you were. Yeah, and I left you, but you were out here for the rest of the night. So what can I say? That was just, it was intense.
So I prepared a bunch of questions for both y'all. I'm going to try to combine them.
Okay.
So, Mayor, you've been mayor for
28 years.
28 years, and Chief, you've served here for how long?
Over 28 years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, how have you seen, as Greenville has grown, how have you seen the face of homelessness change?
That's an easy question.
Whichever one you guys want to
Oh, you
tackle.
want to go now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, no question. Big change. Big change. First of all, just in terms of sheer population numbers in the region as a whole, we're a whole different city from the entire region. So no surprise, you have more homeless people as well, and people with needs and that kind of thing. But the biggest difference, though, is, and I would say this would be the true for even more recent times. From a social service provider standpoint, the city standpoint, most of the people we saw who you perceive as homeless, they're on the streets, were people we kind of knew. we'd seen their face before, maybe here, maybe there. And now what you're seeing is a surge in numbers of people, but particularly people who perhaps are facing we've never seen before. And then I also observe, and I'm just speaking from the downtown area and in the city, we also see people come in and a week later they seem to be gone. They're on a bus somewhere, someplace else. But that's the biggest change, is the number of people who came from someplace else that weren't Greenville residents at one time. We still have that, of course, but that's the biggest change in terms of dealing with it as a social issue.
Yes, so obviously policing here over 28 years, I have noticed a big change. And a lot of it is, and there's homeless everywhere. So the city is over 30 square miles.
Is it really?
Yes,
30
sir.
square miles?
Yes, sir. In fact, I think with our last annexations, we're probably over 31 now. But it's, you know, the city's growing. But a lot of the focus is downtown because that's where the people are. And I'll take you back 28 years, and the mayor will remember this because he really helped develop downtown and get it to what we know today. A lot of people now that have moved to this area don't know downtown what it used to be, but used to at 5 o'clock, the doors were shut on the banks and the businesses, and downtown there was nothing going on. But
Howie, I used to skateboard downtown when I was in high school and get chased around by the officers. There was nothing downtown.
And there was nothing downtown. But we still
I was one of those, that's right.
But we still had people that were homeless downtown. But nobody saw them because downtown wasn't busy. It wasn't bustling like it is today.
Right.
Now they are more seen because there are so many more people that come downtown. We have so many more residents downtown. I'll back you up just a little bit. Is we didn't have residents downtown.
Right.
We had a few apartments, a few condos, but not like now. We didn't have all the hotels with all the visitors. So now with all that growth, it's more seen, it's more visible, and so therefore we get more reports on it.
Yeah, Howie, talk about how policing, like with the increase in addiction and the increase in mental health and the instability, and let me pause for a minute. If you ask my predecessor who's done homelessness for 50 years and you ask him how things have changed, he would say that when he started working at the Greenville Rescue Mission, which was right over there at the time, it was primarily old white alcoholics. That was homelessness in Greenville 50 years ago. Today, you have such a diversity of experiences, increased mental health, increased addiction, and an increased boldness for panhandling, for being loud, which makes your email inbox blow up every day of your life.
Right.
How has policing that changed?
Yeah, so we get those calls for the people that you're talking about. Mental health is a huge part of our everyday calls. I'm not just talking about homeless, but every call we deal with, a lot of times there is somebody going through some type of crisis. That's one thing about it. We are all going through something. Don't know how major it would be or how minor it is, but we are all going through something at some point during the day. But some people are going through that more. Their cycle is more, especially if you're homeless and that you don't have a place to stay. They're going through this more. Policing is, when you're dealing with that, we have a very delicate balance that we have to strike. We have to enforce laws, answer the calls and address them appropriately, but at the same time, we don't want to criminalize poverty and homelessness. We understand that. The officers, I have one team of officers that works, for instance, downtown in the Central Business District, and they are well trained and understand the laws and understand what people are going through. In fact, they know most people downtown. And so, because that's all the area they work, it's just that 1 mile stretch of downtown and then Church Street and Academy. So they are just that area, and that's their focus. So they know most people and kind of know what they're going through. Try to connect them to our resources. That's one great thing about Greenville is, it's positive and negative, right? We have so many resources. Greenville is a very giving city, a charitable city, and people care. But at the same time, then a lot of times that draws people here that need those services. And so you get, an influx there too. But, the officers policing it's difficult because the officers are always trying to do the right thing. And the right thing is striking what I call that delicate balance.
Yeah, it's very challenging. Mr. Mayor, when we were sitting here in January, they had not broken ground on this property here right beside us. This is a senior affordable housing. Now, we would say at Miracle Hill that housing is not the only solution to homelessness. It's much more nuanced than that, but it's certainly part of the equation. So we're excited that we've got this affordable housing. What else do we have going on in the city to try to help? As how we put it, there wasn't housing downtown, and now there's housing everywhere. What are we seeing on the horizon to get more affordable units for people that need it the most?
Well, it's a major initiative of the city, and I'm proud to say we have a lot of things in the pipeline, and some are coming into the ground like you see here. And beyond that, with working with the new organization we helped found and fund, which is Greenville Together, we're actually identifying apartments and houses in the county where people who are homeless can find housing. It starts though with people who are willing to get off the street and receive help. We have outreach teams and people who want to work with them. We have places to take people, and we've set some very specific goals for placing people in housing. I think one of the more surprising things, while we're building a lot of more affordable housing, and they're getting many projects like this all over the city, it's perhaps a little bit surprising that we went back and basically checked the inventory of what's out there in apartments that are below market rent apartments opportunities, and through Voucher 8 and other things. And we've really surprised everyone by identifying many more than we thought we had. In other words, we have found places for people to live. But first we have to get them in the system. Our outreach folks have to have people who are willing to say, yes, I need help, this is my problem. And getting back to the kind of person we're dealing with, if you have a family that's had the tragedy of an eviction situation or something like that, you have certain people who are absolutely not only want to have help, but can be helped, and we can find housing for them. I think our bigger issue on the street level with the police department is dealing with some people who don't apparently want the help, right, or perhaps have a fairly belligerent attitude about the whole thing. I mean, that makes it much more difficult in terms of enforcement. But a little slither of good news is that while we're building more affordable housing, we're also finding some existing affordable housing out there in the county because we went out and started looking for it, and that's what Greenville Together has been all about.
Yeah, I think that our perspective has been at Miracle Hill is there's units. We can find the units as well. Oftentimes those units have tremendous barriers on them, and you pointed to some, whether it's evictions or criminal history or banking history. And so finding a way to eliminate some of those barriers so that we can get people into the units. Greenville Together is working on that tremendously to open those units.
And in some cases, been having this discussion with landlords, perhaps for the first time, a real discussion, but here's how the voucher programs work, this is how you will be guaranteed your rent payments on time, or working with people about individuals who, again, maybe perhaps had eviction on their record, but it was just maybe many years ago, and we're finding some landlords we can work with, and that's kind of contrary to popular wisdom a couple of years ago. Oh, you can't find people like that, but we have found some, so that's a little glimmer of hope. And then again, beyond that, just providing more housing is important for everyone, for young families looking for starter homes, for working people of all kinds. It's for everybody to find ways to provide more housing stock in Greenville for everyone.
So if you go back 10 years now to Tent City, in my experience with Miracle Hill, that was the first time that city, service providers, law enforcement really worked together well to eliminate that issue under the Pete Hollis Bridge. And since then, you've seen these collaborative groups continue to increase to now we have Greenville Together, which in my experience is the most collaborative I've ever seen. Government, law enforcement, service providers, the merchant community, everybody working together. How do we keep that momentum, and what's the ideal for Greenville to help all citizens? Like, where's the utopia? Where are we trying to get to?
I'll let you take some of that. Yeah. Well, since I'm part of Greenville Together, I feel very comfortable speaking about that, and I think you're right, and I think because of the main entities, because we do have the government involved, we do have the service providers involved. It's not just a group of service providers getting together and trying to decide on what happens when they also need, the city's help or the county's help or the police department's help. Everybody's at the table. You've got the main players. The other thing I will say is Greenville Together developed a short-term and a long-term plan They didn't just, I've been involved with over the years a lot of groups, as you have, Ryan, and the mayor, and you meet a few times and all you do is talk, and there's not much action. I've already seen action. We've already housed, I believe, 14 people.
We'll get a full update when the housing search is here a little later on.
Yeah, so I think the number might even be higher than that. Yeah. But we're seeing progress because of the people at the table and working together and continually meeting. And it's a fluid process, right? As we started this process, our vision, it changed as we met, and our goal didn't change. Our goal was people housed. That is our goal, and we're now seeing that. So you're going to get a great number, I'm sure. It's more than zero, because if we did nothing, we have zero housed. And so I just think it's very positive that we've got this many people housed, and I see that we're moving towards our goal and getting a number housed by working together. So I just think it's a very positive thing. But I think having that short-term plan, getting something started, and then the long-term plan, having a vision to keep moving, I think that's been a big difference in this group compared to other groups.
You know, I've said for 2 years now, I think the most important part of this relationship between service providers, government, law enforcement is agreeing on the outcome and being very clear on where we're going. And I think that a lot of times we've missed each other in the past. So I would say the highest achievement that we can reach is to have a system where we're all working together so that people are homeless as short amount of time as possible. Right? We're never going to get to a situation where there's not homelessness, but we can get to a place where we're all working together in such a way that it's equitable for everybody, and it's as quick as possible for people that are on the streets.
I agree. I want to say that I think, to your point, we are more alike than we are different. Sure. And we do have common goals. Everybody I speak with about Greenville Together and about people experiencing homelessness, I have never heard one person say, well, somebody should be homeless. I have never heard anybody say that. What does everybody say? No, we should never have anybody that's homeless. And so I think that is a good common ground, and I'm glad we're all standing on it and working together.
Yeah. And I want to say a good word about our police department and all the folks who are involved in the outreach, because it really starts with that we have people, as the chief said, they're not out to try to criminalize something, they want to help someone. So it's a one-on-one opportunity, FaceTime, if you will, with people that we're there to help and we'll try to help. Now, they can sometimes run against a wall, people who are belligerent or don't want help, and that does happen. But the great thing is that our thrust, our main emphasis, in fact, we're going to be revving this up in the next few weeks. We hope to announce this with a new outreach effort, an outreach team working with the police department, and that's what it's all about. And we also want to give a chance for people in the community, because everyone has a role to play in this. People in the community, to have a place to go or someone or organization to call. We're working on that. When you see something that isn't right, when you see someone who's homeless or laying on the sidewalk or whatever it may be, you can say something and do something instead of just drive on by or get frustrated. Why aren't people doing anything about this? Why are there people laying around here, there, and there? Well, we're going to give people a chance to be part of the solution, if you will. Call this number, and then our outreach team will take it from there. We will meet those people, we will talk to those people, and we'll try to get them the help. And like the chief said, the great thing about Greenville Together is the ultimate help for those people, and many times will be actual housing, and that's what this is about. Getting people housed. At the end of the day, that's the answer, and the question that always should be asked is what you just said, which was, how many, at the end of the day, how many people have you housed? How many people have you taken off the street and found a place to live?
Yeah, and let me echo what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. You know, Chief Thompson and I feel like we have a great relationship, and where people might have a misconception on law enforcement's role, you and your officers do an amazing job of treating people with dignity and trying to help them even in the most challenging situations. So regardless of what you guys hear, Chief Thompson and his officers are doing the right thing. 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna end with this question. So Miracle Hill served Greenville for 88 years, shockingly. We've had a facility on this road within a quarter mile of here for 70 years, maybe a little bit longer. Mr. Mayor, Chief, how can Miracle Hill be a better partner to the city and to the law enforcement?
be better. That's hard, Ryan, because you are a good partner to us. Miracle Hill and your staff here, they do so much to help people, not just homeless people, but people that are having all kinds of issues, especially addiction. I think about when I was in Leadership Greenville, we did a big track and did some facility changes over at the Overcomers property and helped that. But you have emergency beds for us. We have officers that when they run into people that are, come across hard times, whether it be a chronic homeless person or someone that's just come to town and finds themselves stuck for the night, and y'all have a great emergency bed program for us where we contact you and get people in there. But no, y'all are a great partner, and what I need you to do is just keep that up, keep up the communication with us. Also let us know what we can do to better serve and help the people in the community out, because no matter who they are, even if they're homeless, I think that's part of the problem. Is even if they're homeless, they're our responsibility. They're our citizens that we serve, and so we want to serve them well too. But we do appreciate your partnership, and I just say let's keep on doing what we're doing.
Great.
And I would just add also your partnership and your leadership among the social service agencies in Greenville. It's so important that everyone work together with a common goal and understand that no one's in competition with the other. Some people's rules may be a little bit differently, but thank you for your leadership in bringing folks together for a common goal.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for coming out here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All righty. Thanks, Ryan.
Always a pleasure.
Need anything out here tonight?
Nope.
Anything?
We got security.
Well, you need extra security because you see who's next. Sheriff.
Oh, Sheriff.
There's one in between.
Are you sure you want him? I can get rid of him for you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
All right, April and Audrey, come on in.
Hi.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. Good to see you. Come on in.
Why don't y'all pass the microphone back and forth just because of construction?
Oh, good.
What brings y'all out today?
So my name is April Nations, and I work for the Spartanburg County Recovery Care Navigators
Okay, great.
for like 2 whole weeks.
Okay, welcome.
Prior to that, I worked with the city of Spartanburg, and I did full-time homeless outreach as a certified peer support specialist. So I'm in long-term recovery from substance use
Me
disorder.
too.
And I love the Lord. And I'm just super grateful for the partnership that I have with Miracle Hill Spartanburg. Your staff there is wonderful,
They're amazing.
and they have been so good to me and the people that I've worked with. I was actually a resident there.
Were you really?
Yeah, when I was coming out of my season of homelessness and substance abuse, they took me in and they helped me and did the thing that God needed them to do to get me here with you today. So I'm just super grateful for your program and what you guys are doing in these communities. Do kind of want to talk about some barriers to services that I've experienced, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, words. The recovery community has been forced to change because the substance abuse community has changed so dramatically, right? Fentanyl has changed the game for everybody. And so the recovery community had to respond because we were losing so many people. I'm super proud of how Miracle Hill has stepped up to the bar, helping people get connected with mental health assistance and partnering with agencies to make sure that people get what they need so that they can hit that baseline and then receive the word. That's so imperative, and I've watched it be so beautiful in so many lives. So I guess the conversation I want to have today is how do we start the conversation about affording people that same opportunity with their recovery in the shelters so that we can get them to that baseline that saves their life so that we can then pour the gospel into them and they can receive deliverance, which is what I get to walk in and I'm super grateful for. There's so much change happening with medically assisted treatment and with Vivitrol and naltrexone, and now we've got the long-lasting injections, which are so good. And I'm not trying to change policy right here with you on the bench today, but I do want to start talking about what it looks like to serve this population.
Yeah, so I'm myself in recovery, have been for 18 years now. This subject on medically assisted treatment is a super challenging subject.
It is.
And one that's very close to my heart as well. So that the people watching understand what we're talking about. So to treat opiates, specifically is what we're referencing, there's kind of two schools of thought, right? There's the take everything away thought, right? Which is what we do at Miracle Hill. We remove all substances. Medically assisted treatment is about substance replacement.
Right.
Okay? And here is where we have been on the struggle bus. And I will acknowledge that I don't have the answers before we engage in the conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay. While the substances used in medically assisted treatment have evolved here just in the past 5 years tremendously. Prior to that, here was our experience. People got on medically assisted treatment and they never got off medically assisted treatment.
Right.
I think that any of us in the recovery space can acknowledge that that tends to be the case more than not. Do we agree on that?
I would say
the statistics would agree with you.
I would say that a person's recovery journey is their own, and I don't control that any more than
I just mean numbers. I'm not talking
so
about people's stories.
I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you the numbers. I don't know them, but what I will say is that whether they ever get off of it or not, if it increases their quality of life and their fathers and their mothers and their families, and it's causing unity and reunification, and they're working and they're not in jail and they're not dying, then is it the bad guys still?
Yeah, I think that it would probably take more discussion to find some philosophical agreement on that point.
Agree.
I don't. Where I think you can visualize a quality of life improvement from somebody being on a long-term medically assisted treatment where they are able to find some level of stability from a spiritual, emotional, and psychological perspective, I would say that they are still owned by a substance.
Still bondage.
Yeah, still bondage. I would love to find a path where we could allow medically assisted treatment into our facilities, where we have a developed partnership with a medical provider.
Like
where,
the Forrester Center?
Yeah, or locally like the Phoenix Center or something like that. Somebody who manages the medically assisted treatment, because we are not medical providers.
Right.
Right, where there is some agreement on a long-term step-down protocol. To your point, I would never sit here and say somebody needs to be off of medically assisted treatment in this amount of time, because everybody's story is unique, right? Everybody's situation is their particular situation. What I don't want to do is get into a place where we have this this form of I'm trying to pick my words here. Legalized bondage, where we're just going to say it's okay that you're in bondage for the rest of your life. We're going to co-sign that. So I say all that to say I don't have the answers. I think this is a subject that Miracle Hill should do better on. So I'm acknowledging our own deficiency from that regard, and I look forward to finding a path that we would feel good about engaging with them.
So we offer a free stigma reduction training around opioid use disorder. It's a 3-hour conversational training we've been presenting all over the community for a year and a half. We would love to come and do that with your staff. Anybody that you feel like would benefit from it, and just start talking. So the road is built by talking, right?
Absolutely.
So we would love to do that with you. Anytime you want to do that, we are ready.
I am completely
I totally
open.
agree.
Okay.
Absolutely. So my name is Audrey. I've been in
Good to see you,
recovery
Audrey.
almost 12 years. And, also love the Lord of my life. And I believe that, much like April said, there's no salvation after death. And what we know is that people are greatly, greatly less likely to die from an overdose if they are on a medication that replaces the drug that they've been using. It stabilizes the brain, and it gives them the ability to work through all of the spiritual maladies, the emotional, the trauma, and other co-occurring mental health disorders. So we know like schizophrenia, depression, anxiety and bipolar and on and on and on, which we can say we know that people need to be on medication for those sometimes, right?
Until Jesus heals them, because deliverance is real, right? He is the same God. But we got to get to the baseline.
As a person in recovery, I will consider myself delivered when I die sober.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely, because there's no guarantee. Because
I'm going to keep doing the
Audrey
things
gets in
that
the way
I
sometimes.
know I need to do to stay clean and sober. And what I found is the things that I do in recovery are the same things that I'm called to do as a Christian. So I'm just walking with Jesus and walking in community, which is 12-step 101. And I'm not going to stop doing those things because my sin of choice is Ryan going down the road 200 miles an hour with his hair on fire, right?
Same.
Like that's my jam.
Same. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'll consider myself delivered when I get to that point. But here's what I'd like to say: they'll give you or give Jason your contact information, or he'll give you my email, and I'd love to hear about your training.
Awesome.
And
Absolutely.
we're happy to consider it.
Perfect. Somebody requested that I mention allowing smoking cessation drugs in your treatment programs.
Okay.
Your residential programs.
Yeah.
So Overcomers and Renewal, can we get some nicotine patches in there for the first 30 days?
I hear you.
Maybe we leave it at one ask.
I'm old school recovery, which is cold turkey on everything.
Yeah,
And
that's
just
hard.
I detoxed in jail, right? I
Yeah.
detoxed in jail, went straight from jail to a drug court program where, it was high accountability. I went to church, I went to meetings, and I worked on myself a lot.
Let me tell y'all where my heart is in this. And why I'm even willing to engage in this conversation about medically assisted treatment. What grieves me is the people we can't care for.
Absolutely.
That's what makes me emotional.
Me too.
It's the
And that's what we're
person
here for.
that we can't check in the front door because they don't fit into our box. So I want to find a way that I can fit them into our box and feel good that we're doing what the Lord's called us to do. So this is not the first time I've had this conversation.
I can tell.
And it's not going to be the last one. So
That's
thank you
awesome.
for being part of the
Thanks for
solution.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So nice
God
to meet
bless
you.
y'all.
You
Yep.
too.
You said it right there. Y'all be good. Sheriff. Yes, sir.
We told him the police chief and the mayor were his warm-up. Who's the main show?
All right, sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. With Howie,
Sheriff, Howie
I'm
was
very
threatening to pull you out of here.
I'm very sympathetic.
Well, Sheriff Lewis, thank you for joining me.
Absolutely.
You having a good day?
So far, so good.
So far, so
yeah,
good.
not too bad. I'm turning these phones off.
How many phones you got?
Just two.
Just two.
Yeah, but yeah, so far so good. How you doing?
Good.
You been out here all day?
No, we just started at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay. I saw a lot of folks moving around here, so I wasn't sure.
I've taken golf lessons the past 2 weeks. We're gonna have to get back out there sometime.
Let's go. I need some lessons. So you pay for the lessons, and me and you'll go, and you show me whatever they showed you, because I need all the help I can get.
The guy is like doing swing mechanics. It's messing me up more than
You did
anything
pretty
else.
well, though. We were all over the place. Me and Bob, we were shanking balls. And Mark's really good. He's
Mark's
consistent.
really good.
He's a punch and Judy guy. He don't get excited, but we had our issues, for sure.
Well, that's what I've told people about that day, is that we had one guy, he was the oldest guy out there,
That beat us all.
but he plays 3 times a week.
Yeah.
It's consistency.
And he blistered us. I mean,
And he
really,
blistered all of us.
yeah, we all outdrove him, but
Pop,
didn't bother
pop,
him.
pop.
It was,
You know.
man. Yeah.
Yep.
It's for birdie. It's for par. We're hitting it all around the cup.
So I had the mayor and the chief, and we talked about homelessness in the city. Let's talk about homelessness in the county.
Okay.
What does rural homelessness look like for Beaver County?
Fast. You know, it's. I think what you see in the city is more confined
so you tend to see more of it. You see 4 or 5 people laying on the sidewalk instead of seeing, you know, the 10 people that are spread out along a public parking lot and Chick-fil-A and up and down Wade Hampton. We created a homeless response unit about 3 years ago, and we're just now really, I think, having an impact. You know, it takes a while to figure out what's going on. We looked across the country and there really wasn't anybody that had what we were trying to do. So to copy, you know, not try to reinvent the wheel, but so today they're more effective than they were then, obviously, but we had about 2,000 homeless folks and a little over 200 encampments spread out in the county alone, not counting the city, whatever they had. Today
200 encampments.
200 encampments, yeah. And most of those were on private property owned by somebody that didn't want them there, didn't even know they were there. Whether you have people that own property and live out of town, or maybe it's 6 or 7 acres and it's wooded and it was in the back and they never go back there. I mean, we've had some unique situations. But we got that number down now between about 800 and 900. And we didn't really want to just start putting handcuffs on folks and taking them to jail, to be quite honest. We were looking for solutions. And Miracle Hill, the Salvation Army, Upstate Warrior Solutions, the Veteran Center, all those folks have stepped up, and we've been able to provide some resources. And training law enforcement to deal with the problem and offer resources is not what we're accustomed to. We're more accustomed to putting handcuffs on them, taking them to jail, let the jail deal with it. And so we've gotten away from that. And I think we've really, with a lot of good partnerships, been able to help some folks maybe get back on their feet. And as well, a lot of that is buying bus tickets to send people back from wherever they're from. If we can find a family member that we can call and say, hey, you know, is this John Doe? You know him? Can you give me a description? Is there anything you can tell me about him? And they tell us, and he wants to go home or she wants to go home. We have been able to provide some bus tickets and send some people back home. Some of those have went all the way back home, and some of them got off in different places.
Sure. But you confirm that they have somewhere to go.
Absolutely, yeah. Before we do that, but I think the after 3 years of that, the thing we've learned most from all that is that a lot of people feel left out and feel isolated, and they're more comfortable living in a tent or under a shed or on a park bench or whatever, and they're pretty resourceful people. They can do some pretty creative things to stay warm and to eat. Brush their teeth. That's the challenge. Things we take for granted. Just using the restroom. We can go inside and use the restroom anytime we want. Somebody living at a bus stop on Wade Hampton can't do that. And if they go walking in the restaurant just to use the restroom, people obviously know who they are, or they give off the appearance that they've been homeless and they don't get around customers and they run around. So it's a significant issue. It's one we're wanting to address, and we're trying to address it, but you want to do it the right way. But it's hard. There's not a lot of resources. There's not a lot of beds here. I don't think, people talk about affordable housing. That's for people who have jobs and have a minimum income and have a place to work every day. We see homeless folks who try to get to a temporary service, and maybe they don't make the 10 o'clock cutoff and go to work that day, and they don't have transportation to get back there. If we come in contact with those folks and we arrest them for loitering or trespassing or whatever the case may be, they can't even get to court. So creating a night court, a homeless court that can travel around the county to address alcohol issues they have or whatever, the last thing we want to do is to write somebody a citation.
That they can't pay.
They can't pay and they can't even get to court.
Yeah.
And then they get a warrant for breach or a bench warrant for failure to appear. and then they wind up sitting in jail 30 days waiting to go to court on that original charge. They don't want to be in jail. That's not where they want to be housed, right? So,
or the ones that do want to be in jail, they put themselves in a position so they can get 3 hots and a cop.
Yeah, but it's so miserable there too. These are not, you know, the ones we've come in contact with. I'm no expert on the homeless, but these are not folks that really want to intermingle with anyone. And they certainly don't want to be stuck in a pod with 50 other people. It's loud, it echoes, you know, there's no good conversations there. So it's a difficult situation. And having deputies to be compassionate enough to understand you need to listen to people, get their story, and find out, you know, why they are where they are. We're not psychiatrists, but we're asked to be sometimes. So that, you know, that's been a challenge, but it's been a good one. Those 4 deputies, Sergeant Allen and his crew have done a great job, and they have gotten to build relationships with those folks to where now it's not an aggressive interaction anymore. It's, hey, Sergeant Allen, I went and applied for a job, or hey, Sergeant Allen, I did make it to the doctor. Most of them have some kind of issues. I think the consensus may be for a lot of folks that people have drug and alcohol issues, and that's just not the case. There's some significant mental issues out here. People, veterans, who have experienced very traumatic things. PTSD is very real, and they don't want to be around anybody. They don't want to be associated with anybody. They just want to be left alone. And we got some people that don't want to be tied to the federal government. I don't want to pay taxes. I don't want to know who I am. You know, I mean, we see it all just like y'all do. So it's a very unique situation. For sure, it's a battle, but it's one worth taking on. I think it's not always the size of the step; it's the direction it's in. And I hope we're doing some positive things to give people some hope. It's terrible to deal with people who really have no hope, right? Like, I mean, no matter where you're at in the world, you got to have some hope that things will get better. A lot of people we deal with have lost that. That's a terrible, terrible situation.
You know, we established some extra law enforcement beds 6 months ago. Yeah. And gave you guys access, and gave the Chiefs guys access. And I think it's important to note for the people watching, we had these 10 beds. We're barely using them because the people you guys are coming in contact with, they don't want to come in.
They don't, and I'm sure you all find any kind of funding to continue that or to expand that to 15 or 20 beds has to be done. But yeah, getting people, they just don't trust where they're going. They don't want to deal with anybody else's problem here, right? Yeah. They want to be left alone to deal with their own, and they're, you know, unfortunately, they've reached a place in their life they're very content sleeping on the sidewalks, or living in the woods, scrounging for food in the dumpster, or whatever. That, you know, that's mind-boggling to a lot of us. But it's easy, I think, for people to turn a blind eye to a lot of folks who could use some help. But you got to be cautious. You can't be handing money out the window either. So there's a tightrope there.
So we only got like a minute left. So if citizens, you know, they come across somebody who's in need, or there's an encampment on their property, what should they do?
Call us. Call local law enforcement. People are so afraid sometimes to call 911. That's what that's for. Don't call the non-emergency. If you need law enforcement, call 911. Tell them what your need is and let them process that. Let us come out and deal with it. Don't try to run anybody off your property that's not supposed to be there. You know, a lot of people will go out maybe carrying a firearm or be a little bit too aggressive, not knowing who's out there.
Right.
Don't incite the situation. Let us deal with it. We can make charges against that person. We can facilitate a place for them to go, get them off the property. And I don't remember the number of how many pounds of trash we've cleaned up, but we will get them off and we will clean the property up, make it safe, and we will find a place for them to go. Because all they're going to do is just move from your place to another.
Sure.
And it just continues to cycle.
you know, as a service provider, I just want to say thank you for devoting those officers to that task force. That's super helpful to us as well.
Yes, sir. Proud to do it. Thank y'all for all you do.
Appreciate you coming out.
Yes, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you.
You as well. You as well. Who I got next? Mr. Still.
Are you ready for Mr. Still?
Yep. Okay, I'll make him use the mic. Yep. All right, Greg. How we doing out there? How many we got, Braden? All right, thanks for being with us this afternoon. Still afternoon, yes. Well, we are cooking it. We've only been at it an hour and a half, and we are cooking.
Sir, thank you for everything you do for us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
God bless.
you.
Yep. Come on in, Greg.
How you doing today?
Good. Have a seat right here, and you can use this microphone if you don't mind. I'm Ryan.
I'm Greg.
Good to meet you, Greg. There you go. What brings you out here to the bench today?
Well, I mean,
hold that mic up if you don't mind.
Oh, well, I'm out here today because, you know, I'm 56 years old. This is my first time ever being homeless in my life. And it's all because of medical issues. I'm dealing with a diabetic ulcer and trying to save my foot. But I'm finding out, you know, people out here and everything, they think the world of people that's homeless. They think they think they all are alcoholics or drunk, addicts or whatever. And it's just, you know, it bothers me the way people looks down on other people and everything, you know, like it, you know, it shouldn't matter. Everybody has a hard time every once in a while, you know. It's not like I planned on being homeless or being here at Miracle Hill for the past 5 months or anything, but, you know, which I'm not embarrassed about, because if it wasn't for this program and the respite program inside, I would have lost my foot already instead of having a chance to save it, and probably lost my leg and everything, because I would have been out here on the street trying to figure out how I'm going to live on the street, since I don't have any experience and wouldn't have been able to keep the infection from getting any worse than what it was. And you know, who knows what would have happened.
Right.
You know, I just think people don't need to judge other people.
Yeah, Greg, I think that I don't need it. They got the mic pointed at me over there. I think that people, they fear what they don't know. And, you know, it's funny, a couple years ago, my buddy Jacob, the big guy standing right there. Jacob and I were talking about serving downstairs in the chow hall. And Jacob said, I'm just not comfortable like you are. Now, he wouldn't say that today. He's got comfortable. But his point was, he'd not spent a lot of time in the rescue mission. He'd not spent a lot of time around people experiencing homelessness. And so I think people generally fear what they don't understand. And I also think people stereotype, right? Like they think that,
they do.
You know, they think a homeless person is a person with a shopping cart and a brown paper bag full of wine. And you and I know that people are homeless for all different types of reasons, whether it's diabetes in your foot, or, you know, a tragedy at home, or addiction, or mental health, all kinds of different reasons. And I think the other main reason, so people are scared what they don't understand, and I think, frankly, Greg, people don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't going to say there ain't people out there that's homeless because of that.
Sure.
I mean, if I was homeless 4.5 years ago, I would have said it was because of my drinking. But I've been clean and sober for 4.5 years.
Praise the Lord.
You know? But you know, there's good people out there that is homeless.
Yeah.
And I know there's some bad people out there that's homeless. They'll take one bad apple to make everybody else look bad upon the rest of us. You know?
For the people that are watching that have not interacted with a whole lot of people experiencing homelessness, what would you tell them to do differently?
You know, take a chance. I mean, take a chance, even if it's just a small little chance, you know, to get to know the person or something. And, you know, you may find out that's one of the most amazing person that you can know and everything.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't know how rewarding it can be and everything. Yeah, there's going to be bad people out there and everything, but you know, you can't judge everybody by what one person or one experience that you had with that person. You know, it's not like, in my case, it's not like I had planned on losing my job and being homeless and taking a chance of losing my foot and everything. It wasn't my plan. You know, only the man upstairs knows what's going to happen and what plan. There's a reason why this happened and everything. You know, just there is honest people out there that is homeless that really do want to help and that is really trying to get their life straight.
What are the doctors saying about your foot now?
Well, I go in for my third surgery Wednesday. The bone is still infected. He's going to try to get the big toe to go down since it ate through the tendons on the bottom of it, so it don't cause another diabetic ulcer. And they're going to pack the bone with what they call antibiotic cement. And if it don't work, that would be the last option. Then they will have to cut off the front part of my foot.
You're just taking it one day at a time.
I'm just leaving it to the man upstairs. I'm not even worrying about it. I look at the positive side. If I lose half of my foot, I'll have to find some resources or whatever to help me get a special shoe. But I'll still be able to walk and get a job and start bettering my life.
So you looking for conclusion one way or the other?
Yeah, so like I said, it's been 5 months now. I just want to get it over with, get it healed. So like I said, I can start getting on with my life, being a productive member of society and everything, you know? And where I'm not feeling like I'm a burden on everybody because, you know, there's a lot of things I can't do.
Well, Greg, would you be okay with me praying for your foot right now?
Yes, sir. I'll take all the prayers I can get.
All right. Well, if you're watching and you're a person of faith, would you join me in praying? Lord, we love you. We thank you for the day. We thank you for for the work that you've done in Greg's life already. We thank you for his salvation, Father. You know every cell in his body. You know what's going on with his foot. You know what the doctors need to do, Lord. We ultimately just pray for your will. But selfishly, Lord, we pray for healing for Greg, Lord, that they be able to get the infection under control. Lord, I hear his heart. His heart is to get to some type of conclusion, Lord, so he can return to some level of productivity in his life, Lord. And we pray that you would help him to accomplish that quickly. We thank you for his joyful attitude, and we pray that for everybody who gets to interact with Greg, they would see that joyful spirit of the Lord rather than his circumstances. We love you and we trust you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. I appreciate you coming out.
I appreciate this place and all the help that I've gotten from people.
Yes, sir.
And I'm hoping one day I might be able to come to work for y'all after I get this taken care of.
Yeah.
Because I used to...
Hey, we'll take you with a foot or without a foot, Greg. Either way is fine with us.
I used to be a guest service.
Is that right?
And a director for a sober living place.
Okay.
Used to be a driver for them too, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope y'all have a blessed day. And if you're going to be out here tonight, I hope you got some warm clothes. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be good. All right. Mr. Heron.
Thank you, Mr. Greg. You as well. We
Y'all didn't know it. To work at New Spring Anderson, you got to be over 6 feet. Okay,
barely make the cut. So my buddy here.
Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. Come on in.
What's happening, man?
What's up? Oh man, Tom, tell people who you are. Yeah, you gotta have the mic.
Great. My name is Tom Herron, and I serve with the outreach team at New Spring Anderson campus.
My name is Chris Pitts, and I serve with the discipleship team at the New Spring Anderson campus.
Great, Tom. Tell the people how you and I know each other.
Well, I wouldn't say we've known each other a long time, but I say we know each other very well. We go back to June of 2024, where we stepped into just...
It's a whole year. That's a long time.
I guess that is a long time. We've seen a lot of each other in that last year and enjoyed every second of it. And so just stepped in. We and Anderson want this, and that was the initial invitation to Ryan was to see how to get it. We've been on a journey ever since. I would say really daily taking steps towards it. So it's been an amazing journey to get to know you.
So Miracle Hill, we serve the whole upstate of South Carolina, and so we've been connecting about I wouldn't say the growing homelessness problem in Anderson. I would say the realization of the homelessness problem in Anderson. So you guys engaged in an 8-month process where you wrote a white paper about the state of homelessness. What did you find? Like, what's homelessness look like in Anderson?
Well, it's been exciting and heartbreaking all at the same time. We found that number has grown for the last 5 years since COVID. The PIT count in Anderson, which is the point in time count, has steadily risen the last 5 years, and we found that people truly desire solutions. And so what y'all do is the answer. As we've sought the Lord on what those white papers have spelled it out. That's not theory, or that is actual truth of what is needed. We need shelter. Most of our neighboring counties are at a 70% shelter rate for people that need the services, and in Anderson we're about 20%. And so we've got one shelter and need more. And we also found transitional housing to be a great gap for us. That's another thing. So just the continuation of care from sheltering to transitional housing to helping assist people get on their own is part of the journey, and that's what we found, that people are desiring that, and they're not getting it right now because of a lack in our city that we need, and that's what we're seeking to create solutions for.
So put your big theology hat on for a minute, okay?
It's not very big.
So prior to the Great Depression, the church, Big C Church, handled all social services globally. Orphans, widows, the hungry, the homeless, the destitute, the maimed, you fill in the name of the blank. And then the system was overrun during the Depression, at least domestically it was. And the church kind of continued to take steps backwards. Federal government takes steps forwards. And Miracle Hill's birthed during this time, by the way. So I could make an argument that at some level Miracle Hill shouldn't exist, right? I could also make the alternate argument that we are the hands and feet of the Big C Church, right, in the upstate. But it's so refreshing knowing you, knowing your heart, and knowing the heart of New Spring, to see your desire to see the church serve the least and the lost. What's the church's ownership in that? And what needs to change Big C Church to impact our communities? Heavy question.
Well, I'm glad you asked that one, because my small theological hat actually knows a good answer for that one. Around, as Ryan mentioned, around 1900, there's actually a time period where that happens. And instead of being an outpost and being a light to the community, the churches turn in and start worrying about their own. And I think for the last 125 years, that has continued. I think the church probably spends, and this is no knock against the church. I love the church. I've been serving there full time for a long time now. But 98% of our time goes towards programming and services that happen inside the walls. And so my heart is that, yes, continue that, but also grow for our heart for what's happening outside the walls. I do think that's the church's responsibility, and we're glad Miracle Hill's here. We wouldn't want you not to be here, but to work in coordination and partnership with organizations like Miracle Hill and other neighboring partners to lift their arms, support them in what they do, not duplicate services, but support and gradually step into those spheres to where it's very hard. The line is so blurry between the church and what's going on in our communities that you almost couldn't recognize what's what, but the church would be an underlying component of what's building growth in cities that draw people into the kingdom through outreaches.
Chris, let's talk about the discipleship angle on that, right? So, like, as you're discipling people to be more like Jesus, how do you infuse that kind of Acts 1:8, Matthew 25 heart for the city, for outreach, for evangelism? Because it hasn't been the model, right? To Tom's point.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question, and one of the things that I've started thinking about and thinking through the lens when we're thinking about discipleship is I started asking the question, and this kind of came from some things that I came across in seminary and reading some of the autobiographies or the biographies of different missionaries. And I started to recognize how you always have like the pioneer guys that are just going to go out in the wilderness and I'm just going to do it. But more often you have people that were trained up and they were sent out for a specific purpose to reach a specific demographic, a people group. And I started to see how they were trained and equipped, and I recognized that that's not what we're doing in the church most of the time. We're running programs and saying, hey, if you'll bring your folks to the church, we'll take care of everything. We'll preach the sermon, we'll teach the gospel, we'll do all this kind of stuff. But when we're talking about being a missionary, one of the first things you learn about is geographical layout of where you're going. What language the people speak? What's the kind of financial, socioeconomic demographic that we're looking at? How do you best connect? Here's some things you're going to come in contact with, and here's how you speak theologically to those, whether it's a primarily Muslim area, for example, or something like that. Here's some of the things that they believe, so you need to know that. When we think about discipleship, oftentimes in the church, we don't think in that same way. We're not telling our, say, in a men's ministry, we're not sitting our men down and saying, hey, you know what? 60% of the men in America right now are struggling with self-worth and struggling with leadership in the home and things like that. And here's how you speak to that. And here's, we train missionaries and we make disciples in different ways. And I'm not sure that should be. I think if we're looking at Acts 1:8, if we're looking at the Great Commission, Jesus is telling us to go. Therefore, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey all that I've commanded you. And so we take that sometimes to mean invite them to church, rather than inviting them into a relationship where come sit in my home and see me get frustrated trying to teach my children how to, eat with good table manners, listen to each other, things like that. If you're doing premarital counseling, bring the couple that you're counseling into your home before you've started cooking, so that they can see that the house is a mess and you haven't cleaned yet. Real life, those kind of things. And so I think when I'm thinking about discipleship in the church, that's what I'm going after is a training for sending, and thinking about it in context of missional living. Yeah.
So we've had this program in our addiction recovery facilities for years, and it's a mentorship kind of deal. So instead of the old AA model of finding a sponsor, we want our people to be plugged into a local church, and then we want to match them up with a mentor from that body, right? Whatever body of faith that is. And here's what I've experienced over the years: men and women sign up to do this. We train them up. And then they get into this relationship with somebody who has, essentially they've been in discipleship Bible boot camp for 6 or 7 months, and they're super transparent and they're vulnerable and they're talking about their brokenness and they're living the church. And to watch these people from the church, it's very intimidating, right? Like they don't know what to do with it because they've been sent. And they're experiencing really Bible community the way it was designed, and it's terrifying to them. Yes. Right? When the guy sits across from his mentee, and his mentee is, talking about his impure thoughts and actions very transparently. The man doesn't know what to do with it, right?
Yeah.
We got to get there, right?
Yes.
Where people are comfortable with that.
Yeah. And, you know, biblically, that's the way to purity, to live holy as I am holy. You know, that kind of, how that happens is through confession. It's through saying those things out loud. One of my favorite verses in the Gospels talks about how everything that is brought to light, everything in the dark that is brought to light, it not only says that it will be exposed, yes, and we'll become aware of it, but it says it becomes light. So it itself, the thing is died off, and we see that it's then redempted and resurrected in Jesus' name, and it itself becomes light. It becomes your testimony. And it's where you look at another guy and you hear what he's struggling with, and his thoughts are the things he's struggling with at home when nobody's looking, and you get to say, man, I've been there too, brother, you know, and I'm telling you, I've lived it, I've seen it, and I'm a testimony that you can be healed and you can move forward. You're not damaged, you're not broken, beyond repair, and the Lord can use this too. And so that bringing to light, yeah, that's good.
I was talking to a guy who runs a rescue mission down in, I think he's in Jacksonville, and he was saying that this culture that is anti-vulnerability, that it's kind of a uniquely Southern thing. Have you guys heard this? That the South is worse about it, like the former Bible Belt is worse about pretending like we don't have any issues than other parts of the country. It really made me sad. You would think that the former Bible Belt would do it better, but maybe we do better at covering it up. So Tom, where do we go from here? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna fix Anderson?
But this is the answer to that, and going back to the previous question a little bit, something that just surprises me, I think, and it's sort of like this: how often we talk about in church, we want to be like Jesus. We want to be like Jesus. And when you look at his lifestyle and how he lived, and when we try to emulate that and try to follow that pattern, how very little church programming equips us for that walk. For instance, how did Jesus live? Well, I quantified once. Because I kept hearing, want to be like Jesus, and Jesus, what's included in one of the Gospels is probably what I could quantify and just tick marking. Here's the exact stories about Jesus and where they occurred and what happened. Probably 95% of what's described in the Gospels, at least the one that I studied, about Jesus is done outside the temples and synagogues. And so Jesus is healing people. He's touching a lady who's had a bleeding condition for 13 years. He's healing a demoniac in a graveyard. He's healing a blind man. All those things happen outside the walls, but everything we think is inside the walls. And so the inside the wall should be a refueling. Inside the wall should be a time of discipleship and encouraging. That's a great thing. It's a both and thing. It's not one or the other. And so what should we do? We should encourage one another in the churches. We should look at Jesus. He had like one that he loved, right? That was consistently talked about in Scripture. He had 3 that he had a unique relationship. He had 12 that he had unique relationship. And then he had a lot of influence over 72 that he sent out to do things. And I think that we should have those kind of patterns in our lives. We should have 1 or 3. Chris and I had a conversation on the way here about the things going on in our lives, and that we should, you and I are in that category, that you can deeply trust and share a lot of things with, and whatever's going on in your life, be able to share with one another. But there should be a small group of people that you're equipping to send out to do the work of Christ, and send that happens outside the walls. Jesus did that. When I look at what happened in John, if you see what happened in John 1, when he's talking to the disciples, he calls them. What's he say? He says, come follow me. And at that point in time, he's just saying, it's low bar, cookies on the bottom shelf. Just put up your fishing poles and come follow me. Fast forward all the way to the end, he's talking to Peter in John 21. What's he say? Come follow me to the place that you don't want to go, which is spread out, crucified upside down, right? Deep calls to deep. He was calling him, same thing, come follow me. He's just asking him to go to a different place. So when we have in Southern Church or Christians that have been there for 20 or 30 years, and they're still have dusty Bibles and aren't really doing anything in their walk, and are terrified to come into this scene and have a conversation with a real life person that's got struggles, man, we're not doing something correctly.
That's what the guy who was just sitting here, who lives here, he was talking about how people see him. Like that's what he was talking about. And I recounted to him that even my close friend Jacob, who works with me, Jacob and I talked about how Jacob was uncomfortable serving in the shelter when he first started working here because he wasn't used to it, right? Like he'd been in a church pew. Back to John 1. John's my favorite. The God of the universe starts his ministry by calling the disciples. Like, no mistake there, right? Like, the first thing he does, could have done anything he wanted. First thing he does is start creating this community, this close-knit community to do life with. And then I always think about, when we get on a subject like this, I think about Matthew's calling and where Jesus is. Like, he's in a mob house. Right? Like, it's a bunch of criminals in there. And he's in there breaking bread with them to try to win them. Man, we don't do that often.
Yeah, who did he hang out with?
Right.
Tax collectors and sinners,
Yes.
right? If we get caught at a bar, man, we're kicked out of the church and unaffiliated and everything else. But
yeah, and if Jesus was here in the flesh, would he be at my church this Sunday, or would he be down here in the gym in a rescue mission? He'd be in the rescue mission, right? Like, that's where he was. He went where he was needed. And boy, that'll preach right there. Does the church need him?
Golly.
Woo! Chris wants that mic.
Yeah, get it, man. I think too, there's an aspect to that. It goes all the way back to Genesis 12 when God calls Abram. He says, "I'm going to make a great nation that's going, and all the nations will be blessed through this nation." And so there was a completion. Jesus came and he his mission was right there in that area, making disciples, sending them out. But then when he came and fulfilled what he was meant to do here on this earth, he then looked at us and said, "Go." Back to the Great Commission. He says, "All right, now you go and take this to the Gentiles." That's the great mystery that Paul's always talking about, the mystery of the gospel, that it's meant for the Gentiles too, the people who are not Abraham's descendants directly. And I think that's what we're called to do as a church. And I think a lot of times we think of our church, or maybe perhaps just use our church as the destination, and it's meant to just be a shelter. To steward people through temporarily, knowing that we're sending them out, that this is not where you stay, this is where you get healthy, this is where you get equipped, this is where you get healed and loved on, and then you're meant to go out and do it again for someone else.
So Tom, as we're working in Anderson to try to come up with a solution, if people are watching this and they want to be sent, they want to be part of the solution, what should they do? Anderson specific.
That's a great question. So we are working a lot on awareness. We've had, the white papers process was a year, and then we actually had a formal night where we put those out and published those and shared them with a group of people there. We came here and formally invited Miracle Hill to come to Anderson, and that's done only continued. And so I think specifically, this might be random, but it might not. Our next meeting is October 14th at 11:30 at the Anderson County Library. I'll say it again, October 14th, 11:30 at the Anderson County Library. So we've broken down into subcommittees because we know this is a pretty large effort, but we want the beauty of this, and I'm kind of looking, if you're listening to this and you're getting excited about it, you can use your God-given passion and abilities that he's given you, and it is one of the most exhilarating, filling, and rewarding things that you could possibly experience when you're serving others. That's literally why God built us. So we began breaking this down into efforts. We have some white paper, some things additional to sheltering, and so my friend Nate's leading that group. Our group is talking about outreach and connections. We've got another group, if you're excited about prayer, that is working on prayer. We've got another site that's from Justin from Miracle Hill that's seeking out sites as potential opportunities. So this is the collaborative effort, and our efforts in Anderson have included local law enforcement, city, county officials, faith-based organizations, nonprofits, and the unity that we've seen come through these efforts is unlike anything I've seen in Anderson. I've been in Anderson for 23 years, and I've never seen the community come together around something like this. So we want to attribute that to the Lord, and we want you to be a part of that. And so take a step in the library on October 14th at 11:30, and that would be the most proximal way to get engaged in these efforts.
Is there somebody that, I don't know the answer to this, I should know the answer to this, could they email for information? Like, is there something that they could say, hey, I can't make it to that meeting, but I want to find out about other meetings?
Let's just say me. I think I will put myself out there because we have a task force email, but I'm on that like once a week. But my name is Tom Herron. You can email me, tom.herron, H-A-R-N, at newspring.cc. Tom.herron, H-A-R-N, at newspring.cc, or text me, 864-992-8807. I'm that far into this, I don't really care.
Bro, there's a lot of people watching this. You just put
Go
your
ahead.
cell phone out there.
Go ahead. Everybody's already got it anyway, Ryan.
Braden, get it on a ticker tape going underneath the bottom.
Put it out there. Hey, if you blow me up, I will be the happiest guy alive. I want you to, because here's the thing, Ryan, and he's seen this firsthand. This is no small thing. This is a big effort that's way bigger than individuals, way bigger than even Miracle Hill or just one church like that we're a part of at New Spring. This needs to be like, Anderson's got like hundreds of thousands of people in the county. In our city, even if we concentrate our efforts there, it's 30,000 people. So if 50 people or 100 people blow me up and text me, thank you. We're going to need 10 times that. So there you go.
Man, it is so exciting.
I'm just going to send them to Ryan when he's
excited. Oh, it pumps me up to see how excited you are about it. I'm so grateful for New Spring lending you to this, or visionarily pushing this effort. Okay, anything else you want to add to the conversation?
Generally, I'm just excited. Like, and it sounds weird when guys like encourage, but the church needs encouragement and brothers need encouragement. Ryan, like you and Reed have been an absolute godsend in this, really, because and this is not false humility at all, we don't know what we're doing. And when you've got just years and years of experience, someone who's lived it, and it's not just an organizational thing where our church and Miracle Hill are coming. It's like friendship, and so I've truly enjoyed that. I thank you. Like, the only reason I'm here is because you invited me in as a friend and to trust me with the microphone, which is not something everybody does, but thank you for doing that. I've just been thankful because I've grown as a follower of Christ through this process, probably more. I'm 45, probably more so in the last calendar year than I have ever at any given time in my life. So I'm thankful for how this has stretched me, because anytime you're going where you don't know where you're going, the only response you can have is desperation. Like, God, we need you in this. And to have someone who's a big brother and guiding us along, man, I really, truly want to tell you publicly, thank you, and we appreciate you. And Chris.
We are super pumped and just excited to see what the Lord's going to do. Like, I don't have the answers. He does. He's got the answers.
I believe that.
We just need to let him do his thing.
That's great. I just concur with everything Tom just said. I'm really, really grateful to be here, grateful for Miracle Hill and everything that you guys do, and just to echo that word of desperation. If it's something you're not doing yet, something I've learned recently, if you would like a taste of desperation, fast for 2 days, and just reflect in that time. Ask the Lord and ask the Holy Spirit to speak to you, and help you to just a microcosm of what it may be like to be hungry, and let that just stir perspective and say, man, this is a real thing, and have a conversation. These are things that I've learned from watching Tom, and just to kind of encourage him as well. Long before we were able to see some of this begin to happen in Anderson, Tom's been living this. His entire family has been living this for years. Delivering at Meals on Wheels, serving in the community, and truly taking time to sit in front of people face to face and get to know their stories. So I'm grateful to know you, and now grateful to know Ryan. Grateful to be here.
We were out here setting up before this thing got kicked off, and there was a gentleman out here who was not a resident. He had gotten his name on the list, but couldn't get a bed today. And he was standing right over here on the sidewalk. He was clearly very unwell. Had on a t-shirt that was covered in like mulch pieces. And he just stood there because he didn't know where to go. And I just imagine our Savior's reaction to that. You know what I'm saying? And we are called to be Jesus to that guy. If not us, who? Right? Like, the church turns inward to the world's detriment, right? If not us, who? It's us. We really don't have a choice. Yeah. Man, I appreciate y'all coming out here today.
One more thing.
Come on.
So, I don't want to overstay my welcome, but just listen. Do one thing. We've talked about 50 things. Come to Miracle Hill and just take a tour. Get a book from the library for free. Do some research online about what homelessness looks like. Have a conversation with us. Come to the meeting I referenced. Just do one thing. Take one. It's scary. Trust me. I'm not far into this walk, and it is intimidating at first. It is scary. It's unfamiliar. It's all those things. But if you're just willing to cross over that line and do one, and it kind of gets almost addicting in the best kind of way of serving the Lord in this capacity where you have to have Him and be desperate is an exhilarating lifestyle, and I can't encourage it enough. Okay, now I'm done.
Amen. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Julie Hoover.
Hey,
said, hey
go.
Tommy, Chris, thanks for being there.
Golly,
You know her?
man,
Oh, they're
amazing.
Really.
Love you, man. Appreciate it.
Very awesome. Great to meet
Hey,
you.
man. Great to meet you. Oh, pitch the donation bins. Let them in see it.
Amazing.
All right, pitch the donation bins.
All right, over here, about 50 feet off of my shoulder, is a giant box. Giant. 3 foot wide, 3 foot tall, really big.
I'm not good at this. I'm pointing to the graphic on the screen.
Okay. Man, we are trying to collect underwear and socks for everybody experiencing homelessness in the upstate. So if you don't know what to do, to what Tom was just saying, go to Walmart or Target or wherever it is that you shop and get some socks and some underwear for somebody who doesn't have it. Come and bring it to us here at the shelter in Greenville or any of our shelters in the upstate, Spartanburg, Shepherd's Gate, Cherokee County. Drop off the socks and the underwear and do this. What's this say, Jacob?
It says, be a part of what's right in the world. And I want to talk about this shirt in a second.
Okay. Socks and underwear. Can we not get socks and underwear for everybody experiencing homelessness? I believe that we can. We have 24 hours, right? So if we serve in shelters, we serve somewhere around 3,500 unique individuals over the course of a year. We can get 3,500 pieces of underwear and pairs of socks, can't we?
Yeah, do you want individual pieces of underwear or 3,500 packs of underwear?
Packs, baby.
Packs of underwear.
We want packs.
We want to multiply. Hey, I want to talk about this shirt, if I may, while we're in between people here. So I need to own something, and I'm going to apologize and say thank you at the same time. So there is a marketing firm that works with a lot of rescue missions. It's called Doug Shaw and Associates. Shout out to those guys. They gave us some shirts at a conference that said, you are a part of what is right in the world. And so I was like, man, I like that, but I want to put a little spin on it. And it looked a lot like this. So we had some shirts made that said, be a part of what is right with the world. And on the back, they have Miracle Hill's logo, and they have Matthew 5:16, which says, let your light shine before men so they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. And that's a scripture that we use commonly at Miracle Hill for our monthly donors. We call them lamplighters, and it's based off of that verse. Let your light shine before men. We need lamplighters. Let me push that out there. Guys, Miracle Hill is a big organization, and sometimes I think there's this narrative that because we're a large organization that we don't need your support. We need your support more now than ever before. There are 650 to 850 people in our care on any given night, especially on those cold weather nights. And rescue missions are kind of a weird animal. We lose 40% of our donors year over year. That's normal for rescue missions across the country. Will you be a monthly donor with Miracle Hill? miraclehill.org/gov. The other thing I'm going to say, and I might be opening up I might open up the spigot a little bit, but if you come up here and have a conversation with Ryan, we have one of these shirts with your name on it. So if you want one of these shirts that says be a part of what's right with the world, come and spend some time up here with Ryan, have a conversation with him, and just be a part of it. Be a part of it. Hey man.
What's up?
What's up, brother? What you want to talk about?
I was talking, did you hear me calling you out?
I heard you making fun of me. Let me tell you guys something about Ryan. So when we walk into the rescue mission, Ryan walks around this place like he owns the place. And one day I was like, man, you're so comfortable in the rescue mission, he was just walking around and he's just at home. And he was like, it was my home. It was like, it was my home. And so he's walking around. And for me, I would say there's a lot more kind of like, and I'm getting, the longer I'm at Miracle Hill, I'm a little looser with it. But a little bit like I don't want to invade somebody's space. I don't want to invade somebody's home. So I did hear you talking with Mr. Greg about kind of stigmas.
Yeah.
And I want to add to that. I think sometimes people are afraid to engage with people. This is not necessarily the stigma part about people being alcoholics or yada yada yada. But I think sometimes people are afraid to engage with people who are experiencing homelessness because it's awkward and they don't know what to do, right? It's like, if I look at this person, will they think I'm staring at them like someone like an animal in an exhibit? I don't want to do that. So then I think what people will defer to sometimes is, I won't even look. I won't even look in their direction, which does the opposite, which says, I don't exist. I'm your invisible neighbor. You don't even see me here. And I don't know that that's the intent of people's heart. And then I think sometimes people are just uncomfortable, to your point about, what'd you say, people are scared of what they don't know?
What they don't understand, what they don't know.
Yeah, so that was definitely a part of it too. And I'm getting more comfortable here, but when Ryan walks into this place, it's 100% like he...
like I used to live here, which I did.
Like you used to live here. Which you did. What else are we talking about? What are some of the conversations that you've really enjoyed?
So far, all of them. We started out strong. We've had some strong conversations so far.
We have, and it's only going to get more. So after 5 o'clock, which is right now, hopefully a lot more of you guys are tuning in. A lot more of you will be coming up here as well. I do want to say, I was talking with Arthur earlier, and Arthur's gone to dinner. And he's going to be back. Guys, Arthur left us with kind of a cliffhanger. If you weren't here earlier, Arthur was telling us about a time in 2018 when he, in a place of despair, lit himself on fire in a church parking lot. He was raised in foster care. And I want to bring up a point, something that I have, I harp on this. But according to youth.gov, y'all listen to this stat, according to youth.gov, 50% of people experiencing homelessness today have been in foster care.
Yeah, too. 30% of people formerly in foster care wind up incarcerated. 60% of people formerly in foster care are arrested by the age of 25.
Wow. I mean, let that soak in for a second. Last year, Miracle Hill served over 300 children in foster care.
Yep. Give me your quote, man. It's right on the edge.
It's right there. Desmond Tutu, look this quote up. He says, I'm sure I'm going to botch it, but he says, there comes a point where we have to stop pulling people out of the river and we have to go upstream and find out why they're falling in the first place. And so when I'm talking about Miracle Hill in places, I say Miracle Hill's trying to work both sides of the river. We're operating the rescue mission right behind us, and then, not
plucking people out of the river.
Yeah, and then 15 minutes up the road, we have a foster care team and a family ministry center that are working upstream, trying to pull people out before they even fall in or as they are falling in.
Yep.
That's mind-blowing to me that 50% of people experiencing homelessness have been in foster care.
Yep.
That's wild.
Very challenging.
Yeah. So we've got a pretty loaded. It's going to get pretty loaded here in a little bit.
I'm fairly certain that tomorrow, this side of my face only will be burned as the sun has been cooking my left side of my face for the time we've been out here.
Hello.
Nothing I can really do about it.
While we're sitting here, let's interact with some people. This is Miss Joyce Bridges. Glenn and Joyce Bridges, say hello. Hello, Miss Joyce.
Hello, Glenn and Joyce.
Champions of the ministry. We appreciate you guys standing in the gap with us, Mr. Glenn and Miss Joyce. Every single day, 650 plus people in care at Miracle Hill. Here at the Rescue Mission, we have 150 beds right here on West Washington Street, downtown Greenville. 150 beds for men right here on this corner. Not even a mile away from Unity Park.
Half mile away, at best.
At best. Ryan, let's talk about some of the misconceptions that there might be about Rescue Mission Ministry or Miracle Hill. It's a fun game to play.
Okay, give me one.
Okay. In order to stay at Miracle Hill, you have to be a Christian.
You do not have to be a Christian to stay at Miracle Hill.
Okay.
You're just going to hear a lot about Jesus while you're here.
So why do you think people think that?
What you decide to do with that is between you and him. I think that we are very outspoken in our faith, and I think that I'm going to be very fair in my answer. I think some people are very antagonistic to Christianity that would stay here and won't stay here because we are a faith-based organization.
Okay.
And that grieves me because we're not going to force our faith upon them.
Right.
We're simply going to live out our faith and present the gospel to them in all that they do, in all that we do.
Yeah.
There's other people that want a convenient excuse not to be here, and the fact that we have chapel services and we talk about our faith a lot becomes a convenient excuse.
Right.
And then that's for guests. For people who aren't guests, I think the same rules apply.
Yeah.
Some people are very antagonistic to what we would say is evangelical Christianity, which just means we live out our faith in order to tell you about our faith. And so that's a common place to poke and prod.
Why are we so outspoken about our faith?
Because how could we not be? Jesus saved my soul.
Yeah.
Jesus plucked me out of darkness into his glorious light. How am I not gonna? Would I be a very faithful person if I didn't tell you how to not drown?
Yeah. The answer is a big fat no. And you know, one of the chapters of scripture that I like to reference is, and if I botch this, I'm sure somebody's gonna message us, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. John chapter 6. John chapter 6. The feeding of the 5,000.
We have the Bible right there.
Bust it out. They feed the people, and then afterwards Jesus begins this hard teaching about the bread of life. And Jesus says some what to a non-believer sound like strange things. Jesus talks about how he's the bread of life. So listen to this. This is John chapter 6, verse 22. It says, "On the next day, the crowd that remained on the other side of the sea saw that there had been only one boat there, and that Jesus had not entered the boat with his disciples, but that his disciples had gone away." When I fast forward a little bit, they find Jesus on the other side of the sea, and it says, when they found him on the other side of the sea, they said, "Rabbi, when did you come here?" And Jesus said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you are not seeking me because you saw signs, but because you ate your fill of the loaves. Do not work for food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give you." So he goes on to say that he is the bread of life, right? And he tells people, look at it, it's right there. What does that say? Jesus said unto them, "I am the bread of life." What does that say?
"Whoever comes to me shall not hunger, and whoever believes in me shall never thirst."
Okay, so Jesus tells the people, hey, like, I'm the bread of life. Well, it says that a bunch of people leave. This is my long answer for why we share the gospel. It says a bunch of people leave, and so Jesus looks at Peter and he says, "What about you? Where do you want to leave to?" And do you remember what Peter says? Peter says,
"Where are we going to go?
Where
you
else?
have the words of eternal life."
Yes. And I think about that with our guests who come into our care. Like, they, if we don't tell them about the bread of life, if we feed a man bread, don't force the bread of life on him. But if we don't tell a man about Jesus, and we just give him bread to eat, we've done him a disservice. Amen? You agree with that?
Amen.
That's why we do what we do. Now, you've got some other guests here, and I'm taking up time on the bench. So
Get out of here.
I'm going to, guys, I'll be around all night. I'll be your comic relief.
Good. Don't worry, we'll get some preaching going on again later on, and we'll get fired up about the Lord. And we got two of my favorite people coming on the bench right now, Mrs. Heather Gatchell and Miss Mary Kay Campbell. I don't need the card, but I'm happy to have it.
Well, y'all use the microphone.
Still look fresh and perky.
It's still, I am fresh.
Hey, my friend.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for having us.
Come on in.
Let's just sit closest.
Oh, please.
We're gonna make you guys use the mic.
Okay. Wow.
Although I think they went home, the construction guys, but still use the mic if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, did you have construction going on?
Yeah, the housing next door.
I think you got a little bit of sun on
I
it.
know. I told the people I'm gonna be cooked on one side. That's
ya.
okay. What are we gonna do?
Places on the bed.
I could switch places. All right, ladies, I know who you are. Tell the people who you are and what you do.
Okay. My name is Heather.
Gotta use the mic.
My name is Heather Gatchell, and I am the program director for Greenville Together Housing Surge. It is a program that is moving people who are living away, and it's really exciting, and we have a great team that's working on it. We're housed at Triune Mercy Center, and we can talk about this later, but Miracle Hill's been a huge, important partner in this work. So,
Always, always.
Who are you, young lady?
Good to see you.
You too.
I am Mary Kay Campbell. I am the clinical supervisor for the housing surge. I'd like to add to the 22 households, or those are individuals, couples, and families, along with 4 dogs and 1 cat dispersed between us. Which that's important too, because that's family, and we've been able to move the whole family. Yeah, that's who I am.
So we've got lots of Greenville Together people over the next 24 hours. So I'm just going to summarize that and then dig in on the housing surge. So Greenville Together is this collaborative work to try to affect a very specific population of people experiencing homelessness in the city of Greenville, city being specific. And it resulted in a 1-year plan, the biggest piece of which is what you guys are doing called the housing surge. So, which is gobbledygook language when you think about it. Tell the people exactly what the housing surge does.
So the housing surge, we have a closed referral system is what it's called, and that means that we're working specifically with people who are in outreach and the Greenville Police Department to send to us on a weekly basis the most vulnerable, unsheltered folks in the city of Greenville. So once those folks come to us, they meet with Mary Kay. She talks to them and tries to figure out which part of our program they fit in most readily. One part of our program, which is called Rapid Exit, which is somebody that could be reconnected to their family, or it could be somebody who's just found themselves in unsheltered homelessness, that's working full time, making some money, but doesn't have enough to get into an apartment, right? Like when you do the down payment, the security deposit and first month's rent, that's a lot to have up front. So somebody that needs just a little bit of help and can move out of homelessness. The second program path is our most extensive one. It's the one that we spend the most time in. It's called Street to Home, and basically what we're doing is moving people into housing, helping with the rent payment and utility payments for the first year while we help them get stabilized, and we work to help them maximize their income, and we work to help them get connected to community resources. In year 2 of the program, it is a 2-year program, we start stepping down our role and making sure the whole time that they are firmly connected, so that by the time they exit our program, they are stable. So it's incredibly exciting to be thinking about getting to walk that journey with people. The last path we have is for somebody who might not fit in either of the other 2 pathways, and that's called community care. And then we just reach out to our partners in town and try to make sure we get someone connected with stability. So
let's talk about the people a little bit. So I'm going to give the watchers, the viewers, is that what they are, viewers, a little bit of context. So Mary Kay and I have known each other for a very long time. Mary Kay worked with Greater Greenville Mental Health for 30 years?
Give or take.
Give or take. And I have often, not me, we, the service provider community, have often referenced Mary as like the GOAT, okay? Because she has worked with the most challenging amongst us to work with. People who are typically chronically homeless, typically have some type of disability and often have some serious mental health issues. And I think that what's important for the viewers to understand is many of those individuals don't want to come in here for a variety of reasons. That truck is very loud. They might have social anxieties, they might have traumas, they might have personal issues that would make them not want to stay in shelter, and they may have just spent so much time alone that the idea of living in a communal atmosphere just doesn't work for them.
And they may also have a pet.
They might have a pet.
And they may also have a partner.
They might have a partner.
And because of the way our shelter system is set up, you can't, a man and a woman, a married couple couldn't be in shelter together, just like a family would have a hard time being in shelter together.
So there's a variety of different situations where somebody is going to experience a barrier that makes them not a candidate for the shelter system available in Greenville, of which Miracle Hill is the lion's share, but not the only player in that. And so what do you do with that person? For several decades, there was a more organic effort, colloquial, say that word, Heather.
I think I can. No,
colloquially.
Let's just pick another word.
Yep. Known as Coffee Club, where the service providers tried to figure out what to do. But these individuals often represent the most challenging situations because they don't have the resources for a variety of reasons. So you guys are laser focused on that population.
We are, and so Ryan, the other thing we bring to the table is we have a staff of, we have 5 case managers, 2 clinical folks, an income and benefits specialist who's working on making sure people are accessing the dollars that they should be getting, and then a housing navigator who's working to make sure that we're finding housing opportunities. So we have that group of people who are dedicated to the work, but we also have this beautiful thing called flexible funding. So for some of the folks that you're talking about, like you said, there's a lot of times it's really complex, and many of them may have accrued arrearages for power bills or other things in the past that are keeping them from getting into housing, or they may just not have know the connections. So definitely making the connections and definitely beginning to try to remove barriers that are existing, not just for getting in housing now, but for staying in housing in the future.
Go ahead, Mary.
If I could build on that, and thank you for bringing up Coffee Club. I think out of that, it was Greenville Together as not one housing surge, not one organization, not one person can bring together and do this. And I think that's what's happening in our community. The Rescue Mission, Shepherd's Gate, I mean, we're coming together and all working together to make this happen. And back to your question with this population, when we say unsheltered, that they are literally outside under the bridge in a tent, that mom and dad in a car with three kids, 1 to 3 week old. My gosh. And but we are targeting what we consider the most vulnerable for that week. So I don't know if that was where you were going with your question, or.
Yeah, I think that when citizens see people experiencing homelessness, I think that they are often seeing, they're misconceiving what they're seeing. Oftentimes they're seeing someone who may appear homeless that's not homeless. That's a thing that happens all the time. You're seeing somebody who is homeless but is in the process of changing their situation. But then there is a population of people that are very difficult to house that are visible. And we're trying to, through the housing surge, to do what we know works best, which is develop a relationship with somebody so that they're seen and they're heard and they're known and they're valued and then try to help them come up with an escape of their situation.
If I may, and you're exactly right. I think the paradigm shift with the surge is the beauty of this. It's kind of a delicate balance in terms of the relationship, because that is so important. But we're also moving, and we're moving quickly, not aggressively. Constant focus is on that person, that couple, that family, but we are moving to get them housed and then working on the relationship. So it's a little bit shift there that we've all had to adjust to. And it was kind of an inside out kind of, this is going to work. And wow.
So let me put a spotlight on like a philosophical issue that I've had and let you guys address it. So this is, at some level, this is a housing first model. And my issue has always been, in many communities, the model does not include those wraparound services. Can you guys talk about what you're doing from that regard? You are putting people into housing, but what are you doing to support the human?
Well, and I think you're right, Ryan. I think what you're talking about is housing only, and that's not what we're doing. We're doing housing, getting you into housing, and then we're starting the hard. As Mary Kay will always say, getting people into housing is easy. It's the work really starts once they're in housing, and so we're gonna have them. Every person has a case manager that's working alongside them. I told you all the people on our staff. We're meeting with some people daily if they need it, and then we figure out what pathway they want to walk. And it's a 2-year commitment on our part with them. The first year to really get stabilized, the second year to move toward self-stabilization, so that once we walk away, that they're set and they're stable.
I guess I've learned by our folks is that really they aren't. It's very difficult to work on addressing the voices or the alcohol or whatever. And what I've seen is that once someone is able to get some rest, get some clean clothes on, get some food on their stomach, we can come back and talk about what's your take on what's contributed to your time on the street or under the bridge. So, and I think that's, again, where and I think that's the beauty of it.
And I know we probably are running out of time, but I want to just tell you, I want to say really quickly that this is only possible with partnerships that we have, and Miracle Hill's been such a great partner. I want everybody to know, you help us move people, you help us move families in every week. Miracle Hill has committed their thrift store truck movers every week, and it has been a game changer for us in our ability to move people in. So thank you for that. And not just that, everything else. I mean, you're just a great partner. So thank you very much.
Let me two quick questions, then we'll get done. We got the flag on time. Okay, so to solve this issue, 80 people. That's the number, right?
It is.
Okay. To solve the issue, you need a bunch of different components. You need guests to serve, of which we have. We can find them. You need money to make it happen. Yep. Then you gotta have units.
Yeah.
And that is one of the hardest parts of this equation. I had a commercial broker on earlier, and I was talking to him about this issue. Talk very quickly about how finding units and barriers intersect.
Yeah. So it is complicated, and that's one of the reasons we're so lucky we have a housing navigator, because that's all she does. She's just going out and meeting landlords and saying, would you be willing to be a part of this program with us? And then we work with them, because it needs to work for them too, right? Yeah. Like if we're putting someone in your unit, you need some assurances that you're going to get your rent and all. But in doing that and offering incentives and in developing that relationship, back to the relationship word, they're often willing to reduce the criteria that they might hold hold normally for someone that's applying for for an apartment. So that's been the difference maker. So if you're going to reduce the criteria a little bit, give our folks a chance. Our people sign their own lease. Our participant signs their own lease. So by the end of that first year, they also have 1 year's rental, on their credit, which is great, game changing. That's right. So thank you for bringing that up. But if you are a landlord and watching and are interested in being a part of our program, please reach out to us, and we would love to include anybody.
All right, last question. So if somebody wants to get involved with what you're doing, whether they want to volunteer, where do they go?
They can call me. We're housed at Triune Mercy Center, so you can call Triune Mercy Center and ask for Heather Gatchell and call me. I'll tell you how to get plugged in. You can also go to the Greenville Together website. It gives lots of great ways for you to get plugged in as a volunteer or to donate. We got lots of entry points.
Okay,
so,
great.
Awesome. Ryan,
thank you guys for coming.
Yeah. We'll be thinking about you.
Sally Campbell says, my rock star sister Mary Kay and Heather, so blessed by what they do every day. Everybody in my heart.
Yay!
Oh, bless her. Bless her. Y'all are amazing.
Yeah, thank you
this
so
guy
much.
here.
Thank
Good to see you. You're getting sunburned. I'm worried.
That's okay.
We'll get him some sunscreen after it's over.
Oh, like he had a bruise on his arm.
That was for something else. We were giving
They
Oh,
give
well,
you
good
hard
seeing you.
your bruise.
I got a shot for tendonitis inside the elbow, and my doctor, who's amazing, he thinks he hit a capillary when he went in there, and
It
so
hit a number.
the blood settled down the arm.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt.
Gruesome.
Good.
It looks pretty tough.
Good.
Makes you look tough.
There you go. Good seeing you.
Bye, guys.
See y'all later. Is this one y'all?
Yeah, can you guys give it Those are mine.
All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
All right,
Arthur's back.
Arthur, get back up here.
All right, if he could use the mic, that'd be great.
Yep. All right. All right, have a seat, man. Sorry we had to cut you off. We had an onslaught of humans.
Oh, no, that's fine.
All right, Arthur. So when we last left you, you got to the end of your ropes. Get back up there.
And I was done. I was tired of all the old wounds that I never healed from the right way. I was tired of how life was just not going right, and even when I tried to do right, it seemed like failure was always what made me who I was. So I felt like I was a failure, and I was done with life, and I hit rock bottom so bad. My kids was taken from me because me and the mother of my kids, we had a falling out, and she took them from me, and it sent me over the edge. So I set myself on fire in the church parking lot in Hartsville, South Carolina. Oh man, hearing my sister telling me about when she seen it, watching her break down in tears like that it devastated me, because I let a lot of people that cared about me down. I just didn't realize it, that I had so many people that cared. But by the time I found out, it was too late. So I had to go through recovery, and
Which I'm sure was brutal.
yes, I had lots of surgeries, a lot of skin grafts. When I was in my coma, one of my lungs collapsed. So they had to call my sister in the middle of the night. And this time she was a dispatcher at night, and she was going to college during the day. So she almost not answered the phone, because at the time she had control over my body, and they could not perform no surgeries on me until she gave them permission. And she almost missed the third call, which is crazy, because 3 is a big number, like the third day Jesus rose from the dead. The third call she answered, they was able to get my lung working again, and the doctor looked at her and was like, I've done all I can for your brother. He's not getting any better, but he's not getting worse. And he's like, I've studied burns all my life, and the best thing I can tell you is it's time to let him go. 3 days before they pulled the plug, I came out of my coma. Yes. And 2 years of agony, of recovery. Still got some recovery to do.
Were you like down on the coast at the burn center?
In Augusta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Yep. And they flew me to Philadelphia to live with my sister. And the pain I was going through, physical therapy, I allowed it to get the best of me, so I didn't get a full recovery like I should have had. But rightfully so, I was already hurting. And then stretching my body so I could walk and move and do things like that, it was too painful, so I kind of was like slacked off on it. And now I'm dealing with it, but it's able to be taken care of. So you would think that after all of that happened, that I would get saved and that everything would be peachy. Absolutely not, because it led to my addiction. I was at first drinking and smoking weed because I couldn't sleep. I had nightmares of the situation. Still have nightmares of it to this day. There was some nights I was hurting so bad I couldn't sleep. And I'll go out in public and I can see people looking at me. And I got bad vision, but my other senses are enhanced, so I could hear people whispering. And some of the things they were saying was hurtful. And the only way I felt like to cope with it was drinking, smoking weed. Then I came back to South Carolina, got with the wrong people, and it turned into meth. And I went into a 3 or 4 year strung out bad addiction. I had a lot of stuff, lost it all. It got to the point where my meals were coming out of a dumpster. And I'm not proud of it, but I had to survive. Because I didn't want to go steal it, but there were some times I did. And I didn't like it, but it is what it is now. And one day something inside of me was like, Arthur, if God saved you from this and brought you back from certain death, why are you not taking full advantage of your life? Because there's people not waking up this morning. They didn't get to see what today is like. Yeah. But I got to. And I was like, why am I not doing something with my life? So my road to recovery was very hard. 20 to 25 relapses. I'm a little over 3 months sober now.
Praise the Lord.
Yes, thank God for that. I'm going strong. Every day I wake up, I take it as a gift.
How'd you wind up here?
Well, first I was in Anderson. I was homeless out there for a little while. And I know the people at Hope Missions in Anderson. Yes. I love them. The things they do is amazing. And if you're in Anderson and you need something to eat for breakfast, go to Hope Missions. You will love the people there. They really care about the things they do. So, they sent me to the hospital, to Marshall Pickens, because I needed some time to mentally heal. I got out, and they was like, maybe you should go to Greenville Rescue Mission. And I was like, what's that? So at first I didn't come, but then I ended up here. So it took me 4 days to get in, and I was here for about almost 4 months. I failed a drug test for weed. I was kicked out for a month, but I made an appeal 15 days later, and I was allowed to come back in. Right out here, on the morning of my appeal, I didn't think I was getting back in. So I smoked weed, and I came out here. I was picking up trash, and I seen this book. I thought it was napkins, but it was a book of the New Testament. And I remember me and my counselor, Mr. William Lavery, that used to work here, he works at Overcomers now, we was reading John. And something inside of me was like, read where you left off. And I did. Finished reading, I prayed about it. Next thing you know, Mr. Dan and Brian came outside and was like, Arthur, you're allowed back in. I broke down crying. I was like, really? Me? Like, I didn't deserve it, but yet they gave me that second chance. And that's when I made my promise to myself that I wouldn't give up on myself and that I would take every day as a gift and not quit on myself no matter how hard life gets, and that I would do everything in my power to help anybody that I can to the best of my ability so they don't have to go through the same thing I went through, or to help them go through whatever they got going on in life. Because I feel like my testimony is very powerful, and I believe a lot of people could take something from it. And here we are.
So tell me about your relationship with Jesus today.
It's amazing. And God is showing me things that I was blinded by the flesh and living in sin. He humbled me because I always ask him, God, like, teach me, show me what I need to understand. And you have to be specific when you talk to God, because God will answer your prayers. You might not like it, but he will answer it. And there was sometimes he threw some lessons at me in a harsh way, but once I realized what he was telling me, amazing. And I ended up started going to church. I do Bible study. I got Bible study at 6. I got baptized.
You're almost late.
Yeah, well, they asked me to come back a second time, so I was like, I can definitely do it. But yeah, God has given me a type of peace that I've been longing for. He's helping me to slowly heal old wounds, and he's making my future brighter than what I thought it would be.
Arthur, he's the Prince of Peace, man.
Yeah.
One day at a time, and he will work all things for his good, your good, and his glory.
Absolutely. That's why I love John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his only child, begotten child, so whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. And to me, that's the greatest love story from God. And it's amazing.
Man, I appreciate you sharing the story.
Absolutely. And one day I might write a book about this. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but it's a goal that I have in mind. And when it comes out, hopefully that it's life-changing for somebody. Because if I can at least save one person, it's good enough for me. But I will rather save a lot more if I can.
You ain't got to write a book to do that. Just be Jesus to the guys in this building and keep pointing your way towards Jesus. He'll work out the rest.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
All right, brother.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jacob. Jacob, I need like 90 seconds.
You're good. Well, you got a little bit of time because we got a little gap. We had a cancellation.
Okay, be right back.
I got you, brother. Hey, while Ryan is gone, first of all, let me tell him this. Braden's behind the camera, and Braden's saying, tell him about the donations. So I'll do that first. Donations. So we, during this 24-hour live stream, we don't have a fundraiser attached to it, but we are going to be accepting donations of new underwear and new socks. And we're doing that here at the Greenville Rescue Mission. These are the different locations you can drop it off at. You can drop it off at the Greenville Rescue Mission, Shepherd's Gate in Greenville, the Cherokee County Rescue Mission if you're in Gaffney, or at the Rescue Mission in Spartanburg. I'm stuttering over my words here. Or you can drop it off at the Woodruff Road store. Miracle Hill has a new Woodruff Road thrift store, and we're trying to drive traffic to that store. We need you guys to go and shop thrift. When you shop at our thrift stores, that directly feeds and cares for people in our rescue mission right behind me. Now, for those of you who may just be tuning in, I'm not the CEO of Miracle Hill. I'm the Chief Development Officer. My name is Jacob. Ryan stepped off the bench for just a minute to use the restroom. You were just hearing a testimony, if you caught the tail end of it there, a guy named Arthur. Arthur is currently a guest at the Greenville Rescue Mission, and he was sharing some of his story. And you know, I introduced myself to Arthur a little while ago. He was out here helping us or doing some things before we got set up when we were getting set up, and he. It's interesting because Facebook has been recommending that I friend him on there. It's been recommending him to me. So I said, hey man, Facebook thinks we should be friends. So we started talking, and he was sharing in his story that from '99 until basically he became an adult, Arthur was in foster care. And if you've probably heard us say this before, but 50% of people experiencing homelessness today have been in the foster care system. Arthur, in 2018, attempted his own life, and he was sharing about that, talking about how he actually set himself on fire, and just through a series of events, God has gotten his attention, and he is 3 months clean and sober. He was just sharing with Ryan, and man, he's just a bundle of joy. He got one of these shirts. If you come out and talk with Ryan on the bench and get you one of these shirts, it says, be a part of what is right with the world. I have to give a big thank you to Doug Shaw and Associates. They gave us shirts similar to this at a conference that we went to. They said, you are a part of what's right in the world, and we put a spin on it and slapped the Miracle Hill logo and a scripture on the back, and we'd love for you to have one of these shirts. So come out here and talk to us on the bench, 575 West Washington Street. 575 West Washington. I was just giving those who were just tuning in a little recap of what Arthur was talking about. Wasn't that a cool story, man?
Very cool. Hey, and for those of you that are getting ready to have dinner, when you get done with dinner, head out to the store, get some socks, get some underwear. We got a big box over there on the side. We're trying to collect all the socks and the underwear for everybody experiencing homelessness in the upstate of South Carolina. One of those boxes is at each one of our rescue missions, as well as our Woodruff Road thrift store. So you can be a part of what is right in the world by way of underwear and socks.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Hey, last time that I had a minute with you on the bench between people walking up, we were talking about stories of God's provision.
Yes.
Let's talk about stories of life change that you have seen at Miracle Hill over the years. So let's borrow some stories.
Okay.
What are some of the wildest life change stories that you have been witness to during your time here at Miracle Hill?
That is such a broad question, and we see life change all day, every day. Who to use as an example of crazy life change? I think about our good buddy Young.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got a guy that works on Jacob's team. His name is Young Jin Gunn. That is not a made-up Hollywood name. That is a real name, Young Gunn. What up, Young?
Hey, Young.
I'm sure he's watching, as a good team member would be, right?
Maybe.
But Young showed up from Colorado after his brother unfortunately overdosed and died. And since that time, Young committed to Jesus and went through Overcomers and went back to school as a 40-year-old man and got an education and then got a master's, met his wife, had a child, and now he serves the Lord for a living. It's super cool.
Yep.
And we could give example after example after example that not necessarily work for Miracle Hill, but still serve the Lord in a variety of different ways.
Yeah, I think of a couple of other stories that just pop into my head, and we've got some other folks checking in. So when they get ready, I'll vacate the bench here. But there's a lady named Belle, and I know she wouldn't mind me telling y'all this, but I just saw Belle out at the Wade Hampton store when we had the thrift store, the opening of the thrift store on Wade Hampton. Y'all, Belle went through renewal, and her son went through Overcomers, and her mother also spent some time in renewal and is doing well. Y'all, that's 3 generations of life change. One of the things that I think people don't think about is when one person's life is changed, just the ripple effect that takes place. You know, who else's life is impacted by your life? That our lives are all connected like that. That the Lord's desire is that we love Him well, that we love others well. And so when one person gets well, it goes out and touches the lives of so many others. Can you roll your R's? Okay, he can't roll his R's.
I just rolled them.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good. But
burrito.
But isn't that cool? Like I think about Kirby. You know, Kirby will probably be out here at some point. But Kirby's had several family members, like Carson and others who have gone through. And
you've had family members.
I have. My cousin Nathan. Y'all, here's a cool story while we're waiting on the next folks to join us on the bench. My cousin Nathan, 7 years ago, almost 8 years ago now, my dad passed away in a car accident. He was a prisoner at Tiger River Correctional Facility. And, I mean a prisoner. Prison chaplain.
You just said
he was
your
a
dad
prison
was
chaplain.
a prisoner.
Well, you know, we used to tell jokes all the time about my dad's at the prison. But Dad was a prison chaplain at Tiger River Correctional Facility. I had this cousin after Dad passed away that I was really pursuing. I knew that my cousin was wrestling with addiction. I didn't know what he was addicted to. I just knew that he had several kids, that didn't have much of a relationship with them, and that he was kind of motel to motel room, and for the better part of a decade was just kind of wandering in the wilderness. And I was praying for my cousin, and I remember I would send him scriptures like Joel 2:25 that say, "The Lord will restore to you the years the locusts have stolen." And I kind of got frustrated with him. I'd send him scripture. I'd say, "Hey man, there's a place. If you need help, the miracle's here. Like for the taking, just take it." And I would send him messages, and he would say, "I won't help. I won't help." But then when it came time to get help, he seemed to not be available. And so I came to.
Isn't that true for all of us? The Lord offers us some type of life change, and we're unavailable.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. At any rate, I came to work one day, and y'all, there's a really godly man that we work with at the office. His name is Ben Pangle. Matter of fact, he's running the table over here. And Ben asked me how my cousin was doing. He said, "How's Nathan?" And I, kind of in a sarcastic tone, I said, "The Lord's just going to have to get him." Isn't that funny? I thought that I was going to somehow affect it. And I guess the Lord uses us, but it's not me. And I said, "The Lord's just going to have to do him." And Ben said, "I'd like to pray for your cousin." And I said, sarcastically, "Have at it." And so Mr. Ben began to pray for Nathan. He said, "Lord, I pray that you would open his eyes, take him out of the darkness and into the light. Would you help him get well?" Something like that. And then he said, "In Jesus' name, amen." Boom, prayer was done. I went back, I sat down at my desk, and I was maybe in my office for 15 minutes, and the phone rings, and it was my aunt. And my aunt said, "You're not going to believe who just showed up on my doorstep. Come get him."
I don't think you should tell any more of the story. I think we should call out Nathan.
Nathan!
And tell him, get up here, Nathan, and tell the rest of your story.
I'm texting him right now. "Nathan, get over here."
Nathan, get over here and tell your story.
Why don't you tell some of your story, brother? You gonna save it for another time?
Yeah, it's too long.
You're like, how much time do we have?
Are you texting him?
Yeah. Hey, I do want to say something about your story though, because
come on,
Ryan would never do this. In fact, he cringes when I was joking with him about this earlier today. Y'all, Ryan wrote a book. If you don't know, it's a book. It's called Counterfeit Peace, and you can buy it on Amazon. This is not a commercial, but I'm doing a little bit of a commercial. It's called Counterfeit Peace. You can buy Ryan's book on Amazon, but the whole concept of the book is it's about the wilderness that you spent time in seeking a peace that was not the real peace. And I won't spoil the stories, but if you want to know more of Ryan's story, check out that book. We do have some copies up here.
Yeah, hey, if you bring socks and underwear, we'll give you a copy of the book. If you bring a case of socks and a case of underwear, we'll give you a book and some shirts, some t-shirts.
That's fair. We'll do a little exchange.
A case. That's like this big. I don't even know where you buy a case of underwear.
Costco.
Sam's.
Costco.
Yeah.
Sam's or Costco.
All right. Well, how are we doing on time, man? It is 10 after 6. We're doing great. I feel like we were much more bombarded with people in January.
I don't know. It was a little bit of a trickle effect. People are getting off work. We want to see you guys. Come hang out with us. It's beautiful weather.
They got this going on.
Yep, we got lots of bench for you to sit on and chill with us. Construction has ceased. It's a beautiful evening. we doing for dinner tonight?
I don't know. You know, I thought that the Fall for Greenville was happening tonight, and word on the street now is that it's tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So I had high hopes of grabbing a turkey leg and walking back down here with it. But so if there's anybody out there who has a turkey leg, you want to bring it up here.
Speak for yourself, bro. Speak for yourself.
Yeah. Let's talk about the turkey fry. So guys, in November, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, Miracle Hill is going to fry/cook up 700 turkeys. More than 700 turkeys. Hey, look at that. Magic graphic on the screen. Yeah, we cooked 700 turkeys, feed over 5,000 people. It's the Ellis and Bradley. I think it's the 19th annual turkey fry for Miracle Hill.
It's hard to interact with the graphic correctly.
So we do this at the Spartanburg Rescue Mission. We've got all kind of opportunities for you to volunteer. It's a great way for you individually or for your company to kick off the holiday season. It's, again, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. You can sign up to volunteer at miraclehill.org/turkey fry.
Or you can bring a frozen turkey to 725 Keith Drive, Miracle Hills Food Warehouse, and help us to get all the turkeys we need to fry 700 turkeys.
Yes, if you would like to go ahead and grab a turkey or wait a little closer to time, what you can't do is bring a frozen turkey the day before.
No, can't do that.
I don't know if the peoples know this, but you can't dunk a frozen turkey.
They do not recommend that.
You can't dump a frozen turkey into the deep fryer. Oh, we got some people about to come on the bench, brother.
Good. Lots of opportunity.
Hey Ryan, if you can meet any Bible character, Bible person, not Jesus, in the flesh, right now, who would it be?
To just hang out with?
Yes. On the bench.
Oh, on the bench. Probably John, bro.
John? John the Baptizer?
No.
Or John the
Beloved.
disciple? The beloved. But why?
I don't know. I love John the Beloved.
I do too, man. Love the way that John writes. How he includes all the I am statements.
Although I feel like I would have a kinship with Paul.
You got
like,
Paul.
Let's go.
You got Paul energy, brother.
Paul's got let's go energy. And I'm all about some let's go. Boy, I tell you, if you're flipping between streams of all the different CEOs, I challenge anybody to find a better visual than the Miracle Hill stream with our super cool statue, our Jesus Saves cross right there. Man, the beautiful sunset happening behind us. It is pretty amazing.
People that want to come say hi, they don't want to sit on the bench.
They don't want to sit on the bench.
No, that's all right.
They don't
Hi, Ryan.
have to.
You remember,
Yes.
I'm Lissa.
Good to see you.
And this is Odie, our therapy dog.
Hey, Odie.
We try to come on Thursday.
So Odie's got, I see some pit in his face.
You got to see her.
All right, guys, this is Odie, the therapy dog. And who's this little guy?
And this is Ruthie.
Ruthie.
And she follows in her big brother.
Hey, let's bring Ruthie a little bit over here so they can see Ruthie on the screen. Y'all got to see
you
Ruthie.
go for a walk on Thursday?
Come here,
No,
Ruthie.
we bring the dogs.
Oh.
Look at Ruthie, guys. Hey, look at the screen there, Ruthie.
We bring the dogs for the men then.
Okay, so for our watchers, these are therapy dogs that are getting ready to go hang out in the mission for a couple hours.
Oh, no, she'll about an hour.
Yeah, about an hour. Hang out with the guys.
Ruthie. Come here so they can see you. There we are. Now you can see Ruthie.
Usually gives the men a little bit of joy for them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Tell us stories about doing it. They try to do the first thing they're going to do is get a dog.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good stories.
Yep, my New puppy will be up here with my wife and kids in a little while. New, she's 7 or 8 months old, chocolate lab.
Oh, nice.
So she'll probably knock something over while she's here.
I understand.
But we hit the dog lottery. She is very chill for a
good.
7-month-old dog.
That's a good
How old
sign.
is Ruthie?
Two.
Two? She's a cutie
Ruthie
pie.
is stout.
Ruthie
Yes,
looks
you
like
are.
a movie star.
Yes, you are
She
stout.
got that face from chasing parked cars.
Did y'all hear that? He said Ruthie got that face from chasing parked cars.
She's got a great disposition too. She's just
Oh my goodness, guys.
What is the
English bull.
full
Yeah.
English bull?
And
Somebody-
the tricolor is relatively new, and although she's purebred, she can't be shown because the Bulldog Association doesn't approve tricolor.
They don't approve of her tricolors?
You know, there's 3 new lab colors that aren't approved.
Oh, that's hilarious to me. Who's going to approve or
There's a
unapprove?
silver lab. They're all variants of the traditional colors. So there's a silver, there's a red, and I'm forgetting the third one, but they're not approved AKC colors.
If you're just tuning in, they're about to take these sweet puppies into the mission for a little bit, just to the therapy pups for the men in the mission there. Isn't that cool? A couple movie stars. Look at them. They're posing right here. Wow.
I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Let's move on.
Yeah, I know you've got.
All right. Well, y'all have fun in there.
We will. We always do.
And God bless y'all for all that you've done for Miracle Hill over the years, your service.
That's every Thursday night y'all do this, huh?
Every Thursday we can.
Ah, it's so sweet. Thank you so much.
Sure, I'm glad we can do it. Bye now.
All right. See you later.
Look at this. All right, Mr. Henderson.
Look, somebody's watching live from Uganda right now. Ian Kasoma.
Hey, Ian.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. How about you, brother?
All right,
Come
all
on
right.
in, Steven. You
Yes,
gonna
sir.
sit right
Here,
here?
Steven. Use the microphone.
All right, brother. Well, tell the people who you are.
My name is Stephen Henderson. I've been here at the mission for about 5 weeks now.
Okay, welcome.
I appreciate it. My story is kind of a little bit different. I've been here like 4 or 5 times here at Miracle Hill. This time's a little bit different. I'm in respite right now, so Brian Newton's my point of contact because I came from a program, Housing Surge with Triune, so they had helped me got back in here. But I had some issues where I've been up and down a lot.
So you're waiting on a bed through the housing surge?
Yes.
Because Mary Kay and Heather Gatchell were just here a little while ago.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm Miss Renee's my case manager, but Miss Mary Kay works with Miss Renee.
Can I ask how you wound up on the streets?
I was on the streets. I started on the streets when I was 18. But my mom, me and her had gotten into some arguments. And I had made some bad choices. Like I had broken some family relationships. And some of my drinking, got me kicked out of my mom's house. So it's been through times. But I'm working on my Social Security checks and stuff like that. So.
How old are you now?
21.
21.
Yes.
Okay, and how long you got to wait on your unit through the housing surge?
So I talked to Miss Mary Kay. They said it could be like less than a week or two. So, but they are looking at 3 houses, which I'm gonna be checking out next week. So, which is gonna be pretty good for me.
Good. Well, that's exciting.
Yes.
And how have you appreciated your time this time at the rescue mission?
I think this time has actually been pretty better this time. I'm getting along with everybody. All the counselors I talk to if I'm feeling down. And plus, I like the chapel. The chapel's amazing. So, I go there, because God speaks to me when I'm in chapel.
Are you a person of faith, Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How'd you meet Jesus?
I met Jesus when I was 7 years old.
Okay.
So.
Well, good, man. Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad we could help you as the housing search tries to help you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. One day at a time. You just stay here until they get you settled out. And then
one day at a time. I learned that through AA. So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, it's true for all of life too, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. You staying sober?
Yes, sir.
But when you get that new place, man, you got to stay clean.
Always.
Because we'll mess it up, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good.
I appreciate you, Mr. Ryan.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
Good
you.
talking to you. Yes, sir.
You as well.
Gotta go back this way.
Yes, sir. Go back that way.
Thank you.
All right, we got the sun setting. Just as a recap, the last time we were on the bench, it was about, I don't know, 20 something degrees by this point as the sun was setting. And we were all terrified of what the evening brought because it was so unbelievably cold. I think one of the things that people might take as a misconception with this bench, we're not trying to pretend like we're homeless. We are, at the end of this, I'm going to go home and I'm going to take a hot shower and I'm going to sleep in my bed. We're just simply trying to shine a spotlight on the experience of homelessness. I have somewhere to go. Many of our friends do not. Their experience is very different. I think of the people that will come to try to check in here in the morning and there won't be any beds because the facility is full. And then they'll have another 24 hours to try to figure out what to do until they can figure out where to go. I think about the seniors, which is something that's very close to my heart. People that are elderly, that are on a very fixed income, that simply the ends don't meet and they wind up homeless and living in a shelter. I feel like it is a failure of our society that we have people in this building right now behind us that are in their 70s that don't have anywhere to go other than a rescue mission. We can do better. We can come up with a better solution, but it requires us to sit around and talk about it, to engage with each other even when we don't have the same views. We may not see the world the exact same way. That's what's most exciting about this, is engaging with people from all different walks of life, with all different experiences, all kind of focusing on coming up with the solution that serves everyone. All right, let me see if I can engage with the people. Jacob, which one are you on?
Facebook.
All right, I'll go to the YouTube one. Let's see.
Somebody was trying to get my hopes up. They said, go get you a turkey leg tonight. But then I don't think there's turkey.
All right. Live on Conversations on a Bench. So make sure my volume's down. Oh, I can see myself.
Mr. Slocum is watching live. Bill Slocum. Tell the people about Bill Slocum. What you know about him?
Need some help?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to figure out the chat. So, man, Bill Slocum, boy, he's going to hate this. He's watching us talk about him.
He's watching right now.
Okay, so William J. Slocum is one of the greatest mentors I've had in my life. He's also one of the men that the Lord used very specifically to lead me to Jesus. And that man served at Miracle Hill for 20 plus years, as did his wife before she went on to be with the Lord. Bill served a long time in this building, helping thousands of men who were in need to find something different in their life. And he still continues to engage in a variety of different ways, serving Miracle Hill and serving the homeless. And, he should just get in the car and drive down here. Raise your hand if you want Bill to come down here and have a conversation.
Come on down, Bill.
I know I do. Like, Jacob, who's your top 10 list of like matriarchs and patriarchs of ministry that you've seen in your own life?
Well, you know, hey, by the way, we need to get the Dans out here. Don't let them get far. In my own life, there was a gentleman. Do they have to be here at Miracle Hill? A gentleman named Tony Butler was instrumental in my walk when I was a teenager. You know, grew up in the church, and a lot of people around, you know, just their love for the Lord is evident, but every now and then you see somebody and you're like, dude, that person has been through a wilderness that they were redeemed from, that they cannot forget what God has done. You know what I mean? And he was one of them. He was a Marine, been in Nam, and I don't know what all happened between.
You just said been in Nam like an old man. Been in Nam.
Been in Nam.
Vietnam.
But you know, I don't know what happened between his years in Nam and his years, but this man was laid out before the Lord. And I remember just seeing a man, an older gentleman who was not afraid to just be unashamed in front of everybody because of his great love for the Lord. He was a great influence on me. He's gone on to be with Jesus. I work with one right now, Ben Pangle. Godly man. Another man changed my life on a trip to Africa. Shared the gospel like nobody I had ever seen. And his name's Wayne Travers. He's still living. And Wayne, I don't know if you happen to see this later, but Wayne would walk into a curio shop in Nairobi, and he would just, the rest of us are looking at little knickknacks on a mission trip, and not Wayne. Wayne's sharing the good news of Jesus Christ in the corner of a curio shop in Nairobi. And I just remember, I thought, this man has zero fear. Like, he would walk up to anybody and just say, hey, do you know Jesus? I love you. Do you know? And I asked him one day, I said, Wayne, what do you fear? We were on a bus hitting those bumps in Kenya, and he said, he paused, he said, I fear waking up one morning and not clinging to the hem of his robe.
Is that where you got that from?
Yep. Borrowed that one. And
the t-shirts.
Borrowed that and the t-shirt. All good ideas are just borrowed and bent a little bit. But you know, Reed Lehman, Frankie Powell, there's some saints that have gone before us at Miracle Hill that have really paved the way for ministry here, and it's an honor to follow in their footsteps. But just those are a handful of really godly people, and my father and mother, godly people, you know.
So I think that I'm gonna put you on the spot later. Come on, Dan.
I thought we had both Dans for a second.
Do you want the other one too?
Yeah.
Is he
hey, Dan.
He's gone.
No, he's not. He's sitting. Dan.
I don't know. He might not be doing it.
All right, get out of here.
He is.
There's more important
people. Yeah, the Dans
people.
are welcome to the.
There are
welcome to the benches.
More important people than I.
Here,
come in and talk. Yeah, you sit right there, brother. I'm gonna hop up.
Oh. Dan and I just had a very productive day. So.
Well, you gotta use the mic.
Okay.
Come on in.
My lord, my liege. Let me go over here.
All right, the Dans.
The Dans are here.
Tell the people who the Dans are.
The Dans are the kitchen manager here at the Greenville Rescue Mission and the assistant kitchen manager here at the Greenville Rescue Mission. This Dan is part of Greenville Together in addition to his duties here. So he is helping to find solutions for homelessness and doing a wonderful job.
All right, so let's talk about something super interesting, food.
Sure.
Tell the people how we feed 150 people 3 times a day.
Well, we are blessed with our food warehouse where we go pretty much daily, every weekday. And we load up our van and we come back and we kind of game plan a couple meals ahead. And like a perfect example, tonight we were planning to do meatloaf, but a wonderful donor showed up with cooked hamburgers, and so we turned that into hamburger steaks. We made some gravy, and they had hamburger steaks, and they donated macaroni and cheese, and we had some chili for lunch, so we mixed them together and made chili mac, and the guys loved it. And then we also had to call Dan's former employer over at the Wellness Arena, had 20 extra cases of soda, and said, come and get it. And So the guys all had a nice big soda with their
hamburger steak.
Their hamburger steak. And then,
Now, did you make the right gravy? What color was the gravy?
It was
Brown. Okay.
So it was kind of a Salisbury steak kind of
Yep,
deal.
yep.
Brown gravy and rice. So that's just how we get through the day. Tomorrow we'll come in. We have some hot dogs. We've got, we can always put out the soup. And we've got some all kinds of good stuff.
So you both have super interesting stories kind of how you got here. So let's just take them one at a time. We'll start with you, Mr. Coe.
Okay.
Tell the people how you wound up being the kitchen manager in a rescue mission.
Well, I'm a lifelong restaurant manager, and I've been in Greenville. If anyone remembers Joe's Crab Shack, I was the GM there for 14 years, and then went from there to Don Pablo's on Haywood Road, a local taco, and then my last restaurant that I managed, I opened Basil Thai Cuisine, which I can almost see. It's right over there. It's underneath the Aloft Hotel, and it is still there. And I was there for just shy of 2 years, and it didn't work out. I was getting some bad vibes in that restaurant, and I looked for a position that could use my skills, and I noticed this job on Indeed.com, and I was like,
She's gonna see that you just kicked her to voicemail. You're live on air, bro.
That's
And
right.
she's gonna hear her voice, her ringtone.
Yeah, her special ringtone.
Yes.
But I prayed, and I bet my skills could be of use here as a kitchen manager. So made some arrangements and came and spoke with the director at the time. We interviewed, and then it took me a couple more months to decide, left him hanging, but then finally I decided to take this job, and it has been one of, if not the best decision I've made in my career.
And you've been the bomb.com for the ministry, brother.
Oh, thanks.
Ryan, do you need anything? Your wife has asked me 7 times.
We need dinner at some point, but
Got it.
whatever.
All right. Sorry about that.
Little
man.
Caesar's Pizza to do me just fine.
Hey.
So I have said over the years that if you can manage a rescue mission kitchen, you can manage any kitchen in the world. Y'all think about this. Managing a rescue mission kitchen means you do not know what food you're going to have to cook from day to day. Okay, and it may change within an hour of a meal. Your employees don't want to be there. And even if they do show up, they may have never cooked anything ever one day in their life. If you can manage under those circumstances, Michelin 4-star is all yours, no problem.
Our guys are all guests here at the mission that come and help us cook. So Dan and I are the only staff in the kitchen, and it is amazing. Some of these guys actually have some good skills and great attitudes. They're grateful to be here, and we appreciate their hard work. So.
What's up, man?
Hey, Glenn Duncan, how are you, sir?
So Dan and Dan.
Here, give us just a second here to.
Dan, how'd you get here?
About 7 years ago, I ended up right there under that Jesus Save sign, praying that I hope he does save, because here I am and I need it. And I came in and was a resident here, and actually I was acting as a key client running the kitchen, if you remember, when they hired Dan. So yeah, I have came through the system and now am employed here. And Ryan, I'd just like to say, now that the second year that we've done this, as somebody who has came through, I want to thank you and Miracle Hill for what you've done for me. As somebody that's standing here that 7 years ago was right there under that sign, not knowing what was going to happen, and here I am with 3 healthy communities in my life, and even recently the hurricane took my house out and I had to move back in, but thanks to this community, I've been able to make strides moving forward constantly.
Amen. And Miracle Hill happens first and foremost because of the faithfulness of the Lord.
Yes.
The amazing staff that get called to serve at Miracle Hill. But all you people watching, we can't do what we do without you being a part of the solution. Contributing with your time, your talents, your treasures. being a part of what's happening here makes it donating the food.
Yeah.
Yes. Right? Like we can't have food if it doesn't get donated.
All my friends in restaurant management, don't throw your food away. Bring it to me.
And then Dan, talk about some of the physical issues you've had and how
yeah,
the Lord kind of reframed that.
Right when I left here, it wasn't in my mind frame that I was going to be employed here. I had a job, and 6 months after I exited out into stability, I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. We both are cancer survivors. And then I just couldn't do that high-paced chef work anymore. Dan was a manager, I was a chef at just about every restaurant downtown. And I just couldn't do that high-paced after cancer no more. So I kept praying and kept praying, what do you want me to do? As Dan mentioned, I had picked up a part-time job at the well, but that was seasonal work. And I kept praying, Lord, what do you want me to do next? What do you have? And whatever your plan is what I want to listen. And I had went through some other things where I had a couple of months to sit and kind of evaluate what I wanted to do next, whether I wanted to go back into restaurants. And then right in the middle of that, Jeremy Huff called and said, hey, we have a position open that we think you would fit good. Would you like to come? And so here I am.
And if you want to see more of Dan Weathers, his face is 10 feet tall on the side of Tryon Mercy Center.
Might I add, I don't know why anybody would want to do such a thing as see more of me, but
well, that was part of a mural and an example of how collaboration amongst organizations results in people escaping homelessness.
Yeah, because just in my story alone, there's Greenville Rescue Mission, there's Greenville Mental Health, there's Tryon Mercy Center, and all of these entities are in Greenville, and they need your help. This isn't just about Miracle Hill. We work together hand in hand with tons of other public service providers in this city.
Hey guys, you got a comment? Did you already read the comment yet? No. That's in the breakers here. Tell the Dans, share a quick recipe with us.
Oh! Hold on. What do you want to do? Cornbread
Hey,
for the crowd?
read the question on the microphone so they can hear it.
Okay.
The question was,
share a recipe. So, whenever we make chili, we also make delicious cornbread, and I've actually got it up here. So, if you're ready with a pen and paper, I will give you the recipe for our large recipe cornbread.
typing it in the comments.
Okay, so you start with 10 cups of all-purpose flour.
Wait, how many people are we making this for?
We're making it for over 100.
Okay, so when next time you have over 100 people in your
if you want to cook cornbread for you and 150 of
That's
your
right.
closest
So
friends.
or 100 people.
Now, if you are part of the kitchen at your church,
Okay.
this is a good recipe.
Cornbread, the Miracle Hill cornbread for 100.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Cornbread
10
for a
cups of
crowd.
Sugar?
Yeah. Well, it's
What'd you say?
10 cups of flour,
Of flour. Oh man. I thought you said sugar.
10 cups of yellow cornmeal,
Okay.
3 cups of sugar. Uh-oh. 3/4 of a cup of baking powder.
Okay.
And 2 tablespoons of salt. And mix all those dry things together, and then in a
tablespoons of salt.
Yep. Then in a separate bowl, take 20 eggs.
All right. 20
10 cups of milk.
Okay.
3 cups of melted butter or oil. It's fine.
3 cups.
Yes. Yep.
We like it rich.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
And here's the special ingredient. 1 cup of honey.
Okay.
Or molasses, or Caro syrup, or anything ooey gooey sweet.
Okay.
And then you whip all that wet stuff together, pour it in with the dry, and then make a nice batter. Pour that into 3 greased hotel pans. That's the full-size hotel pans. Yep, the big ones.
Okay.
And then you should have your oven preheated to 400. Put those in there uncovered for about a half an hour. And you have some really consistent, delicious cornbread.
All
Now this Thanksgiving, you take that recipe and cut it in 10, and you've got enough for your family.
Exactly.
All right.
Or cook that recipe and bring it to us the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Hey, we got some more
Yes.
people waiting to get on the bench.
All right.
Thank you, Dan.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank
Dan.
y'all for everything you do.
Guys, I have that
By
in
the
thing.
way,
pleasure.
I'm gonna
I
read
didn't
it
hear
back to
that
you.
last year.
10 cups of flour, 10 cups yellow cornmeal, 3 cups of sugar, 3/4 cups of baking powder, 3 tablespoons of salt, mix to dry, 20 eggs, 10 cups of milk. We got it, brother. Thanks, man.
All right, Mr. Shook.
Hear that ring?
What was that?
That was your wife. You're in trouble now.
They brought socks and underwear.
Yes. Our first socks and underwear.
Ryan thinks he's ready for us.
I know.
Come on, bring it on.
Hey.
It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Ryan Dirk.
Man,
Good
we
to
don't have
see
any
you.
topics. We didn't have anything in particular to talk about.
Well,
We
come
just wanted
on.
to tell you that we appreciate what you do.
You got to use the mic.
Oh.
Will you tell the people who you are?
I'm Tracy
I'm Tim Shook.
and we've been watching you and following you.
Great.
And we support Miracle Milk.
Thank you very
any way
much.
we can. And I watched you last year, and then this year when I was reading, I was like so happy that you got other ministries to do this.
70.
Wow.
There are 70 of us right now on benches all throughout the U.S.
That's amazing.
Canada.
Wow, that's
That
awesome,
is
man.
amazing. And I love that because it does need, homelessness needs to be addressed.
I think every major city in America is represented, and then a lot of suburbs of major cities.
That's cool.
And I don't know if you knew this, but they told me that, I could tell you about this, but my husband actually is the one who did the stonework here.
Okay, great.
And I was telling them the story that I was doing a study in John, and I didn't even know he was doing this. And then when he got done, he sent me a picture of it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what we're talking about, is when Jesus was washing his disciples' feet. And I was like, that's so amazing. Like, that's him talking.
Yes. Yeah, when I met with Doug, the sculptor, the first time I had emailed him and had told him what the project was, I didn't know he was a person of faith. The gentleman who designed this whole upgrade, JD, who's gone on to be with the Lord, he connected me to Doug. So I send Doug the project because JD's gone, and I meet with Doug, and I do this hard sales pitch on him, and I get done with it, and I'm like, "What do you think?" And he sits there for a minute, and he says, "I've already started designing it." Like he was sold because of the impact of the passage out of John.
And he actually was friends with JD, so that's how he got it. And
No, yeah. Through work. Yeah, we knew each other through work, so.
Yeah, JD was a longtime friend of the ministry and helped us many times. This was obviously the last thing that he assisted with.
Which is pretty powerful.
Yes.
Really, so.
Yeah, well, in JD's design, JD wanted to put a statue of my predecessor, Reed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys know Reed or know of him. He's the most humble, gentle spirit. And he would have killed me if I put a statue of him beside the rescue mission.
I would think so.
So we opted for Jesus.
Yeah,
and then
that's so much better.
I threatened Reed many times that I was going to put a statue of him with his arms outstretched with like butterflies flying out of his hands. He did not think it was funny.
Well, you're mimicking the behavior of the Lord. It's evident looking right behind you. And that's the work you guys are doing. You should be proud of it.
Well, I've got the best job in the world. I get to watch the Lord at work for a living.
Yeah.
When you're sitting, when you're sitting here, do a lot of the men that are around here that are in the shelter but are homeless that are around here, do they come in?
In January, we had a handful of people that weren't guests that came and sat down. Some with, good conversations, some with challenging conversations. And that's kind of the point, right? We shouldn't shy away from the challenging conversations either.
And I know that there is a lot of places like Miracle Hill that offer shelters and Shepherd's Gate and a lot of other places that they can go to, but it just seems like I don't know, like a lot of them that I have come across, like they have animals, and I don't know if that's why they stay away from it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Why they don't come into the shelter, you mean?
I don't think they're allowed anymore.
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons why somebody would not come in. Some of the ones you just pointed to, we don't have place for animals. We do have a partnership with I can't remember if it's the Humane Society or Animal Control, where they'll keep the dog or the pet. But people don't want to part with their pets. It's their family.
It's their companion while they're out there. That's their emotional support.
Another big gap is couples. So we do individuals in our facilities. There used to be some resources for couples. There's not really anymore in Greenville. So that's another reason that would stop people from coming in. In our women's shelter, we have women with children, but we can't take older boys because it's communal living. And it just creates challenges. So there's a variety of gaps that would stop somebody from coming in. But right now, one of the big issues is it's full all the time. So some would say build more shelters, and I would say maybe. But the problem is we have people that are stable that can't get out because there's no housing. So if we had more exits for them, we would open up the front door. So that's, and that's, frankly, that's a cheaper solution to find places for people to go than to build another, very expensive shelter.
So basically when they leave here, they're kind of on their own.
They are. Yeah. Ideally they go to some type of living situation where they're self-supportive. One of the resources we've been using most lately is to convince 2 or 3 of them to rent a place together.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Or they can afford it.
Yeah, because they probably have to come up with first, maybe last.
A lot of times.
Deposits.
And they might
it's
have
pricey if you haven't been working in Salem for a long time.
Or they've got, $600 they owe Duke Power from the last place they rented.
And they won't
So they got to come up with that too. So first, last, all the utility deposits, arrearages.
Yeah. So it's like a failure already.
It just gets impossible for some of them.
Yeah, they can't
It
get
does.
out of that.
There's this great book that was written, 20 years ago by Tim Keller, the Reverend out of New York. And he said that these issues, that half the political world says it's about broken people, the other half of the political world says it's about broken systems, and Reverend Keller said, and I would agree, that it's both.
I was going to say it would be both.
Because you got to deal with the human being and all their issues.
And then the reality.
And then the reality, they're trying to escape something that's not meant to be escaped. Very challenging.
Yeah. And they just need that break.
They do. They do. They often, we would say, like our logo, that's all over everything, we want to give somebody a hand up rather than a hand out. But sometimes that hand up requires some handouts. Right? You've got to get somebody to a place where they can actually, generate the momentum that they need. Very challenging. And everybody's story is unique.
I know.
Now, do you guys live local?
We do. We live right here in Greenville.
Grace members.
We go to Grace.
Okay, great. You go to the downtown?
We go to Pelham.
Okay.
The
Good.
main one. But we love it. And we've been there for 8 years. So, and we just love doing our part and serving others and helping others. That's why we came down and brought underwear and socks.
Yeah, let's make that note to the people. The Shooks brought the underwear and the socks that we've been talking about.
Got here first.
Yeah.
First one's here. That means that they put a little pile in the box, but we got a big box to fill
Yes,
up. So
we need a big pile.
Yes.
Get down here.
they have set the stage for you guys to come up next.
That's right.
thank you so much for coming down here and
so welcome.
for being a part of the solution.
Yeah. It was nice meeting you.
You as well.
Yeah, Ryan, good to meet you, brother. Thank
Doing
you for the
good
work that you do,
stuff.
man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hope you guys
Hey,
have
make
a-
sure you get the t-shirt on the way out.
Okay.
All right,
Hope
good
you
to
have
see
a
you.
successful 24
I
hours.
read that you did the, I wasn't listening to stuff, so you oversaw the stonework.
We did all the
We did
stonework.
all the stonework, the amphitheater in the back, the walls in the back.
What's going on, Bray?
Yes, stoneworks.
Okay.
So Arbor designed it all.
All right, we got our first socks and underwear. Now it's up to all of you to bring the next group of socks and underwear down here. We need you to help us fill up that box. Sun's starting to set. It's cooled off just a little bit, but it's still very nice out here. Jacob was in Converse and skinny jeans when it was 12 degrees out. He's in Nikes and skinny jeans for it to be 60 degrees. So no real change. He's got warmer shoes on for 60 degrees.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. I got something while the next person's coming in. Who's that? Oh, is that Dan? Hey, listen. Let's play a game. Have a seat. All right. I got a good question for you. It has nothing to do with the rescue mission world at all.
Okay.
By the way, I also have this. This is the recipe for 100 servings of cornbread. If you want it, hold it up a little higher, go in closer. Look at that. If you're trying to make cornbread for 100 people this Thanksgiving, get on that recipe. It's got a secret sauce. That sauce is honey. Get you some of that. All right. Now, here's what I want to ask you, Ryan. This doesn't have anything to do about the rescue mission.
I'm gonna stand up while we're waiting.
Okay. What's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you?
Nothing that I can say on a live stream.
These are our closest friends and family right now. We got to tell these people. You may start it off. Give them something.
Sure. Go ahead.
You know. Okay. 16-year-old Jacob. All right. This is the top 3. I don't know if I can give you the most embarrassing. All right. 16-year-old Jacob was trying to. This is before I met. Well, before I was dating the woman who's now my wife. I was in between girlfriends, and in between. And
Flavor of the Month Club for Jacob.
I was interested in this young lady up in the mountains of North Carolina, and her family operated some type of little water park. And I decided I was going to do some type of swan dive off of a high dive that jumps into a river. Okay? Little did I know that somebody who was well sunscreened had been on the high dive before me, and I did a full-on belly flop high dive in front of this girl that I was interested in, and I knocked myself out of breath, man. Took me out. That's the second time I've almost died of sunscreen attack. I one time fell on a cruise ship, slipped backwards in Crocs. Lesson for all of you guys.
Sunscreen attack?
Yes, guys. When people are spraying sunscreen, beware. That's what I'm gonna say. We got somebody ready to come on the bench?
We got Mr. Alexander coming here in just a minute.
All right. Is he ready to rock and roll?
What spurred that? Did you just want to tell that story? Is that why you asked that question?
I was really hoping we could get some dirt on you. That's what I was hoping for.
Oh man, yeah.
I tried, guys.
I don't know that I have any PG material. That's embarrassing.
Read the book. Read the book. All right. Hand me those. I'm taking those after you're done with them.
Come on.
Thank you, my good man.
All right. Get out of here again.
I'm out of here.
Mr. Alexander. All right, you guys, I noted that we're doing this in October for a variety of reasons, one of which is we have elections right around the corner all throughout the country for different levels.
Okay. Come on. Yeah, if you
And
don't mind using that microphone, they've been complaining.
We have a candidate. Come on, Matt. Get in here.
Microphone.
Yeah, you got a mic.
I didn't see anybody else using this.
No, they were using it. We found that it's best. This thing's aimed at me, and that works best.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
To be here again.
Tell the people who you are.
My name is Matt Alexander. Live here in Greenville. Pretty much ever since I moved here to go to Furman, exactly 20 years ago. left for a few years for military stuff. We go to downtown Prez, just up the block. My wife, we got 3 little kids. I work at a company called the Parker Group, and I am a candidate for Greenville City Council this year.
Greenville City Council.
Yes.
That last in January, you were deciding that? Because we didn't talk about it.
Yeah, it was definitely like in the works.
In the works.
Yeah, so it was all but imminent. I think I announced February 4th.
Okay.
So.
Oh, then it was right around. It was right
so
around.
definitely the groundwork was being laid.
Okay, why run for Greenville City Council?
I've never been asked that before. So really, I mean, I have loved living in Greenville, whether I've been a college student or dating my wife or in grad school, and I've enjoyed being a part of this community. And it really started with a conversation a couple years ago with other friends of mine who are involved in the city in different capacities, whether it's volunteers or they're involved in the business sector or in City Hall. Or just there's a conversation with turnover that's going to be happening in our city, in this leadership. The way I phrase it is, who's going to kind of continue to advocate for the things that have made our city successful, but also who's going to who in the future leadership will understand the challenges our city faces, in part due to its success. And I think this conversation is a great example of this.
Yeah. So from your perspective, well, I don't want to go straight into homelessness. From your perspective, like, what are the things that you're passionate about that you want to make sure that Greenville retains about who it is and its history, and then also evolves for 2026 and beyond?
Yeah. So I think 2 things specifically that I hope Greenville retains is I think if you ask some of the current leaders what is something that's made Greenville successful, they will say partnerships and the city's ability, the leadership's abilities to reach out to the nonprofit sectors or the private sector and just have discussions, even have hard conversations about where do we want to go, how can we kind of go arm in arm to get there together, and that's I think that's for challenging issues like homelessness, but it's also like how do we want to grow and how do we provide housing the best way possible at a wide range of price points. And secondly, I think working in the private sector, I see some things happening in the city, and it's kind of like it's not necessarily getting the results that we want, and so kind of like bringing that different perspective to say, okay, what's the best way to implement things to get the results we want, whether it's affordable housing or there's just transportation, roads. I mean, the list goes on and on in that regard. So I think just being able to have those conversations.
So you feel like almost that we've had some good ideas and no follow through in some of those areas, or just haven't been able to get traction?
I wouldn't say follow through. I think housing is a big part of the conversation, and I think one thing the city can do is provide. I think private sector and nonprofits, I think they really do the great work to make it happen and get results on the ground. The city can be great at filling in the gaps, providing incentives to bring it to fruition. And I think some of the things that are currently are in place to try to incentivize that, they don't translate into actually getting the actual units physically there. And so I work in that space and kind of like understand it all comes down to money, just like everything else. And so like how to get the dollars where they need to be to get the results we want, get the people housed that need to be housed, and all that.
I had a commercial developer on First Guest today, and we were talking about this a little bit, because it's not affordable to build affordable, right? Yeah. So what could the city do to incentivize that for developers, to change that, to get actual units that are affordable? And let me be clear what we're talking about here. Typically when people talk about affordable, they're talking about some ratio of AMI. And even, for instance, right over here, we've got the senior housing units going in next door that are listed as affordable units, 55 and above. But the majority of them are like 80% AMI.
It goes down to 30.
It goes, but it's very few units that are at that lower price point, which is what our guests certainly need.
And I think 80% AMI now is like close to $80,000.
Yeah, it's not affordable. It's not even really workforce anymore. It's like a step above workforce.
Yeah.
So what does the city do different, or what would you like to see the city do different to get those units on the ground?
So I think the biggest needle mover, I guess, is property taxes. That's what's come, to get the units we have that are coming out of the ground now that are being built in the private sector. It's property taxes is the main mechanism. The city doesn't really necessarily control that. It's more of a county function. The city controls a portion of it, but they control a portion of it. So that's some. It's not a ton, but it's something. There's infrastructure costs the city can assist with, streetscaping, and I think the incentives are one thing, but the other thing is communicating it to that community of what incentives are available and how to get them. Right now, it's just kind of this like amorphous process that's not communicated well at the front end, and kind of ensuring that different levels of whether it's planning staff or people who are involved in the approval process is doing a good job articulating and communicating to that community who's actually creating the housing of what's available, and say, hey, this is available. Our goal is to have 10% of all new housing units be affordable at these levels. This is what the city's able to offer to to make it happen. Are you willing to partner with us? And I think majority of people would say absolutely. And so
years ago, and I'm forgetting how many years, maybe 7 years ago, the city brought in an outside consultant to do an affordable housing study. And man, I can't even remember the numbers, but we were at a huge deficit then. 3,000 units, something like that. Since then, there's been some of these efforts with some additional kind of focuses. You've got the Greenville Housing Fund and the Greenville Affordability Task Force, whatever it's called. But there's nothing going up.
Yeah.
How do we move the needle?
Yeah. So that's where kind of another element that I've seen is our city is great. We have a lot of affordable housing advocates. That's a great thing. It's a very good thing that I'm thankful that our community has. That everyone agrees what the problem is, and a lot of people agree we need more of it. But if you go to a planning commission meeting, if you go to a city council meeting where something is actually proposed that will bring to fruition what everyone says we need, a lot of those people will say, I'm not anti-development, I'm not anti-affordable housing, I'm just anti this one, because they're affected by it.
NIMBY, not in my backyard.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's part of where leadership comes in, to say, I understand, our community will change. This is a need to serve the community, and kind of having that courage to, stand up to that NIMBYism, whatever it may be, while also taking into the valid, some of those comments are valid. So taking it into effect, how can we address traffic? How can we address the impacts that will bring to the community? So along the way, so it's just all part of the larger conversation.
So the city gets bombarded with emails and phone calls about homeless people. I know this because they call me after they get the call, right? Yeah. And I mean, it's probably daily. Mostly, mostly having to do with kind of the Main Street corridor.
Yeah.
And there are lots of efforts. The mayor was here earlier talking about kind of this redesign outreach effort that we're all kind of contributing to.
Together.
Well, this is adjacent. Greenville Together adjacent work. But about having someone people can call that will actually go intersect with people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
All that being said, what if any should be different about the city's posture towards the homeless from your perspective?
Well, I think something that's not an option is kind of the out of sight, out of mind. To me personally, I don't think that's a good solution in terms of like whatever you want to call it, passing on the problem or and so I think going back to that kind of partnerships thing that I talked about at the beginning, it is, you asked about what city should change, but I think I'll start with the positive statement first and say kind of continuing that, working together with the nonprofit sector, with faith-based groups, people who know the space better than the city and saying, hey, how can we work as a team to approach this while focusing on, I think what we said in January was, addressing the short-term need while working towards a long-term solution. And kind of the city first checking their ego at the door and saying, like, what do you need from us? Rather than kind of dictating how it should be.
Boy, that would be wonderful.
And so I think also, I mean, the ordinance that's being discussed right now, I think a new version of it will be coming up at some point. I listened to Katie Smith's podcast that she does a great job with. You're on it recently. And I think something you said that stuck with me was, it's like part of leadership is like having those hard conversations. So like, regardless of, the end outcome of that ordinance or what people perceived it to be in the beginning or what it really is, it's like, it's an important conversation that needs to be had. It's like, yes, it will be difficult, but like that's how we get to a better result, is having those hard conversations. That's a big part of what I think leadership is
that's one of the main things about this bench.
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's have a conversation where we don't agree.
Yeah.
And let's still like each other at the end of it. You know? That as a society, we've got to get there.
Yeah. I mean, a couple weeks ago, I had a great conversation with someone who hosted a fundraiser for my opponent. And it was like great. Like, I had a great time. Like, great time at an event, had a great conversation. It's like there's no reason to just get bogged down in the divisiveness of it all.
So
a lot of it shouldn't be divisive.
Your opponent will be here tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
For the voters, what's the difference? Why should they vote for Matt Alexander?
I
don't even know if that's a fair question, but I feel like it's an appropriate question.
It's an absolutely fair question.
And I'll ask her the same thing for the record.
Yeah. I think in the most simplistic form is like, I think I bring a private sector perspective to the office, and her background is more nonprofit government perspective. I think that is like the most kind of vanilla, and so I think we have some overlap in what we think is important, and I think that's a good thing. At the city level, it shouldn't be too complicated, in terms of, but it's just sometimes a different understanding of how to get there, to get the results. 26 days.
26 days.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I told you this in January. January was a beta test for this in October.
Okay.
And it's on this date for two reasons. Number one, tomorrow's World Homelessness Day. Okay. Number two, election cycles. Right? Very intentional. If we're going to have hard conversations, let's have them.
Yeah.
While we as a society figure out who's going to lead us to the solutions. Mm-hmm. Right? So it's very intentional that it's here now, so people can hear from people like yourself who want to facilitate change. And what I think something that saddens me about American politics, we're all inundated with federal politics. The more important conversation is local politics.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this matters to our day-to-day life in a way that who we vote for the presidency doesn't.
Yeah. I think another something else you said on that podcast with Katie was, every leader needs to be face to face with the people whose policies affect. Thank you. And I was like, I feel like high-fived the air when I heard that. It was just kind of like, yes, thinking back, and I started my career in the military, and that was like so much of it is like they say, kind of like walk the, I flew helicopters, so it was like kind of like walk the hangar floor and like meet the people who are turning wrenches and like doing stuff, and like people who you're leading, and kind of get out of the office and what effect, how's the morale, how's everything else. And I think city council is a great example of that, is kind of get out of the chambers, whether it's like public safety, if people are calling you about that, go out and walk Main Street at 10:30 and 12 a.m., 2 a.m. What are people talking about? What are they seeing? Don't just kind of throw it. They don't know what they're talking about. Hand at it. So
to Councilman DeWorkin's credit in this ordinance conversation, he has been face to face with the service providers many times.
Yes, and I do want to point out it's a bipartisan effort. It's not just him.
And what I said to him, and I think he's sitting here with me at some point. And what I've said repeatedly is, this can be written in such a way that it benefits everybody, or it can be written in such a way that it alienates everybody experiencing homelessness. And as long as you're writing something that benefits everybody, I'll stand behind you all day long.
Yeah, and I think another kind of, in terms of like leadership, another thing that I think the role of a leader is giving the people who they lead the resources they need to do their job. And I think that is city staff, police, it's fire, but also it's people like groups like Miracle Hill, or like groups that are on the front lines that are doing this. It's like, and I'm not saying just like throw money at the problem and like outsource it, but I'm saying kind of like go for it with that posture of like more of a togetherness.
A wise man once said, if you want to know what somebody values, look at where they put their time and their money. And that certainly applies to a city.
Their calendar and their bank account.
Yep, calendar and bank account. So I recognize that I am biased. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm biased to this work. But I also recognize that, homelessness is not the only issue that a city faces. Maybe last question for you to wrestle with. How would you see the city's priorities shift or remain the same as far as that calendar and pocketbook for the issues facing Greenville?
That's a good question. Calendar and pocketbook. I would say, I think as the, door knocking is a big part of the campaign. And so you can talk about just people on their doorstep. But what they think going on, so growth is like the number one word. And I think...
you mean you hear from voters?
Yeah, from voters of like, that's what they want to talk about. Kind of, how Greenville should grow. Should it grow at all? Kind of like, some people just like, hey, shut the gate, keep everyone out. I don't, in my mind, healthy things grow. So Greenville needs to grow. It's just kind of like how is the question. And so I think time and resources, time and money, I think it's, okay, who's investing in our city? And like, where do we want to be? Like, the way my brain works is, okay, we're going to be 30 years from now, backwards plan off of that. And like, how do we kind of put the pieces in place to get there? And I think there are a lot of Greenville's economy is tourism. I think it's important we keep that, but also it's like we can't totally sell out to it. We need to kind of keep Greenville uniquely Greenville in the sense that, whether it is people who live here, businesses that locate here, listening to the small business owners that when they have something to say, and stuff they're struggling with, to keep them here, because if all the small business owners go out, all the kind of national chains move in, and we kind of lose our personality a little bit.
So
I don't know if that's really answering your question.
No. So I had the mayor on earlier, and 30 years of Mayor White's leadership has changed Greenville into this beautiful machine that we have behind us. I look at some of the municipalities around Greenville and in surrounding counties, smaller municipalities, and I see no real vision for what growth looks like. This is to your point. And you get confused growth, right? Where you have industrial and residential butting up against each other. So, the mayor built this, with city council, built this amazing Greenville. But to your point, what is Greenville going to look like 30 years from today? And I'd be curious. I don't know that anybody's asked that question. To your point.
Yeah. So I think kind of you read through Greenville history and talk to some of these people who were involved in a lot of these initiatives to make it. The question they were asking, like the abstract question, was, how can we make Greenville a place where our kids want to move back to? Because back then it wasn't a place where people wanted to move back to, and so I think that question still applies, but for different reasons. And kind of tacking onto it, how can we be a city where people want to stay, and that where Greenville's not a city that people are leaving and going to the next Greenville 30 years from now, the next up and coming place. So I think those are kind of the big questions that we then start to drill down on to kind of get to the ground level results.
All right, so Matt, if somebody wants to learn more about you, your campaign, wants to connect with you to learn more, where can they go?
My website is alexander4forgvl.com. All my email and cell phone number is on that website, and happy to call, have a phone call, meet for coffee, meet for lunch. I think I've had well over 250 coffee and lunch meetings in the past year, so it's
Where's
kind of
my coffee lunch meeting? I want lunch.
I was told you're always 6 a.m. at Eggs Up, which we did one time.
6 a.m. is a late day.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's it. But anything else? Okay, so can I ask you a question before?
Come on.
Before we, with homelessness, you I don't know, for lack of a better word, subject matter expert. You've experienced it. You kind of been through every phase of it, coming out of it. You work in it. You see people experiencing it every day. What do you think is the best way to approach it to get successful results? And what is a city that you think is doing a good job with it that Greenville can emulate?
Okay, great question. So my answer to your first question, which is, what's the secret sauce?
Yeah. So I guess quantifying the question a little bit, addressing the need, working towards solutions without kind of enabling, and also not making Greenville into a place where it's wow, just go down to Greenville, they'll set you up real nice, and kind of perpetuating. So
So I'm going to give you a philosophical answer and then a policy answer.
Yeah.
So the philosophical answer is you can't affect change in people's lives if you don't know the people.
Yep.
So the best systems are built on building relationship,
the individual,
and meeting a human being at their point of need, whatever it is. It's not unique about homelessness, but what's true about homelessness is that everybody's story is unique, which means their escape mechanism's unique. Right? Somebody, it might be a mother with children who got a paycheck behind because of illness, right? Her route of escape is going to be different than the guy with schizophrenia who's been on the streets for 40 years. So you can't create a system that doesn't value the human beings in the center of it. From a policy perspective, the greatest kind of policy, it has to do with equity of outcomes and agreement of outcomes. And it's called net effective zero. It means that the city or the municipality is built a system that people exit homelessness at the same rate or greater than they enter homelessness. So it's not about eliminating people off of Main Street. It's about building a system without gaps so that every person that comes into it can find a way out.
Is that the same or different than wraparound services?
Wraparound services would be part of that equation. So let me dig a little deeper. So in a net effective zero system, you're always going to have communal shelter like we have behind us. But you're also going to have individualized units for people with chronic mental illness, permanent supportive housing. And you're going to have wraparound funds for people who may just need a boost to make sure they don't enter homelessness, preventive services. You've got to build a system that works for everybody without gaps.
Yeah, an eye-opening experience for me I had was I was over in West Greenville and a guy stopped me on a bike and said, "Hey, do you know how to get to this address?" And I kind of like said, "Around here, turn left here, way past Judson Mills," or where he was trying to go. And I had my truck. I was like, "Just throw your bike in my truck. I'll take you there." He was just, "What?" And he was staying here and trying to go to an employment center to what it was up here. He had to wake up at 6 a.m., get there by a certain time, didn't have a car, get across town on a bike, just to see if there was a job available, which is just kind of like...
Yeah, complicated.
Yeah.
Complicated.
I know.
So I can't give you an example of a city that has just like knocked it out of the park. I can give you lots of examples of cities that focus, instead of creating a system that works for everybody, they focus on one solution or another to the detriment of everybody else because of federal policy and state policy and local policy and philosophical belief rather than a diversity of philosophical belief. I don't believe that we have a monopoly on homelessness solutions. I do believe Jesus is the answer. But I don't believe that we're the only game in town. And I believe that we're better when we all work together. And that means, to the earlier point, sitting down with people that may not see the world the same way that you do, but that want to help the same person. And with that, I got to go to the next guest.
Amen to that.
Amen. Man, I really appreciate you coming out.
Ryan.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for what you did.
Better than 30 degrees last time, right, Matt?
Seriously. All right. Was it still 30 at that time?
I don't know. It may have been in the 20s.
I was here for 30 minutes and I got home and shifted. All right. Appreciate it.
All right, McLean and Sarah Ann.
Greenville Fellows Program. As
Yep.
well. Fun to learn.
Come on in, ladies. Hey, I'm Ryan.
I'm McLean. Hey, I'm Sarah.
Good to see you. I thought I saw y'all earlier over here on the sidewalk. Were you trying to figure out what to do?
Yeah, we're with the Greenville Fellows at Mitchell Road, and we were just coming to check it out, and we went to get dinner and then came back up here.
Okay. Where'd you get?
We went to the Commons and got tacos. Yeah.
Good. All right, so tell the people who you are, and then tell them what Greenville Fellows is, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Will you talk a little bit in the mic? Just so
Yeah. So I'm McLean, and this is Sarah Ann, and we're with the Greenville Fellows. So it's associated with Mitchell Road Presbyterian Church, and it's basically a 9-month leadership and discipleship program post-grad. So we're learning all about incorporating our faith in the workplace and how to disciple well to others and be witnesses for Christ, I feel. And so we do classes on Monday, and then we work in a job in our majors Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday we do service projects or kind of network with business professionals to just kind of learn more about what everybody does.
And you're still in school, or you finished school?
We all just graduated within like the past year or so.
Do you all live together?
So the program is set up to where everybody lives with host families. I'm from Greenville, and some of the other fellows are also from Greenville, so we aren't living with host families, but typically, yes.
Okay. Well, what brings you guys out here today?
I think we just want to know, like, I'm unfamiliar with, like, what y'all do, so I think we just wanted to know, like, what y'all do.
Mitchell Road is such a good partner.
Well, we're new to Mitchell Road, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Miracle Hill, man, how do I tell you all the history of Miracle Hill? Miracle Hill is 88 years old. We're the largest provider of residential services to people experiencing homelessness in the whole upstate. So right now, while we're sitting on these benches, we have 650 men, women, and children staying in a variety of shelters, programs, transitional houses, foster homes, all throughout the upstate. If you have to summarize what we do, we meet people at their point of need. We help people experiencing homelessness so that we can be Jesus to them, tell them about Jesus, and help them find healthy relationships and stability in their life.
So do people, like, stay here, or do they just, like, come in and out during the day?
Nope, right now, girls, there's 150 men in this building behind us that live there.
Okay.
And they're there for a variety of different amounts of time, from they've just been there for a day to 3 years, depending on their story and their issues.
And so what does it look like y'all taking them through? Like, during the day, are they, like, just hanging out here, or do y'all, like, do they have classes? Like, what is that?
Yeah, so it I'm not trying to give you a non-answer, but it really depends on the person.
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, people are homeless for so many different reasons. From, you know, it's an economics issue and their paychecks just don't add up, to they have a serious physical disability or a mental health concern. In the building, we do offer a variety of classes, from personal growth classes to discipleship classes to financial well-being classes and everything in between. And depending on the person's story, they might go through a variety of those things. More importantly, each person that stays in any of our facilities, they're assigned a counselor case manager, and they meet with that person every week, and they use what we call as a developmental matrix, which is basically a measurement system to gauge their life emotionally, financially, physical health, housing, transportation, sobriety, faith experience, and everything else. And then we kind of work with them to help them customize their own plan to escape their situation. So it's very unique.
Yeah, that's really cool. I feel like how you assess each situation differently. I feel like another question I have is, like, how has doing this, like, shaped you and, like, grown you as a person? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, so how old are y'all?
22, 23.
Okay. Before you were born, I checked into this rescue mission as a guest.
Wow.
Addicted, broken, didn't know the Lord. I met Jesus in a rescue mission and tried to do what I wanted to do for a season, but the Lord called me into ministry, and for 18 years I've been serving the homeless. So I do this because, frankly, the Lord won't let me do anything else. But it's the coolest job in the world. Like, I get to sit around and watch Jesus at work every day. Does not get any cooler than that.
How did Miracle Hill start?
Miracle Hill started a couple blocks in that direction in 1937, which was during the Depression, and essentially a group of Christians, not unlike the three of us sitting here. So it wasn't churches, it wasn't a bunch of pastors, it was a bunch of people who knew Jesus, that saw a need in the community and opened a soup kitchen. So it was just Christians trying to meet a need, and then that evolved into a shelter, and then everything else evolved from there.
And how long have you, like, been here and doing this? I don't know if you're still...
I've been on staff for 18 years.
So, do you guys help them get jobs, and, like, what does the transition look like?
Yeah, so there's an assumption in that everybody needs a job. Not everybody needs a job. Some people, when they check in, the last thing they need is a job. And frankly, that's like a a really long-standing stereotype. Like people see somebody on the street and they're like, that bum just needs to go get a job. Well, that bum might have a variety, I'm using that term. Don't be offended, Facebook and YouTube. That person might have lots of issues, and the last thing they need is a job, at least at this season in their life. But many do need a job. And yes, we work with businesses. We actually operate our own staffing agency, so we can put people to work to help them to get economic mobility to escape.
What does it look like with y'all like sharing the gospel with them? Because I feel like something that we're kind of learning is people receive that differently, and there's like just different ways you can go about it. So how do y'all approach that?
Yeah, this is a question I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
So we still use very old school methodology. Okay, this is actually going to bust some stereotypes. This is a good conversation.
Yeah.
So we have chapel services that we have pastors from the community that come in and preach. But I don't believe that is the biggest bang for our buck. Okay? Do people get saved in chapel services? For sure. The Lord can do whatever He wants. The vast majority of people, they meet Jesus through someone else representing Jesus. So, from a policy perspective, everybody that checks in the front door of a Miracle Hill facility hears the good news of the gospel within 24 hours. But that happens interpersonally. So whether it's during their intake or when they're meeting with a counselor case manager, somebody is sharing the good news of the gospel with them. But I think that for most people who come to know the Lord, it's through that intentional relationship that's formed over time where somebody is Jesus to them rather than telling them about Jesus, right? Somebody represents Jesus through their behavior and through the love that they share with them, and then somebody sees something different in that person, and then it becomes infectious, and they want to know Jesus too.
Yeah.
That's where the Lord is most at work, in my opinion.
That's really good.
It makes me really sad that I said before you were born. I'm so old. All right, other questions?
What does it look like? Like, do y'all have volunteers here?
Yeah,
do people serve? Like,
we need the Greenville Fellows to come and volunteer and do projects.
I think we are coming at some point.
Okay,
in the
great.
spring.
Good.
The guys over there said that we are.
Good. Well, let's keep that up.
What do volunteers do? Like, where?
Everything. So our total volunteer hours over the course of a year represent between 50 and 70 full-time staff members. Okay, it's thousands of volunteer hours. And they do everything from drive our vans to help cook meals, to serve meals, to teach Bible studies, and everything in between.
Where are you seeing, like, with how y'all have grown and everything, where now are like the points where you see
You're McLean?
Yeah.
McLean with the questions. Good gracious.
I'm an
All right.
interviewer, what can I say?
Okay, keep going. What you got?
With like how y'all have grown, where are you like honing in on now? Like where are places that you feel like are weak that need to grow?
That's a great question. Okay, so the buildings are full.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got tons of people. We historically have been staffed by like pastors and missionaries, and which means we historically haven't been great at the case management side of things. So we're trying to develop more expertise to help people navigate some of these systems that are really challenging to escape. So the term that I would use is this idea of throughput. While we're measuring people on this developmental matrix and they're coming up with goals for their life, how do we help them to navigate those goals in the most efficient way possible that allows them to continue to stay healthy, but helps them to escape as kindly as possible so that we can get more people through faster. So expertise and throughput.
Is this like the only like infrastructure that you have, or are there other building?
So we have 4 buildings, 4 shelters like this in multiple counties, 2 addiction recovery programs, 20 transitional houses, the state's largest foster care program, a family ministry center, a foster care community, 3 social enterprises, and 10 thrift stores.
Okay, wow. I did not do that.
I think it's like 90 physical buildings.
Okay. And they're all around? not
All
just-
over the upstate. Okay, now can I turn the...
And then we'll get Graham on there before we go to a national feed.
Okay, how much time do I got?
Well, you're past time
When's the national feed?
right now. But it hasn't started yet, so whenever you're finished talking, let's get Graham on for a minute before he...
Oh, well, I got to hammer them with at least one question.
Go for it. Give him one more.
What is Jesus telling both of you to do with your lives? Like, what are you learning through the Greenville Fellows?
I think Jesus is teaching me that you don't have to just be in ministry to do his work, and that no matter what field you're in, you're always an example of him, and that in your field you can still be continuing to do his work.
Never compartmentalize your faith.
Mhm.
So many people do that. They go into the workplace and they don't take their faith with them because they think that it's not allowed, or they'll be judged for it. Man, Jesus stood on a cross for us, right? We take our faith wherever we go. You're in some type of healthcare.
Yes. Currently working as a medical assistant, hoping to go to PA school.
Man, people are broken. They need Jesus, right? You can secretly pray for people. I won't tell your employer.
He would probably enjoy it, actually.
Okay.
I feel like for me, the Lord has just been calling me into places and spaces that I'm uncomfortable, to like refine me. And I feel like it's grown like my confidence in him, and I've been able to like reach and talk to people that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise. And I think that's just really cool how when you take small steps of faith and obedience, he really blesses that. So
Do you guys get some kind of bonus points for coming out here and doing this interview?
we don't.
Oh, good. That's even better.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming out.
Yeah. Thank you for answering all of our questions. That was
if
very
we
helpful.
can answer any more, you just let us know.
Okay, thank you.
And Greenville Fellows will be back in, they'll be in Miracle Hill in the spring.
Oh, we covered that.
We'll get you in there.
You weren't here.
We'll get you in there.
Very nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Let's get, thank you, lady. Appreciate y'all coming.
Still nothing on the feed? Okay, but we're going to, hey guys, intermittently we're going to go to a national feed. We'll do side by side. We're going to it right now.
I'm going to have Graham come and go ahead and sit with you out here during the national feed. I'm going to go use the restroom. All right, I'll sit with him. He'll be right back, Graham.
The
Recording
program
in progress.
And back in the late 1990s, I was
Come on,
the
brother.
CEO of Lennox
I'll
Fine
hop
China
up when
and
he gets
Crystal,
back.
America's fine china company, back in New Jersey.
National feed.
And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's not our job to fill. You need somebody that's part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones, and good luck with that, right? Finding somebody.
So
But
we've asked him to come.
and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, "Well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision?" And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said,
We're
"Me?
waiting on them to
Surely you
get
don't
the
mean
national
me."
feed up.
And Tom, at the time,
maybe I'll just talk
I had
with
never
Graham.
been
Is
to
that all right,
Africa.
brother? Yeah,
I knew
fine with
nothing
me.
about global poverty.
so
I had no theological
last time that we
degree.
had conversations
I had never done any
Brad came out
fundraising. I had never worked for a
And, she's
nonprofit. I
pretty
mean,
well
I was a
known
terrible
in
candidate.
Miracle Hill ranks. You are too. But would you mind telling us a little bit about your story, just kind of what God has done in your life, your affiliation with Miracle Hill, your family's affiliation? Dig in, brother.
Okay.
Here, use this too, so they can hear you. Thanks for coming out too.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I first learned about Miracle Hill in probably
2012 or so, I was the pastor of a church in Sumter, South Carolina, and my cousin was looking to go to a recovery program. And so Miracle Hills Overcomer Center is where he went.
Yeah.
And while he was there, I came up and did chapel with the men and everything, and a couple of times, and came up for his graduation and all. And
if they're not ready yet, so Graham's just sharing his story, bro.
Come on, you keep
Here,
going,
Graham.
Graham.
Yeah.
Scoot over a little bit. Y'all take my spot.
Lauren's not bringing food, is she?
That's
okay. Come on, kiddo. Keep going. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good, man.
Right.
And
should have quit while he was ahead. He said, "Is there anything I still lack?"
Am I still going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scoot onto that
Tells us
then.
that
Okay.
Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, "You lack one thing. Sell everything you have.
I'll sell them how I
give it to the
learned
poor,
about Miracle Hill.
Come and
Go
follow
for it.
me."
I'm gonna eat if you don't mind.
Go for it, man. When I would come up and do chapels and stuff with the men at the time, not very often, just a couple of times. And then my cousin graduated, and a few more folks from down Sumter came up this way, and that was how I first heard about the program. And unfortunately, during all that time, I learned the hard way: addiction doesn't care who you are. So it didn't care that I was a pastor or anything like that. And I had a lot of personal issues. I was abusive behind closed doors, and I just I wanted to pretend I had the gospel on display outside, but it really was not at work on the inside. And so all that led to catastrophic failure. Oh yeah, all that led to catastrophic failure, and I resigned as my role as pastor, resigned from an evangelistic organization I worked at to keep it all quiet, to hide it, and not to confront it, not to deal with it or anything like that, just to hide it all. And then ultimately, by 2021, I was in full-blown addiction, daily drug use, had lost everything that I had, even my kids, and was facing a worst-case scenario of 53 years in prison with a recommendation from my probation officer to serve all of my charges consecutively. And I will never forget that moment. My lawyer stands up after the probation officer recommends all that, and he says, "Judge, I don't think prison's the answer." He sits back down, and I just blurted out, like, "That's all you learned in law school, bro?" And
did you really?
Yeah, I did. That was a very fearful moment for me. And that was my first but God moment. The judge looks at me and says, "I don't think you need to go to prison either. And if you can find a rehab that'll take you with the mess that you have made of your life, I'll let you go tomorrow."
We love messes at Miracle Hill.
Yeah, come on. And I knew right away. I was like, well, I got a Miracle Hill Overcomers. And that same cousin that I started all this with, that when he needed help in 2012, he still lives in Greenville to this day. I was on lockdown. There was no mail, no phone calls, anything like that. And he drove the application from the Overcomer Center to Sumter County Detention Center.
Really?
Waited while it was filled out, and then he drove it back to the Overcomer Center. And man, that's what a display of really what takes place in the lives of the men that come through Overcomers. When, just like my cousin Mikey and so many others, they get in the middle of God's redemptive plan for someone else the way that someone did for them when they first walked through the door.
Hold on, man. I'm just figuring something out. Mikey
Cocker
is your cousin?
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
That explains a lot. You're related to all those Cockrell boys.
Oh yeah, I'm proud too. Yeah, Sumter County. Woo. Greenville County now.
Mm-hmm. So, you get to Overcomers. What's the Lord do with you?
It was well, I tell you this. Yeah, it was a bumpy start. One of the volunteers from Grace Church came in the first Saturday morning chapel, and I'd gotten wind that he was formerly a DEA agent, or maybe still was a DEA agent. So I thought it necessary to go up to him and tell him I hated him. And he was so upbeat about it. He was like, "I get that all the time. You guys, it's fine." And his name is J. Raj. He's one of my best friends now. He was one of the groomsmen in my wedding. But a couple of weeks go by, and we're in chapel, and Jay's in there, and I'm looking at him, and God's been peeling back these hard layers in my heart, and I'm looking at him, and I'm seeing all the bad choices I made, how rude and inconsiderate I've been to law enforcement my whole life, how rude and inconsiderate I was to him, and I just got out of my seat and just walked over to him and just ugly cried right on his shoulder, right up there at the front of chapel, and it was fantastic. I'd never done that before, I don't think, and that was really I didn't have too many light switch moments, but that was one of them, where it's okay to say I was wrong, okay to ask for forgiveness, and the Holy Spirit really started working in my life. I think I know He already was, but I with that admission and acceptance that He reciprocated with. And then I met a man named Kamran Sadati, and he pulled things out of me that I never thought I was going to ever tell anyone before. And he did, and it was awesome. And no one thought less of me.
No.
No one thought less of me.
Because Jesus doesn't think less of you, right?
Exactly. And I had kept secrets for so long, and then I realized I'm in a room full of guys that have done the same thing.
Graham, let's talk about a specific angle. So, I worked for years at Overcomers, and I always found it to be much easier to deal with guests who never read a Bible before than to deal with guests who thought they knew what the Bible said. You know what I'm saying? So, you're coming in the door, you know the Word, but you didn't apply it.
Mm-hmm.
How do you wrestle through that?
Thankfully, well, Mike Carlton said, I need you to do two things. When I did my phone interview with him, he said, I need you to do two things. He said, you've had a lot of highs and a lot of lows, and I want you to forget about all that. And he said, plan to stay 13 months, not 6 or 7. And he said, no preaching. He said, I really mean I want you to forget about everything and just start over. And I just kept that in the back of my mind. I really did. And there were some moments where I would speak up and try to say what I knew about a Bible verse or something like that. And but I mean, I really just tried to be quiet. I really did.
So you actually absorbed that?
Yes, sir.
In humility.
Yes, sir. I just really try not to say anything.
People don't do that. You know what I'm saying? And that'll preach to everybody out there watching that's a person of faith. A lot of times we get so stuck thinking we know what the Lord wants from us or wants to tell us that we don't listen.
Yeah.
Right? Like we're not listening to what He's actually trying to say.
Yeah, no, if I didn't let go of all that, there was no way I would have had those moments. I think of Kamran's class. When up into Kamran's class, I had always blamed other people, even about me being an abusive husband. Like, oh, they're telling lies and things like that. That's not true. And just taking ownership on that and moving forward. If I came in thinking still that I knew everything, or that I knew. Like Overcomers was not my first program, but bless God, it is my last. And remaining teachable, and that was something I had never considered before. Like, I've got a degree now, I teach you. And man, what an incredibly horrible way to live.
Has been the downfall of many a man, not remaining teachable. Tell the people what your life looks like today, because it's crazy comparatively.
Yeah, so today I am happily married to my sweet Kerbalina. I love her. That is one of the greatest things that has ever happened to me. Was meeting and falling in love and marrying her. We're missional residents at Front Porch Housing. That's awesome. And we have all three of our kids with us. And one of them just was able to fly back home and see her dad, and she's back. And that is crazy. We went from 0 to 3 kids this past May, and it is crazy. My son, for example, he's about to turn 8 years old, and I walked him to my mother's house in a little radio flyer cart, him and his sister. Took him over there and dropped him off, and I walked away. He was probably he might have been 1 or 2 at the time, and I walked away from him. And it has been just hit and miss involvement in their lives since, at least until getting to Overcomers and getting some consistency and stability in my life. And to now, they all have their own room. I didn't even have a home when I got to Overcomers, and now not only do I have a home, but each of my children have their own room. And that's just so cool. That's just so awesome. And to live in a community where others have come through similar things, and we're just all in this thing together, and raising our kids and walking through the consequences that none of us can really do anything about, but we have to move towards with the gospel on display, and have to move towards together.
So now you have all 3 of your kids. They have their own room, living in a community that you guys choose to live in so that you can minister to other people.
Yes, sir. Rather
Than dad's preaching and not living the gospel. Now dad's living the gospel and not preaching it.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. Yeah, and it's awesome. It's great, man. It's fantastic. Yeah. I do get to go. This is another thing I'm really grateful for Overcomers. It was not like the program I'd been to before. Is I get to go back the same way Mikey came and served me. I linked up with Grace Church and made that my home church, and of course I learned about them through them coming to serve at chapel, and now I get to go back and serve at chapel with them, and just sit with the new guy, or maybe the guy that's about to graduate. And it's amazing for me, because sometimes I come in and I sit next to the new guy and I'm like, man, you've really come a long way. And then other weeks I come in and I sit next to the new guy and I'm like, you got a lot of work to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And the Lord's economy is so crazy and unique and intentional. So like, you're connected to Grace Church. One of the main guys that serves at Overcomers that you would have gotten connected to, Wes.
Oh yeah.
Wes's wife runs the housing ministry that you're now a part of. Like, the Lord's ministry is just always interconnected, whether we like it or not.
And yes, it is. And at the end of this month, I will be transitioning from Angry Goat, job I got when I was still in level 4 at Overcomers. He hired me on, and he has been faithful. I am grateful. I tell him all the time, he's top 3 best people I've ever worked for. His name's Banks Hamilton, and the reason I say that is because he loves Jesus more than he loves that company, and more than he loves me, and he's just an amazing man to work for. But all that to say, the end of this month,
and he's got a super cool icon.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Let me see your hat real quick.
Yeah.
Y'all, is there a cooler logo than... Oh, you can't see it.
Angry Goat.
Then Angry Goat.
Let us handle your needs, man. The end of this month will be my last day at Angry Goat, and I'll be going full time at Front Porch Housing in facilities and maintenance, with some room to grow in other areas as the Lord permits. So I'm excited. Be able to have.
Hey, you know who else was in facilities and maintenance? Jesus.
Come on.
Right?
Let's go.
Well, man, that's amazing. Where's Kirby?
She is at the house. She came in and she was just getting home, and I was coming out. So she said she would rather sit this one out today.
Okay. Hi, Kirby. Sure you're watching. You're missed.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do love Miracle Hill. I know I try to tell you that all the time, but I do love Miracle Hill and the way that Miracle Hill is cared for me when you didn't have a clue who I was, and the way you continue to do that now while we continue to get on our feet and build our family is just amazing.
Amen. So if somebody's out there and they're struggling, talk to them.
If you're out there and you're struggling with addiction, and you want to get help, please reach out. My name is Graham Botman. You can send me a message on Messenger, and I'd love to come alongside you and help you with the process of what it takes to get into Overcomers. And I would like to leave you with three things, regardless of what a person may be dealing with or struggling with. If you will be, number one, preach the gospel to yourself every day without fail. Every morning you start the day when you look yourself in the mirror and just remind yourself that you are an image bearer and that you are a masterpiece and that you were created for God's glory and for His purposes. And start your day off like that and remind yourself of that frequently throughout the day, whatever it takes. Remain teachable to a group of, in my case, men, if you're a ladies, that have the gospel on display in their life and will lean into a biblical community like Miracle Hill. There will be no stopping you. There just won't be. It's putting the gospel on display in your own life for yourself and for God. And there is help to be had if you'll move towards it. And Jesus saves. He sure saved me.
Amen. Thanks for coming out, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Hold on. Thanks for coming out.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, brother. WYFF is here.
Great.
I'm going to do a commercial for food drives and stuff while they get set up.
Okay.
You introduce yourself.
Great.
Okay, guys, WYFF is here, and they are going to set up real quick to chat with Ryan. In the meantime, I'm going to throw on a quick commercial for, we want to talk about socks and underwear, or we want to talk about food drives?
Second time this year.
What do you say?
Part of the national
Both.
movement.
All right, let me talk to you about socks and underwear, first of all. So we're out here at the Greenville Rescue Mission, 575 West Washington Street, but you'll see beneath me here, you got Shepherd's Gate, Greenville Rescue Mission, the Cherokee County Rescue Mission in Gaffney, and the Spartanburg Rescue Mission. We're collecting underwear and socks, new underwear and socks for men and women and children in our care. We would love for you to bring those things to help us out this at the beginning of this holiday season. The other thing is food drives. Y'all, we have so many meals that we are serving daily, 650 plus people in care. 2.67 meals is the average number of meals consumed per person per day. So you can do the math on that. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of food. In fact, we showed you earlier today a recipe. If you're looking to make cornbread for 100 people at your house, we shared that recipe in the comments. But we need food. Will you please host a food drive? Will your church, it doesn't matter how big your church is or how small your church is, will you please host a food drive for Miracle Hill? If you can, please email Candace Fritz at cfritz@miraclehill.org. That's CFRITZ at miraclehill.org. greenvillefellowship.org, and we'd love for you to host a food drive for us. We need the food. Food is low at the food warehouse. And yeah. All right, they're still setting up for a minute. Yeah, I'm going to show you a video real quick about food drives. I guess it's just more of me talking though, isn't it? I want to talk for just a minute about food drives. Our food pantry is called From God to You, our food warehouse. It serves as the grocery for all of our rescue missions, recovery centers, for our foster families as well. It also does food distribution to folks in Greenville County who are experiencing food difficulties. That food warehouse is low at the start of this fall, and this is the season where generally we stock it up. So the food that we collect in our food warehouse, these next 3 months will really go to feed our folks for the rest of our fiscal year. And so we need your help. Because the supply is low, we need you to host a food drive. So will you, your church, or your business, will you consider hosting a food drive? And if you're willing, you can take the food directly to 725 Keith Drive in Greenville, or you can email Candace Fritz at cfritz, that's C-F-R-I-T-Z, at miraclehill.org. Thank you very much. God bless you. All right, thank you for that. We put Candace's email in the comments. That's cfritz at miraclehill.org. And please, we really do need food. We really do need food at the food warehouse.
15 or 20 so far. All right.
You guys not ready?
We have WYFF on the bench with me. So they're getting set up on the camera. But while they're getting set up on your camera, you're on my camera. Yes. Tell the people who you are.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Ashbaugh. I'm a reporter with WYFF4 here in Greenville. I just started here in June, so I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
Welcome to the area. I'm trying to think of the name of the little shelter down in Charleston. Star Hope Gospel?
I've heard of Star Hope, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they do a lot of
Marion Platt is the CEO down there.
Yeah. We've spoken to her. I used to work at Channel 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. They do a lot of work for 6 months. This is
good.
Good. Okay. So whenever you're ready, can you just talk to me? Actually,
name.
Yep.
Ryan Dirk, RYANDUERK, President and CEO of Miracle Hill Ministries. Yeah.
Tell me why you're doing this.
Yeah, so all across the nation right now, there's 70 CEOs, all part of Citygate Network, which is an association of gospel rescue missions, all sitting on benches, attempting to shine a huge spotlight on the issue of homelessness.
And why do you believe it's so important to do a physical show of why it's so important to address these issues?
You know, the issue of homelessness, much like other big system-wide issues, are so complicated. It can't be solved just by the nonprofit community and us faith-based providers. We need everybody in our communities to be a part of the solution and a part of the conversation. So by doing something like a conversation on a bench, we're inviting anybody who wants to talk about the issue, whether we agree with them or not, to sit down and have a civil conversation so that we can work together to affect real change in our communities.
When it comes to homelessness and some of the issues that spread out from that issue, what does that look like?
Yeah, you know, I don't think Greenville's any different than other cities our side. We have hundreds of individuals experiencing homelessness, but homelessness, there's not one specific reason why somebody experiences homelessness. It's unique depending on their particular story and their circumstances, and so the solution for each person is as unique as the person themselves.
And I know you mentioned you have a personal...
Yeah, I walked in the front door of a rescue mission about 23 years ago and found people that were willing to help me in my own issues, and here I am.
How's that conversation started?
Yeah, well, I believe deeply that all the issues, whether it's homelessness or any other issue, need to be face-to-face with the people their policies affect. And so hopefully through this situation, I'll be able to learn areas within Miracle Hill where we can make improvements, where we can change, but also the community can see how we can change together to affect that change for all of our citizens.
The people who come here tonight, who are they? You know, who sits on this bench?
Yeah, we've had elected officials on the bench. We've had people experiencing homelessness. We had some students. We've had everybody in between. So it's very encouraging that so many people care, from the chief of police to the sheriff to the mayor, and they want to be part of the conversation.
And I know you said you're going to be out to Tomorrow.
3 p.m. tomorrow.
Gotcha. Is there anything else that you guys want to add or anything you want to volunteer?
No, I would just encourage anybody listening to be a part of the solution, to get educated, and to find a way that they can contribute with their own energy, their time, their talents, their treasures to be part of the solution, because it'll make Greenville and all of our cities a better place to live for everyone.
What about people doing trips?
Yeah, they can go to miraclehill.org, call us, and even if we can't help you, we'll point you in the direction of somebody who can.
Anything else?
Nope, great, miraclehill.org. We already covered that.
Great, thank you. Kyle, can you think of anything? That was perfect.
Okay,
Thank you
great,
so much.
great.
Thank you for having
Very
us.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, we have all.
You guys are first. Your family. We're your own. Seriously.
Oh, okay.
Family.
All right, we got special guests coming in. My dearest daughter, Rowan. My son, Lincoln, sitting on my knees. All right, what'd you bring, Ro?
Hey, remember last year I did this?
I love you with all of my heart. All right, hey, sit beside me so I can interact. Hey, Primrose, sit. Good girl. Guys, this is our new puppy, Primrose. My beautiful wife, Lauren, and my beautiful mother-in-law, Peggy, or Gigi, if you prefer. What's up?
We brought you treats.
What kind of treats?
Well, Jacob wanted Frou Frou coffee creamer,
Oh, of course he did.
so we brought Jacob some coffee creamer, and we brought you half and half, and then Gigi got you those.
We got zebra cakes
Yep.
for the wee hours of the night.
Sit. Cold foam.
We got cold foam creamer.
Dang it. There it goes. We knew who we were bringing that for.
All right. So y'all, I have a few weaknesses on planet Earth. One of them is Ruffles potato chips. There is no better potato chip on the planet. And we got some
I know what that is.
double stuffed Oreos. Oh, there's something else in
I
here.
brought medicine. Like if you need
Oh,
Tylenol or
yep,
any
yep,
of that.
and medicine. Got it. How was soccer
Tums,
practice, son?
whatever.
Good.
It was good?
Lincoln had some excellent saves.
Don't fold it.
We watched a little bit tonight.
Okay.
What's been
What has been my favorite? I always like it when young people show up.
Yeah.
I just think that's cool when young people on their own volition.
Yeah.
All right, Rowan, what do you want to tell the people out there? You don't know. Do you want to? No.
Did you ask her if she wanted to sing?
Well, we can't sing. Braden would shut us down. Braden says that if we sing, we get copyright infringement.
Okay.
We
We
get
won't do
kicked off
that.
of YouTube.
I won't do that.
So we can't sing. You don't want to sing. All right, and you brought my old buddy back, huh? So my sweet daughter in January brought me this red panda because she knows it's my favorite animal. And the red panda will go right back up here, right, Lincoln?
Ow!
Yep.
And why did you bring it?
Because it's his favorite animal.
And didn't you want him to be able to sleep with that?
Yes.
If he sleeps, but Daddy really doesn't sleep when
No.
we're here.
No.
Sit. Are you eating dinner?
Yeah, Jason, who gets a gold star for the day, went and got brisket sandwiches from Lewis.
I heard he liked brisket.
He loves Lewis. I still haven't even eaten at Lewis. It's good.
I've eaten enough for both from Lewis. Prim, can you do any party tricks? Can you do party tricks? Prim.
Just so excited.
Hey.
He wants to teach her
Sit.
how to.
Shake. Good girl. That's a good girl.
I can do more.
What else could she?
I don't know.
Down.
You can
Down.
Do, you can do stare, Dad.
No, you're just
Raise your hand just to
Oh.
stare. Say me.
me. Good girl. That's a good girl.
Why didn't you just give her a
This is our attack dog. If you show up at our house in the middle of the night, she gonna bite you. Right, Prim? Doesn't she look fierce with her festive holiday bow on?
She's precious.
All right, kids.
She needed it.
Lincoln, you got to speak up too. Why is Daddy out here on this bench?
To represent the people who are homeless in the United States.
Okay. Rowan, what do we hope to accomplish by being on this bench?
To talk to a lot of people.
Okay. We do want to talk to a lot of people. All right. What's that sign behind us mean, Rowan? Talk to, you got to talk to the, talking to.
To trust in Jesus? No.
Why are you asking it like it's a question? That is
You asked.
Yes.
Jesus saves?
Yes. Why are you rolling your eyes at that?
I just did. What?
All right. What's that mean to you, Lincoln?
Jesus saves people who are in need, and this ministry saves people who are in need.
So somebody said at the banquet, Miracle Hill saved my life, Jesus saved my soul. We don't save souls. Only Jesus saves souls, right? Right? All right. Gigi, what do you think about it?
About Jesus saves?
No.
Just
what do you
in
want to
general?
say? You got to talk while you're on this camera.
Gigi didn't want to be on camera. Gigi got shifted on here.
I think that what you're doing is wonderful. I think that you do a great job here at Miracle Hill, bringing awareness to the community about homelessness and trying to help prevent or help people that are homeless. I think you do great.
What do you have to say about it all, wife?
I really like the thrift stores.
Shout out.
You're
to the
doing
thrift
awesome.
stores.
I have a favorite. I'm not going to share it.
No, Sarah, the manager will get super stoked. Which one's your fave?
Woodruff Road's my favorite.
Woodruff Road's your fave. Why?
Woodruff Road's my fave. It always has great stuff. It's very well organized, and I always find a ton of stuff when I go there. I even found our lamp that we're gonna. It's a really cool.
We got a new lamp.
It's the one that goes on the ground and it curves over. No, go shop at Thrift. It supports all the people that are here at Miracle Hill. It's a great way to support. Donate all your things, all your good things.
All your things.
All the good things.
Yeah. All right. Rowan is part of her school news show. Rowan, what is the dad joke of the week? What's your joke?
What was the joke? What had to do?
What is a crow's? I don't know. I don't remember.
I've never seen you act nervous one day in your life. This is very strange.
I don't remember.
Okay, Lincoln, do you have a good joke?
No. I remember that sheet joke, but I don't remember how to say it.
Okay, then let's not say it. I feel like there's great risk in doing jokes that we don't know the punchline. I really thank y'all for coming out here.
I'm going to sleep. We're gonna watch when we get home, Dad.
You're gonna watch?
Yep.
We're gonna watch.
Lincoln really wanted us to come back at 11 o'clock. I don't think we're going to do that.
I will come at 11 o'clock.
But we love you.
I'll come at 10 o'clock.
Can't believe you don't have on a jacket.
I'm very comfortable right now.
All right, we love you. I didn't say.
Love you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, take care.
Jennifer and Jason are coming up. Come on.
Me and my better half.
We got the both Fars. All right, tell the people who you are and what you do.
You go first.
Jennifer Farr. I am a teacher at Taylor's Elementary.
And I'm Jason Farr, and I have the awesome privilege of serving at Miracle Hill Ministries.
Okay. Jason, tell the people how long you've been here.
4.5 months.
4.5 months.
4.5 months.
Glorious
months. Fun months.
What have you learned in 4.5 months about this?
So, we've been involved with Miracle Hill through our church for 10 years. And when we first got involved, it was low-hanging fruit. You know, serving in the mission, food drives, things like that, turkey drives. But the more, when I came to work here, that low-hanging fruit turned into this orchard of opportunity where it's not just, it's not just about serving in the kitchens or doing food drives. It's about the relationships with the people, and everything matters. I have the privilege of seeing all the gifts that come into our ministry, and 2 weeks ago we got 2 gifts into the ministry for Thanksgiving, and they were $1.80. There were 2 checks for $1.80, and that represents 1 meal for 1 guy in this facility. And to me, that was one of the greatest gifts because it was biblical. It pointed to Scripture. It's just that low-hanging fruit has turned into an orchard, and that's what I've noticed since joining the ministry.
Jennifer, what have you noticed by proxy?
It has been amazing to me just to see just things like that. We've been, like you said, we've been involved. We've been, through our church, we've done musicals here to spread the gospel and different things, but to see kind of the goings on and the true heart of the ministry, that it's not just the play here and the turkey fry there and the things, but the day in and day out, the true heart of, we're not here just for this season or this event. We're here to share the love of Christ day in and day out, no matter what's going on.
I think it took Lauren about 5 or 6 years of marriage, and we dated before we were married. The whole time I worked at Miracle Hill, but it took her that long to figure out, this is 365 days a year, right? There's no off button, right? We got the turkey fry, or we have a bench event, or we have something, but the grind of ministry is 365 days a year,
and you have fun and you build it up. But it's the relationships, it's the community, it's you can have the event, but you share the love of Christ. You can have the event, but you make the connections and you welcome people in as they are. And there's no prerequisite. There's no, you got to do this first. It's come as you are, just like Jesus takes you. And then you can show them that love. And you're right, that's 365 days because God loves us 365 days.
Yeah, and I think it's most pronounced in the holidays and stuff. On Christmas Day, there are staff members in this building. And maybe it's the most important day of the year that there are staff members in the building. Because where people are opening up presents and, having joyful times under a tree, it's the most depressing day of the year for people who don't have families. So ministry doesn't care that it's Christmas. That it's a holiday. Right. And maybe ministry cares more that it's time to minister on that day than on other days. So Jason, you're gonna hang all night?
I'm here all night. Thanks to her, she's allowing me this opportunity.
My wife allows me to do all kinds of things.
Right. I'll pay for it tomorrow. But no, that was. There were 2 events when I joined the ministry that I could not wait for, and this is one of them, and turkey fry is the other one. I get to be a fry guy for the first time.
The fry team's letting you on.
The fry team.
The fry team.
Yes,
y'all, that is the most exclusive of clubs. The fry team doesn't let people on.
There's an initiation, and there's a test. So I'm looking forward to turkey fry. Cannot wait for turkey fry.
Good. Those are the 2 for you, huh?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. And this one is the banquet.
I love it.
She's all
because we've been to the banquet for a few years. Well, in fact, you came out to this last year.
I did. Midnight.
Yeah.
17-degree weather. Yes. Midnight. And I remember the story you told. We were talking about that sign, but I remember the story you told about the gym, where the message is "You are loved."
Yeah.
And that it used to say, "Are you saved or lost?" And it moved the letters around. And that whole message of love is just, man, you see it. You see it in our thrift stores. You see it in our food warehouse. You see it in our foster care. And I'm going to hit every ministry we do. You see it in our facilities. You just see the love of Christ in every body and every corner you turn. There are hiccups, yeah, but man, the love of Christ is on display. And that's what's amazing for me.
That's the name of the game.
Exactly.
One thing that I'll say is that's been really cool for me. I've been at the same school for 28 years. We've got a lot of connections, a lot of people, and through our church we've had the renewal ladies come, and there have been several times that I've seen former parents that have come through the program, which has been cool. And even he was watching a video of a rescue story. And I was just sitting on the other end of the couch, and I kind of heard it. I said, hold on. And it was a parent of a student that I had taught. And just, there have been several things since he's been working here.
It was Jeremy's daughter, Jeremy Leslie's daughter.
Yeah.
That she taught.
Yeah.
She taught Young's son.
I did. So it's been lots of neat connections just to see personally people that I didn't even have any idea had connections here, to see their lives change through Miracle Hill.
Yeah.
So it's been cool.
We're thankful. We're grateful.
Amen. Well, thank you guys for being out here again tonight. Jennifer, thanks for letting us borrow Jason.
Anytime.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
We're going to move on to the Inmans. Neil and Sherry, get over here. What are y'all doing?
I'm yapping it up with
you.
Huh?
We come aggravate you.
Come on.
I ain't gonna be out here past midnight, that's for sure.
No. Hey, it's good to see
Good
you.
to see you too. So,
Good to see
it's
you.
not that cold out here this time.
No, it's warm. Y'all come on in.
Glad to see you're wearing your boots. Not cold tonight.
Not yet.
Well,
Not yet. Y'all got to use this mic, okay? All right. I know who y'all are, but the people don't. Tell the people who you are.
We are lived experience.
Hold it up.
We are lived experience. Greenville together. A home for all. And I was homeless. I am now housed. And I'm taking it one day at a time, one step at a time, by the grace of God.
Amen.
Okay, now I'll pass it over to him.
It's fine. There's plenty. Pull it. There you go.
Anyway, too many days of music business. Got to find chords. I used to work with these things. Anyway, my name is Neil M. and I'm an LEC council member for Greenville Together, a Home for All. It's a new initiative here in Greenville to house unsheltered folks. Here's a good one for everybody. Today, we got some good news. Since you're on with us in some of it, I can probably share this with you today.
Well, you're sharing it with the whole world.
We're sharing it with the whole world, but you're getting ready to hear this, okay?
I'm excited.
We have now housed 41 individuals in the past since July.
Praise the Lord.
We our goal is 80 by the end of the year. We've got 41 of them done so far as of today. So you'll hear it here soon. I'm sure somebody will tell you. We're very proud that our new initiative is really working really well. It's a little slow right now because we're new and we're just starting to get it going. It's rolling. It's rolling really well, if you want to know the truth about it. We're really proud to get these 41 people done. It's been a long time. Some of these folks have really been waiting for a long time. You know, they deserve this. And we're really proud. Everything's going pretty well as far as our new initiative housing people. A lot of folks are starting to really work with us now. Some of the communities really coming together and helping out a lot. You know, our community conversations, we had some really serious community conversations this past summer where we had panelists, you know, were answering questions and stuff. Those were really informative to a lot of the community members that didn't know anything about Greenville Together. You know, and it really helped spread the word a little bit about our new initiative. We're really proud of it. It's really working really well.
So you used an acronym, and I want to explain it to the people and then ask you guys why it's important, okay?
Okay.
So you guys said that you are LEC council members. which stands for Lived Experience Council.
Yes.
So Greenville Together has a council called the Lived Experience Council. So I'm going to stop talking. What is the Lived Experience Council, and why is that important to be part of the work?
Lived Experience Council means we have lived experience of being homeless. Me, I have over 25 years of being homeless myself. Sherry's got several years herself now with me. The importance of our council is to point out barriers and bridge gaps in the system that wasn't working here. We developed a new organization to be able to handle this. It's Greenville Together, this organization. But the importance of the LEC Council is we are guiders, we are decision makers, we make recommendations, they call us the experts of being homeless, and that's why they picked us to be council members. We now have 12, I think, council members. There's only 5 original council members that helped form Greenville Together, and they call us the core council. We've been there since day one. We help develop and plan everything, which, it's a pretty perfect plan. It's working really well. So we're really proud, that we have designed something that's working so well.
So I remember in one of those community conversation meetings, there was discussion about time frames and timelines, and Sherry, you lost your mind on us. Okay, you got really upset.
Yes, I did.
Tell the people why. Why would you get so upset about the timelines?
Why I got upset was because I have lost some of my family members out here that mean the world to me. And I got tired of people just sitting there looking at a computer, not paying attention. That's what I thought was going on in this little room. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute, stop. I can't be in this room with you people if you guys are not going to take the initiative to at least listen to what we are telling you. If you don't want to leave it, pack your stuff and go home, because I am not here to waste my time. These are people's lives we are talking about. People that are out here struggling from day to day, wondering where their next meal is going to come from, where they're going to sleep at night. Out here in the cold weather, rain, whatever the case may be, we don't know their story until we actually know how they feel. We can't just judge a book by its cover. We have to open it up. We can't just open up the first page and just hurry up and go to the end, because we're not going to know the in-between. So my theory and my hope is that we all come together as a community to help Greenville Together grow as a community, as people, and God's children that He loves, because that's what we are. There's nothing in between. We all have the right to have a home. We all have a right to feel safe. Some of us have a tent in the backyard of somebody's house that we don't even know, because they don't want us to know. They lose their dignity, their pride, and it feels like they are just shoved under a rug. And we don't need that no more. We need to get these people off the street and in a safe environment. And the way I felt when I seen people out, when I see them every day, and it makes me very, very angry, because people just don't want to do what they're supposed to do. God says treat everyone equal, so why don't we treat them all equal? If you see somebody out on the street, offer them a meal, or just sit down and have a conversation with them. Look in their eyes and say, hey, I am definitely here to help you. What do you need from me? And a lot of them just are so humble that they don't know how to say, I do need help. So take it upon yourself to have that open conversation with them, instead of just saying, oh, I'm just going to keep on walking by because I got to hurry up and get to my meeting. That meeting can wait. This is a human being. That person could have children in their car and we don't know. All we see is mom or dad. We don't see what's in that car because mom could be staying back behind and dad could be going off and saying, okay, I need to park you guys right here because I got to go try to find me work. Because he is the provider. But when he loses everything, he feels like, oh my, I just have to keep going. Who's going to help me? Every door that I've went to has shut. Every door that I have seen, shut. I need somebody to help me. I'm a person, not a man or woman that you can just shove under a rug. They are people, and we need to do something. So we all need to come together and do this as a community, not just say, okay, well, this is not my problem. This is everybody's problem. So that's what I can say.
I hear you. So you got worked up because while other people in the room are talking about a process or a program, you're thinking about a human being.
Yes.
That you know.
Yeah.
That has an identity.
Yes.
Right? That's a real human.
Yes.
I always tell people to remember that it is everybody we see is somebody's child.
Exactly.
Right?
That's
like at the end of the day, you don't need to know anything else about it. That was somebody's child.
Yes.
And so you're trying to give identity to the people.
Yes.
That's super important.
I'm trying to be their voice because sometimes their voice people don't hear.
All right, I want to sit here and chat with y'all, but I'm getting piled up on guests.
Yes, I see that. So we are glad to hear.
I so appreciate both of you guys.
I hope and pray that this people take advantage of it and say, I want to help.
That's right.
I want everyone to pitch in.
While we got you here, we want to say
thank you
for all the help that you do for us as far as letting us use the trust.
Oh man,
thank you. So
our
much.
pleasure.
There's probably a few other things we could thank you for too, but we don't have time.
Well, I'm thankful for you two as well.
Thank you for having us on your show.
On my show. That's right. Y'all heard it here first.
The Bench Chat Show.
Appreciate you, Neil.
We need to call it.
Have a good time.
All right. Pastor Dogan.
How's it going, buddy? Hey, we done got caught. Hey.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. What's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
I apologize for running a little late.
No, you're fine. I don't even know what time it is, so you're not late at all with me.
Well, we won't tell you either because you have a while to go. So.
Hey, we're gonna get you to use the mic on that side.
Okay, great.
Pastor Sean Dogan.
Ryan, how you doing?
We started this together in January.
We did, and it was cold.
Real cold.
It was real cold.
It was really cold. Man, since January, we've had some tremendous momentum. Clearly, Neil and Sherry were talking about it, but as a leader of the faith community, what are you seeing different in Greenville, or maybe what should we see different in Greenville moving forward?
Yeah. So, before I talk about what I think I see differently, let's talk about what we don't see differently, and that is the lack of proximity. That we still are not proximate to a lot of the issues that people are going through. And I think that is sad because in the faith community, Christ was so proximate to situations, whether it was people coming to him or whether it was him going to people. I'm always intrigued with the story of the gentleman that was by the pool of Bethesda.
I preached on it on Sunday.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if I can get your
John
notes,
5,
maybe I can
on.
preach that long
Yeah.
verse this Sunday. But I was just so intrigued because the man didn't ask for anything.
Nope.
Christ actually became proximate to everyone who was there. And it just so happened that he asked this particular person, do you want to be healed? And
which is a very specific question.
Very specific.
It's not about a change in your circumstance. Right. He's asking him, do you want wholesale change?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the mindset that he was in, not because that's the mindset he wanted to be in, but just the whole mindset of, well, I would, but I don't feel like I can get to something or have access to something. And I see that story as accessibility. I see that story as mobility. And I see that story as so many barriers that this gentleman evidently had to face.
You know, Sean, so the scripture says that he was that way for 38 years, okay? We don't know why he was that way, but that's what it says. In my mind's eye, I see like the pictures from the Holocaust. So imagine being lame for 38 years. Like his whole identity told him, I can't. Right? And that is a piece of, it's I was talking to a young girl sitting here earlier, and she was asking, like, do you help everybody get jobs? And I was like, well, not everybody needs a job, right? Like their story dictates that. But their story is telling them all these lies about who they are. And they get stuck in these beliefs that you can't figure out. You can't figure out somebody's story without being proximate.
That's right.
Right? Like you can't help them figure out what's true or not.
Yes. And the beautiful thing is that Christ never pointed his finger and said what you need to be.
Yeah.
Like you just need to get up, or you just need to move closer, or you need to do this. He just asked him a question, do you want? And I wonder, sometimes I wonder, do we just ask people what they want and not try to even create a narrative for them, or even give answers to something that they don't necessarily want. So anyway, that's just a story that intrigues me.
You know, when I'm talking to church groups, I always tell them that the most important question to remember when you're talking to somebody experiencing homelessness is, what do you need to do and how can I help? Right? Because it's not about us telling somebody what to do. It's about us coming alongside. And that's that Greek for the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, the one who comes alongside and says, what do you need to do and how can I help you do it? Instead of assuming. Right? And again, all of that requires you to be proximate to the human being.
Speaking of church groups, our men are now coming here, I think third Mondays of each month, and they love it.
Good.
Yeah.
And what are they doing? Are they doing chapel?
They are.
Are they hanging out with the guys?
Yeah, a little bit of both. The chapel, leading a Bible study time or worship time, but just spending time and just getting to know people. And as part of our men's Bible study group, 2 of the leaders come and participate while Bible study is going on at Lone Branch with our men. But they have thoroughly enjoyed it.
So, you know, you and I, because of what we do, we make a point of being proximate. You say you still see that we're not, like, as a community. Yeah. How do we change that?
You know, I used to think one person at a time. I don't know if that's true. I think, Ryan, I think we're living in a time where Treva, my wife, and I, we were having dinner with a couple who was leading an organization here in Greenville, and they asked me the question last night, what's missing in Greenville? And I said, I believe Greenville has a lack of bold leadership. And as much as this place is home to me, has been home all my life, and I love this place, like I don't want to be anywhere else. My wife is from here. We raised our daughter here. Our daughter goes to college locally here. We've invested a lot of time and energy. Our ministry is here. And for the first time, even as a community leader, I see a lack of boldness here in Greenville. And I never thought I would see that here, just because we're so progressive. That's a lack of boldness. When we see issues, we're not speaking out against things that we need to speak out against. And we're not speaking for things that we really need to speak for. And, you know, I think even when it comes to the faith-based community, I think we could do more, just kind of raising not only issues, but raising the solutions. I always say anything that you need is most likely in your house. Yeah, and when it comes to even our faith community, I think everything we need is right there. Like resources are there in a congregation, connections are there in a congregation. I mean, the number of HR professionals that I have in my congregation, the number of therapists and people who are in behavioral health in my congregation, the number of people who are attorneys in my congregation, the number of people who are business owners in my congregation. Like, expungement, my attorney should be handling that. Jobs, my HR people should be handling that. Business owners giving way to people and saying, listen, this may be a barrier for you out there, but in here, it's not. And we should be figuring out issues. And that's just at Lone Branch. I can think of hundreds of churches here in Greenville that I know have probably even more resources than we have. And I'm not saying that they're not doing it. I'm just saying we're not doing it enough.
That's that talents piece, right?
Yes.
Time, talents, and treasures. And you know, so often, especially in the faith community, when you ask somebody to volunteer, they're like, well, I do that professionally. I don't want to do that as part of my service. Well, that's the gifting the Lord's given you. So I'll give you two stats. If every church in South Carolina would foster or adopt one child, the church only has to do one, DSS will cease to have children in care. Every church only has to do one. There's more churches in South Carolina than there are children in care. I can't remember the number, so I don't want to butcher it, but there's like 5,000 empty parsonages in South Carolina. 5,000. What kind of dent could we put into housing just with the faith community's parsonages?
And not just with the parsonage, you know how much land churches
Yeah,
have.
land. I mean, some churches have thousands of acres at their disposal that they're just sitting on. Or those parsonages are falling apart, right? Rather than being used for the kingdom. I was talking to another pastor earlier, and we were talking about how the church, Big C Church, in the last 100 years, turned completely inward rather than outward to the community, which is what we're called to do. I don't know how we turn that ship, right? Because, you know, you and I are a part of all these community groups where you've got government and business and all these different partners in it. And you and I think we would both say, man, we make real impact by having all those voices in the room. But there's only one group in the room that is called by their creator to do the work, and that's you and me. Right? It's arguably our responsibility. And I don't know how we wake the church up to get out of the pews and get to work.
We have work to do.
We have work to do.
We have work to do. But I think it is that consciousness. You know, I often say conversation brings about conviction, conviction brings about change. And sometimes we're busier having conversations with those that we think we're helping instead of partners that we can create in order that we all can make change together. So I think it is the pastors talking to other pastors and saying, and really bringing a point of accountability to say, what are you doing?
Okay, let me leave you with this super heavy question. So, lack of bold leadership. You are one of the busiest human beings I know on the planet. Am I right?
You're right.
One of the busiest human beings. Like, you are in action everywhere. As a bold leader, how do you make more bold leaders?
Yeah.
Like, leadership, main leadership principle is replication. How do you make more Seans?
I don't know. I can tell you, I don't know how you make more Seans, but I do know how to tap into people and get the true purpose out of them. I know how to do that. And that is with conversation, but conversations with accountability. And once I know what your passion is, or even what your purpose is, like, I'm on you to try to figure out, you know, well, what are you doing about that? How are you doing that? You know, at Lone Branch, we have the slogan, and that is, I am impact, your impact, but we're better together. And it's this whole notion of pulling out the areas that you feel God has called you to make impact in. And while you can do it in silo, individually, we can do so much more if we just figure out how to do it together. Yeah. And I don't know if my schedule is how you describe it or not. This is what I do know. No. My wife is laughing.
Giggling from your wife on the side.
Yeah. But this is what I do know is that if you can just be present in the moment wherever you are, you can get a lot accomplished.
So I'm going to say this, and I might get attacked for this from some of our friends. And this is going to sound prideful, and it's not meant that way at all. We go to these meetings, whatever the meeting is. You know me. I am prepared when I come to that meeting, right? Yes. And I'm going to speak whatever truth I feel that needs to be spoken. What Neil and Sherry were talking about was how unprepared people are for the conversations. They're just, I don't know if it's going along to get along, but they're there so they can say they were there. I don't know how we invigorate people to dig in, right? Because man, we are bad in the upstate about talking ourselves in circles, talking ourselves to death, rather than really having the hard conversation and then coming up with a solution. And I know we're all busy, right, man? I'm busy too. But we got to be invested in order to do something. And I don't know how we get other people there.
So I'm going to say this.
Come on.
Okay. There have been times when I have been asked to be a leader in something. And then there are times when I've been asked to be a mascot. And you have to determine which one you're going to be. And sometimes showing up at meetings because that's your role, that's your title. Sometimes that's a mascot role. It's not a leadership role.
I don't got time for that, Sean.
Well, I don't either. I don't either. But some people have positioned themselves, or may even feel as though their position is to represent this group, this entity. And representation of an entity or a group is not the same as leading an initiative to make something happen.
Yeah. That's a heavy thought, too.
It is. And note, I didn't call any one person.
No, I know you didn't. And and kind of along the same vein, I find myself in some of these situations where all of us are mascots, right? I know, well, I think it's somewhat amusing. Miracle Hill has to be in some of these conversations because we're the biggest dog on the block. Not that I'm wanted in the conversation, right? But we got to be there. And I don't have any interest in being there just so Miracle Hill could be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'll tell you my mascot days. My mascot days was the days in which I was asked to be a part of things, not necessarily because of gifts, talents, or skill sets, but because I was the one that was approachable. They thought Sean Dogan was nice. For some, it was because of the color of my skin, and they needed some form of diversity in the room. And I made up my mind that I would not say no. During that time of my life, I would not say no. But the reason I wouldn't say no was because I understood, for me, I was a placeholder for the right person. And so my mode or my agenda was this. I would say yes to board service. I would get on the governance committee. I would get on the governance committee so I could get on the nomination committee.
So you could get the right person.
So I could get the right person in. Now those days are over.
You playing the game.
Those days are over, okay? So now when I'm invited, like, I'm there because I hope I can make a difference. But those were the days. Those were the days.
Well, I'm glad you've evolved past that. All right.
Line, fellas.
I got a line. All right, I gotta move on.
Listen,
Y'all can
man,
talk all night.
I saw
I
Jennifer
know we could-
over there, and so that's probably going to be the more interesting conversation.
No. I so value you, man, and I appreciate you coming
Glad
out
you could
here
make it.
and your
No, thank you
partnership,
so much.
your church's partnership, and just who you are as a human being. You are never a placeholder on the bench with me, sir.
Great. I can't wait the next time. All right.
It'll be a whole year this time.
Okay. Take
All
care.
right. Appreciate it. Thanks, John.
Thank you so
Good
much.
to see you. You gotta take care. Have a great night. Come in about 3 o'clock and go play some Tim's when it gets more.
All right, Will Bingham. Will. Come on, Will.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
What's going on?
Have a seat.
Yeah, I was here earlier.
I remember.
Grab the mic, man.
So,
Tell the people who you are.
my name is William Bingham. I was here at this facility probably maybe, I'm going to say 3 to 4 years ago. Brian Bowie was my counselor.
Is that right?
Yeah. I got my start from here, dude. And I just want to thank you. This program here and the Strive to Thrive program and Mercy Hill, I was on the street. I had nowhere else to go. And I got my start here. I went through, I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff. You know, everybody's got their story. Everybody's been in this situation. Everybody who's been in this situation has had a story. And their story differs from one person to the other.
Where are you at today?
Where am I today? I live on Augusta Street, okay? I work at Reedy Rides.
What is Reedy Rides?
Reedy Rides is the largest bike rental place in Greenville.
Oh, okay.
So we do sales, we do service, we do tours, we do rentals, and we do all the B-cycles here in Greenville.
Yeah.
Largest place to rent a bike in Greenville. Best place to rent a bike in. Best shop in the town. Okay? I'm sales manager there. So I got my start with one bicycle. One bicycle changed my whole entire life. And I got it from Village Wrench.
Yeah.
All right, so Village...
Shout out to Village Wrench, who has helped
Absolutely.
countless individuals.
Countless people. Look, I told my counselor, Lee McKellar, over at Strive to Thrive, United Ministries, told him if I could be mobile, I could get a job. I can make it if I had a job. I could do it, you know? I had it in my head, I could do it. They got me a bicycle from Village Ridge.
And now you're all bicycles all day.
All bicycles all day, dude. If it's I rode a bicycle here, matter of fact. Yeah, like they helped me out. They got me my first pair of riding shorts. They got me some toe cages. I started riding that bike from here every day. I'd ride about 20 miles a day looking for a job. I went to Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's gave me my start in the bike industry. I was a bike delivery guy for about 2.5 years, or a year and a half. Year and a half, I delivered sandwiches everywhere I could deliver them, as fast as I could go. And somebody gave me a chance. Jamie McDonough and Tate Putnam gave me a chance. And that's all it took. That's all it took. Now I'm living my best life, you know?
That's great, man.
I just wanted to thank y'all.
Man,
Yeah.
my pleasure.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure, and this is what it's all about, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've changed so many people's lives with this. And
Well, the Lord changes lives. We're happy
Yeah.
to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thanks for
Absolutely.
coming. Get a t-shirt before you get out of here.
Yeah.
All right?
See you later, man.
See you, buddy. All right, Jennifer.
Be safe. Y'all too.
Hey, Jay, after Jennifer, I need like 90 seconds.
All right, we'll allow it.
Okay. Hey, friend. Good to see you.
Good to see you. You doing well?
Yeah, great. Super warm out here comparatively.
I mean, short sleeves and all.
All right, you got to use the mic tonight.
Oh, okay.
We found that people complained that they couldn't hear from the guests last time.
Even loud people like me? Okay.
Tell people who you are.
I'm Jennifer Falchiorn, and I am the pastor and director of Triune Mercy Center.
Yeah. What's new in your world? We talk all the time, so what's new?
You know, every day is different.
Yeah.
And that's what's exciting about what we do.
How has the housing surge being at Triune changed Triune? I've not asked you that question.
That's a good question. I would say it is spirit-led because we were feeling like we were called to do more wraparound and get people housed. And so I think it's propelling us forward for what was going to be evolving eventually, but it kind of sped up.
So
what
it's
was
like
gonna
less
happen.
Band-Aids, more surgery.
Oh, exactly. It was rip the Band-Aids off. It went from like dream to reality really, really fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I had Heather and Mary here earlier.
That's what they told me. But they behaved themselves.
They did great. They did great. So, we assume everybody knows what Triune is, but let's not make that assumption.
I like that.
So, tell the people what I'm trying to be very ambiguous on purpose. Tell people what Triune is.
So Triune Mercy Center is one church with one mission, and we show up and as a worshiping community and a mercy center. And so it makes us kind of a unicorn because we're both church and nonprofit. We function during the week as a church, but we are also a mercy center. And then we show up on Sunday as a worshiping community, but we do more than just show up on Sunday as a worshiping community. But those are sometimes two distinct different groups and sometimes the same groups. So it's kind of like almost two different segments of individuals that are involved in both of those.
And you've changed that since you've been there a little bit.
A little bit. Well, I had a hard time conceiving of the concept of it's not the Mercy Center in a church. It's a church with one mission that operates both a worshiping community and a mercy center.
But so correct me if I'm wrong, the Sunday lunch used to be dependent on Sunday service.
Yes.
And you removed that.
Well, I did when COVID came. When I
Yes.
came in, I removed it because no one could tell me why it was there. And I said, I don't ever want this to be confused with understanding of who God is, that you have to come and worship in order to be fed. And so we took it away, and then the staff remembered why, because we started having some issues outside with people not choosing the best behavior, and we didn't have any staff out there. And so there was some bullying going on. They were waiting on, lunch, and so we had to shift it back. And I said, if we're shifting it back, we're going to say, this is not about forcing people. Like, if people want to sleep, they can sleep. If they want to do other things. Matter of fact, I got up and worshiped a few weeks ago, and I just felt led and said, I don't want to shame this individual, but there's someone snoring, and we all hear it. And thanks be to God that person feels safe enough to sleep in here.
That's great.
I mean, that was a huge blessing that they feel safe enough in this
Probably
place.
was less distracting to you after you called it out too.
Well, I think some people said really appreciate what you said because it was a teaching moment, but it was also a shift for how, it might have been getting on somebody's nerves, but then they realize that person may have stayed up all night because they're protecting themselves or their things. And you have to find ways in worship to have those educational pieces.
Jennifer, have I ever told you my joke about the hippie at the country church? Oh, y'all are gonna love this joke. All right, so this little country church. One Sunday, the pastor's preaching. And he looks out and he sees a hippie in the back row, overalls, tie-dyed shirt, no shoes. And so after the service, he's doing his greetings at the front door. And when the hippie comes up, he says, "It's so nice to have you here at this service. We're so thankful that you're here. We hope that you'll come back next Sunday. Between now and then, would you talk to the Lord about what to wear when you come next Sunday?" And so the hippie says, "Yes, sir, I absolutely will." So next Sunday comes, and pastor's preaching, and he looks out, and there's the hippie, same overall, same tie-dyed shirt, no shoes. So after the service, they do the handshake thing, and the pastor says, "It's so great to have you here again. We're so thankful that you came. Did you happen to talk to the Lord about what to wear this Sunday?" And he says, "Yes, sir, I did. I talked to the Lord, and he said he didn't know the dress code. He'd never been here before."
That's a good one.
You can use that.
Thank you, I will.
Yeah, come as you are, right?
We do a come as you are.
Be comfortable.
You do. Well, and because some people don't get to choose what they wear.
Yeah, the demoniac didn't get to choose what he wore, right?
No, sure doesn't.
Right, yeah, it should be a place. Man, what you just said about feeling comfortable enough to sleep will preach all by itself. Somebody's smoking weed here this evening. You smell it?
Too. I
Yep.
got a little hint.
Not you, is it, Jake?
That is not I. I'm going to get a random test on Monday. Thanks a lot.
Now, when I work with youth, I would have said, "Now, Ryan, how do you know what that smells like?"
Everybody watching this knows I know what that smells like. Okay, so, man, I've completely lost our train of thought. So, having the housing surge there has lifted the whole ship?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, the people who've always been working hard at Train still work hard at Train. And I brought it up in a meeting where we had about the city reporting, how many people we've housed and things like that. And I said, we really need to be speaking to all the service providers about how many people they house, because we've been housing people for a while. If we can find an affordable place for them where it's sustainable for them, we're going to house them. The challenge is finding truly affordable housing that is 20% below the AMI, the annual median income. Very challenging. Yeah.
We were in one of our group meetings here a month or so ago, and they were blowing up the number that had been housed through the surge. And I had just learned, like the day before, that in July we housed 16 people. In August we housed 15 people.
That's amazing.
Permanent housing.
Yes.
But that gets overshadowed, right? Like we just don't talk about it.
We don't.
But we're doing the work.
And shame on us.
Shame on us.
For not saying and lifting up the people who are doing the good work.
Already. Yeah.
Before the housing surge.
Been doing it long before, we'll be doing it long after.
Exactly.
So with the housing surge, we got this 80 number, okay? What happens after 80?
I hope we keep going. Matter of fact, we're going to keep going.
But you got to find the funding for it.
We've got to find the funding, and I believe the funding will come because people are very generous in this community. And the more people truly understand, and are educated about that not everybody chooses to be in the situation they're in. Everybody has a different story, so we can't lump everybody together. I think there'll be partnerships formed, and we truly will be able to work together to find solutions. And that's what's most important.
So I'm going to play the naysayer.
Please do. Bring it, devil's advocate. Bring it.
So Billy Bob goes into a unit through the housing surge. He's in the 2-year program. 2 years later, he's stable in the unit, but he's not financially any better off than he was when he walked in the door.
That's not good.
What happens to Billy Bob?
In the housing surge,
we are having to have the realization right now that some people that we have housed currently, even when they get their benefits, will not be able to sustain the places we have some of them in because they're ineligible for voucher, they're ineligible for food stamps. We call it EBT card now, but all of that is dependent on getting all of these extra resources. And when you have a certain record, when you have a felony, especially when you have other things, barriers blocking the way, we've got to figure that out as a community. So the Housing Surge team is going to report back what they're learning, not even halfway through, so that we can, as a community, talk about what are some solutions for Billy Bob and for Billy Bob, a lot of people who are like Billy Bob.
Lots of Billy Bobs.
Yes.
I think we've got to do a good job of making the economics argument.
Yes.
That if it costs $5 to keep Billy Bob.
To subsidize Billy Bob, yep.
Forever.
Yep.
It's cheaper than if Billy Bob's not in that unit.
It's way cheaper.
We've got to articulate that. People don't care what you and I think.
But that's part of the educating, Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, that is truly part. We've got to do the work. And how do we get people to listen?
That's a good question too. Like this?
Yeah, I think this is one way. It's a very creative way.
Yeah.
How else can we do it?
Voters care about the economics, right?
I do too.
Yeah, I do too.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can make the argument that it's cheaper to do it A way versus B way, everybody will jump on board.
That's my hope and prayer.
Because the crazy part is, if Billy Bob's got to stay, and let's say, what do you think? 30% are Billy Bobs?
Well, that's high, maybe.
15%?
I would say 20.
Okay, 20%.
Let's do 20.
So 1 out of every 5 we house.
Yep.
So that's 20 out of 80.
Yeah.
Okay, 20 out of 80 will need ongoing subsidization.
Good job.
Come on.
You did it.
I couldn't say, help me say this one.
Yeah.
Colloquially.
Yeah. Colloquialism.
Oh, say
colloquially.
Yes, say it again.
Colloquially.
We're not going to try that again. Okay, so you got the Billy Bob's 20%, and then if we house 80, how often do we have to house 80? That becomes the question. Like 80 is a dent.
Yes. Yes.
And then what's the frequency that we've got to keep going on that? Because if it's 80 a year and every year you keep 20, that pile keeps getting bigger.
Okay.
You
so
know,
I'm
you
going to
follow
speak.
me?
Yeah, I'm going to speak idealistically first.
Okay,
know that I'm being idealistic. So in this 3-year plan we're talking about, the next goal is shelters, because you all are bottlenecked. And if we can get some of the people men who've been working for 3-4 years and still can't afford a place, if we can get them housed, that leaves room for people to move into the shelter. That frees up beds. That lessens your number. And it's a constant cycle. It's a flow. And you've got resources for the flow. And so you're not doing 80 at all. Yeah. Right. It's a dam right now. Yeah. Everything is stuck. And hence, we didn't have the extra funding to do this housing surge, which is why we haven't done a housing surge. But through the generosity of the community, we're able to do this housing surge and have once-in-a-lifetime money to move all of these households in and to help them be sustainable. But we got to move people out of the shelters.
I was going to ask a question, but I'm going to save it for Cody, because it's about.
Oh, yeah, he's coming.
It's about the funding for the surge.
Good one.
Yeah. Okay. Before I move on to the next person, Jennifer, what else would you leave the people with? Like, how should people be involved in the solution rather than the problem?
I think proximity is the key.
What Sean just said.
Proximity is the key, because if you can get proximate to people who are experiencing homelessness, you begin to learn a lot about yourself and about that individual. And then your eyes were opened in new ways. It's kind of like a Damascus Road experience. I talk with my hands. I'm a preacher who talks with their hands. I'll do this. But when you're proximate, it becomes personal, and it also becomes closer to us. So that's where we got to start. I think a lot of people don't know how to become proximate, and it's going to be uncomfortable. And so I think just giving yourself permission to be uncomfortable, but to know that you will be okay. And you'll be even better for it and transformed by it.
You know the meme where the guy's like eating popcorn? He's watching. Neil and Sherry were here, and I was talking to Sherry about when she screamed at everybody, and I was like the guy with the popcorn. Because everybody in that room was proximate.
Yes. And uncomfortable.
Super uncomfortable.
So uncomfortable.
It was great.
It was amazing.
Yep.
And only she could have done that.
Yeah. I couldn't have done it.
I couldn't either.
No.
But that's how. I would say first get proximate. And once you do that, you will find a path that lights you up. Like where you're compassionate and where your passion meets the world's greatest need. That's a calling, but I think that is the sweet spot. You will identify it as you become proximate.
It's we're all covering our shirts now. It's our new shirts, Jennifer.
I love it.
Be a part
of what is right with the world. Preach.
Come on
now.
All right, thanks, friend.
Thanks, friend.
I gotta go to the next person.
Love it.
Well, Katie's here, but she don't have a card.
Well, she's gonna go sign up in a second.
Okay.
She's just hanging out.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, do an infomercial. Let me go use the restroom, and I'll bring Cody back with me.
He already went, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is our last.
All right, tell Cody you'll be right back on.
Oh, I've already done that. Cody's the next one.
All right, I'm just going to do a commercial real quick. All right, commercial time. I don't have any hip graphics, but guys, it is 9:10 p.m. and I think it's around 55 degrees out here, or 60 degrees, getting cooler. Hey, we want to do a couple things. Number one, we would love for you all to bring underwear and socks, new underwear and socks, to any of our 4 rescue missions. That's the Greenville Rescue Mission right here on 575 West Washington Street in downtown Greenville. You can bring it any time between now and 3 p.m. tomorrow. We have a big box set up, and we would love for you to donate new underwear and new socks. We also need the other 3 locations: Shepherd's Gate off of Pleasantburg Drive, the Spartanburg Rescue Mission in Spartanburg, and the Cherokee County Rescue Mission in Gaffney. You can drop off socks and underwear at any of those locations. We also need food this fall. You guys, these 3 months, October, November, December, much of the food that we receive during these 3 months will last our entire fiscal year and will feed the 650 plus people in our care all throughout the holiday season. Will your church or your business, or you individually, your neighborhood, would you please consider hosting a food drive? If you're willing, we can organize that with you, organize a way to come pick that up. You can email us at cfritz, that's CFRITZ, at miraclehill.org. So we can organize that, or you can just do kind of an organic food drive and then drop the food off at 725 Keith Drive in Greenville, and that is right next to the Greenville Humane Society. But we need food. We need food. The food warehouse is low, and we're feeding thousands of meals daily. We were talking about some stats earlier. So on cold weather nights, here soon the temperature will drop below 40 degrees at night, and on cold weather nights, this mission already holds 150 men, but there will be an additional 100 plus men in this mission alone. So on cold weather nights, Miracle Hill has over 800 people in our care, and the average meal consumption per person is 2.67 meals per day. So you do that math, 700-ish times 2.67, that's how many people we're feeding every day. We need your help. So support Miracle Hill, do a food drive. Did I buy you enough time?
Yeah.
Man, I can talk, brother. I was just talking it up.
I tore one up and I didn't mean to. Come on in, Cody Carver. Get out of the way, Jacob.
I'm trying. I'm a placeholder, Cody.
I know. You're a good placeholder, Jacob.
Thank you, my friend. I put my Christmas sweater on.
That's right. It's a little early, but we'll take it.
I've got a problem.
All right. Dean said I got to talk up, so I'm going to try to talk more to the mic and see if I get my sound levels up. Dean, text Jennifer and tell her if this is any better with me looking at the mic. What's up, Cody?
What's up, Ryan? How are you?
I'm good, man. Cody, tell the people who you are.
I am Cody Carver. I'm the director of Greenville Together, a Home for All.
So we have had like 6 sub-angles on Greenville Together.
I've been keeping up with it throughout the night.
Okay. So give us the 50,000 foot view. Like from inception to where we are.
Wow.
Go.
30 seconds or less.
No, you got to submit it.
So really, if we flash back to August of 2024, our community, I think, was really grappling with what do we do next about homelessness. We continue to see homelessness growing in our community, and the current way of operating, the current way of doing business simply just wasn't meeting the needs of our community. And so we saw our community come together in a really unique and collaborative and powerful way by forming this 41-person community-wide task force on homelessness that is made up of nonprofit service providers, business leaders, local government, and most importantly, those with lived experience of homelessness. And we took that community task force, we partnered with some national experts to really take 4 months to assess what is working in Greenville, what isn't working in Greenville, what's working nationally that we can tap into, and really work towards a 1-year action plan and a 3-year comprehensive plan that is focused on functionally ending homelessness in Greenville. So that was the formation of what is now Greenville Together, again, just starting as a community task force on homelessness that has now grown into an entire collective impact organization in our community that is really broad, really diverse, very collaborative, and is doing transformative, innovative work in our community.
Tell the people what functionally ending homelessness means.
Yeah, great point. So when a community achieves functional zero, it doesn't mean that no one will ever experience homelessness again. It just means that we have a strong enough response system in our community. When somebody does fall into the cycle of homelessness, we can respond quickly, supportively, effectively by immediately wrapping our arms around them, supporting them, connecting them with services, and ultimately housing.
So it's not about eliminating homelessness.
Correct, yeah.
It's about an equitable system that works for everybody.
Yeah. It's not homelessness eradication, right? We will never reach a point to where we never see a homeless person on our streets again in Greenville. I think Hurricane Helene is a really powerful example of that, in that within 24 hours, so many people in our community were experiencing homelessness as their homes were literally destroyed by the storm.
So you're new to this.
Very new.
So maybe tell the people how you wound up in this role, and then me being who I am, I want to know how your heart has shifted being in the role.
Yeah, it's a great question. So it's a funny story how I ended up in the role. I was in another role at United Way of Greenville County, leading some of our community impact initiatives. And when the Community Task Force on Homelessness was formed in August of 2024, the leadership at United Way just asked me to step in and do some project management, schedule the meetings,
joke's on you.
Right, take the notes, issue the follow-ups, handle all the logistics. And as this work continued to grow and the project management became more intense, I really ended up serving as kind of this full-time leadership role for Greenville Together. It happened a little bit organically, but then when it came to the point to where we needed a dedicated point person for this initiative, I couldn't let it go. At that point, it felt like my baby, and I'd become so attached to the work, but also because I thought it was, and I still do, think that it's absolutely unacceptable that we allow homelessness to be a part of our everyday life here in Greenville. And so, I've always worked in nonprofits and local government my entire career. And so, you touch housing or homelessness and you're kind of adjacent to that work, but I've never worked directly in this space, like you said. And now that I have for the past year, this work is so important in our community, and it needs bold leadership like you and Pastor Dogan were talking about earlier. And my heart aches for those in our community that don't have a place to go home every single night. I remember this one night so vividly. It was during the community task force planning sessions, and we actually did a focus group with the ladies at Shepherd's Gate at Miracle Hill. And it was the very first cold night of the year. It was probably just like tonight, but a year ago. And one of the ladies just reminded me of my 78-year-old grandmother. And she said, the only reason I'm here is because my grandson stole my money and I couldn't afford rent that month, and I was evicted, and now I'm here in the shelter. And when I went home that night, it was pouring the rain and it was so freaking cold outside, and I was complaining because I had to take the dog outside. And I was like, I should be grateful that I get to take my dog outside, right, and come back up into my warm apartment and cuddle up in the bed and go to sleep. And ever since that night, it's just been this own internal mindset shift for myself on how I view those experiencing homelessness, and an extra sense of gratitude for the life that I have.
You said, I don't want to butcher what you said. You said it's unacceptable that what did you say? It's unacceptable that we see homelessness?
I said it's unacceptable that we allow homelessness to be a part of our everyday life here.
Unpack that statement.
Yeah. I think Greenville is an incredibly caring and a community that has a lot of means. And I think with that, it's unacceptable that homelessness is still here, right? And I think that Greenville Together and the work that we're doing through that initiative is really showing our community that homelessness is so complex and multifaceted, and it touches every corner of our community. And to solve homelessness, it's going to take every corner of our community coming to the table, addressing this problem together. It's not just the nonprofit sector's problem alone to solve. It's not just the local government's problem alone to solve. It's a community-wide problem that's going to take all of us coming together to say that homelessness is not acceptable here anymore.
So Jennifer, who's still here, hi, still
Hey,
Jennifer. We were talking about the surge.
Yeah.
We were talking about the people of the 80. What percentage of the 80 won't escape after 2 years? Meaning they'll need ongoing subsidization,
Yeah.
which is some number.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the number is. Then after the 80, it's not like 80 and done, right?
Yeah,
Like there's another group, and she made a really valuable point about making the system work from all angles, having more system efficiency. But I was going to ask her a question, and I said, nope, I'm going to save it for Cody. How are we doing as a community on funding the surge?
That's a really good question, Ryan. I think that we're seeing an incredible sense of urgency around funding the surge, right? And I think that our community is really finding their investment into the work of Greenville Together and the housing surge very valuable, because there's a tangible goal that they can really wrap their arms around, right? I know that my dollars are going directly to support a housing placement for somebody experiencing homelessness, and we're going to support 80 households by the end of this year. So when you look at your return on your investment from an investor level, it's really high. And so I've had the privilege of going along with our United Way philanthropy team over the past 2 months. It's United Way campaign season, where we ask all of our corporate partners to come together and give to the work United Way out of their regular paychecks. And the momentum we're seeing on that front is incredible, in that they just love the power that is Greenville Together, our community coming together to solve one of our community's most complex problems right now. But with that, there's still an incredibly long way to go. And I mentioned we partnered with national consultants to really help us with this work early on. And one of the anecdotes that they drew out of their time here in Greenville that I love sharing is that Greenville has a tendency to look at a project that costs $1, funded at a nickel, but still expect it to perform at the dollar level. And so we've been really strategic through Greenville Together to say, what is the exact dollar amount that this is going to cost to do this right? And we can't shy away from that. We can't back away from that, and really pursue that wholeheartedly and 110% to make sure that we fund this at the cost that it's truly going to take to functionally end homelessness in our community.
So if you take not just your time, but you take the time of all the leaders that are represented in the work, and the sunk costs of all that time and energy, it's a tremendous commitment from government, nonprofit, business, healthcare, law enforcement. Like, we've committed.
I don't even know if we could quantify it.
I think we could.
It would take a lot.
It'd be very difficult. But none of that matters if we don't have the dollar to put the person into the house.
You're so right.
So, more directly, if it's a thermometer,
we need money, right?
If it's a thermometer, how full is the thermometer?
The thermometer is about 1/4 of the way full right now.
Okay, so we got a long ways
got a
to
long
go.
way to go. Just to put some perspective on it, the total cost for doing this for the next 3 years is right at $5 million.
Okay.
Yeah, and where we're currently at in terms of fundraising, give or take, is around $600,000 to $800,000.
How fast are we pacing beyond the thermometer?
Fast. Very fast. But I think that goes to show the power of having partners at the leadership level of Greenville Together, like United Way and Triune and United Ministries, that can really provide that additional support and capacity while the thermometer catches up, right?
Yeah.
Because we know that this work can't wait in our community. We can't wait for the thermometer to catch up because folks in our community need the support urgently right now.
Yeah. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
It's a challenge because there's real human beings trying to get into units right now. Matter of fact, we had a young man, Braden or Jacob might remember his name. He sat down here. He's staying in the rescue mission right now as part of the surge, and he should be moving into a unit in the next few days.
Incredible.
But he's got to have a unit, and somebody's got to pay for it to work. Otherwise, he's just stuck here, which just perpetuates the stuckness of our community.
You were talking, I can't remember who it was, but I've been logging on throughout the day to watch, and the point that I love sharing to our community that was such a revelation for me in this work is the incredibly low stock of permanent housing options in our community, and the fact that we have folks in our emergency shelters like Miracle Hill that are working each and every day only to return to sleep here at night, and that are stuck here because they have no exit options.
And there's a bunch. Right now, behind us in this building, there's a bunch that are ready to go with nowhere to go. Don't know what the solution is. Because that was kind of the point. It was, I was talking to a developer, and then I was talking to a candidate for a Greenville City Council. And even if we decide today to fix the problem, we're 5 years from having units.
Right. I think one of the really cool things about the housing surge is our innovation around really tapping into the private landlord market, because number one, they want to give back to their community. They just don't know how. So how are we creating more engagement and partnership opportunities with private landlords and housing providers? And they have a greater deal of flexibility in their leasing criteria. They aren't stuck to these preset policies and procedures around who they can and can't lease to. So we know that, for example, a lot of folks exiting homelessness have barriers attached to them, like poor credit or maybe a criminal background or insufficient income to qualify for an apartment. And with our private landlord and housing providers, we're able to negotiate with them and say, hey, with the backing of Greenville Together, would you be willing to waive the credit check for this applicant? So I think that's really cool. And then how do we take that, like everything we're doing with the housing surge, and replicate it at a broader scale for our entire response system?
And the mayor was talking about that, about the number of units that we found that we have, and those are great, but only great if people can actually access the units.
Exactly.
Which is the challenge. Okay, I've got my stacks adding up. So leave the people with information on if they want to be part of Greenville Together, what can they do?
Yeah. Couple easy ways to get involved in the work of Greenville Together. You can visit the website, greenvilletogether.org, or the social media channels. We conduct a monthly street count, so we expanded the yearly count to a monthly point-in-time count. We're always looking for volunteers to help support that work. You can do that on our website. As Ryan mentioned, we're trying to catch up with the fundraising thermometers, so we're always looking for folks to partner with us in that way, and your generosity fuels direct housing placements in our community, so you can also check out the way to do that on our website. Also say a way that everyone can get involved in this work is just to engage in these types of conversations. Listen, ask the conversations, and then share what you learn with your neighbors, because we can only do so much work if the misconceptions and the myths and the stereotypes are still there around homelessness in our community. So it's on all of us to change that narrative and change the rhetoric around what we're doing.
Last question for you, Cody. Are you wearing a belt?
I'm not wearing a belt today.
Y'all, Cody never wears a belt. He is so fashion forward. He is never wearing a belt. I can't pull it off. My pants would fall down.
My goal is one day I'll walk into a meeting, Ryan, and you have no belt on. We'll see if we can get there.
Okay, we'll work on it.
Yeah.
Man, I appreciate
Thanks
you.
so much, Ryan.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
These hit much better.
Great. All right, we've got Marlena, Megan, and John. more fellows. More fellows. Is there like a fellows text chain that said, everybody come up? Hey, I'm Ryan.
Hey, I'm Megan.
Hey.
It's Marlena.
Marlena. Good to see you. Come on in. You guys got to use this microphone. All right, tell the people who you are.
Okay. I'm Marlena. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm with Greenville Fellows.
Okay.
My name is Megan. I'm from Orlando. I'm also with the Greenville Fellows.
I'm John. I'm from Simpsonville, South Carolina, and I am with the Greenville Fellows.
Okay. Is there a the, John? Yes?
The? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Why are you guys out here tonight?
We wanted to come visit you.
Okay.
And hear about your story and hear what
Okay,
brought you here.
What you want to know?
We want to know your testimony.
Okay. How much time do I have, Jay? A few minutes?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to give you the Cliff Notes version here.
Okay.
So I grew up here. I grew up in Malden, which is a little suburb. You guys aren't from here. A little suburb over here. And really long story short, I started using drugs and alcohol at a very young age in elementary school. And I did that to deal with my own garbage and to deal with my own traumas that I experienced in my family. And this was back in the 80s. And so back in the 80s, before any of y'all were born, again, I'm feeling old again tonight, we didn't talk about issues. And so a very long story short, eventually I dropped out of high school and was kicked out of my home and wound up on the streets and walked in those doors in 2002. Addicted, criminal history, no family to speak of, and had grown up in a household that was a Christmas and Easter only family and hated God, or at least what I thought of God. And another very long story short, I met Jesus in this rescue mission, and he changed my life, and I found sobriety, and eventually heeded a call into the ministry, and so I served Jesus in ministry for rolling on 2 decades, and have the coolest job in the world, not sitting on a bench talking to people, although that is fun, but I get to sit around and watch the Lord work miracles in people's lives every day. Pretty good gig.
What's your favorite characteristic of the Lord?
I think that if we don't say grace, I don't know what else there is to say, right? Like, none of us are deserving of the forgiveness that we receive, right? And I always like, when I'm talking to young people, I always like to point out the difference between mercy and grace, right? Mercy's not getting what you deserve. Grace is getting a cupcake in addition to not getting what you deserve. And I am so undeserving of the Lord's favor and his love, and yet Jesus died for me anyways. And without grace, what is there?
What's something that you're really proud of that you never get to talk about?
Something that I'm very proud of. Jacob, for sure. That I never get to talk about. I get to talk about my salvation. I get to talk about my wife and my children. I don't know the answer to that question. I can answer like, what's an unknown fact that nobody knows about you, but I can't think of what I'm proud of that I don't get to talk about. I get to talk about Jesus for a living, so I feel like I get to, and all these people sitting over here to the side will tell you that I say exactly what I'm thinking all the time, within reason. So I don't know. I don't know what's something I'm proud of that I don't get to talk about a lot.
What about the interesting fact? The
Okay.
interesting fact no one knows.
Are y'all ready for the most interesting fact? Okay. So I can recite poetry in a dead language,
That's awesome.
but I need somebody to fact check me.
What?
All right, somebody get out Google. Tell me when you're ready, Katie.
I'm ready.
Look up the prologue to the Canterbury Tales in Old English.
You've got a huge poetry fan right here. Writes her own poetry.
Y'all can look it up. Those of you watching, Google it on your phone. The prologue to the Canterbury Tales in Old English. I may get one line wrong. Okay. You're going to have to trust me. Are you ready for
I
this?
believe you.
Okay. One down April in a short sota, the drought of March had pierced to the rota, and bother every vein in Swiesle court of which were to engendre this la fleur. One day for his sake would his swayed the breath, inspired hath in every holt and hate, the tanja crapus, and the yangasana hath in the ramus half course your honor. And small of Alice mocking melodia that slept in all the night with open ears, so pricketh them that sure in here courages, dying long and folk to going on pilgrimages and palmers, for the sake in stranger landers, from England to Canterbury they wander. How'd I do, Katie?
You did almost perfect, which I think is perfect.
Yeah.
Since this was a long time ago.
All right, you want to know the backstory?
Yeah.
Why can I recite? Okay, so back in my misspent youth, I was in a world literature class my senior year of high school before I failed out of high school, and I had a teacher that didn't like me very much, and I got to class one day, stoned out of my mind. And she proceeded to tell us that we had to memorize the prologue to the Canterbury Tales before the end of the year. So I spent the rest of the day memorizing it, like the rest of the class. And then at the end of it, being a smart aleck, I said, I can go ahead and recite it. And so I did, and she started cackling and dying in laughter because she wanted us to memorize it in English. And I had memorized it in this dead language, and I never forgot it.
That's awesome. After one time?
Well, yeah.
One afternoon?
One afternoon. And how do you forget such things? Very interesting fact. All right, what other random questions do you
What's your
have?
tattoo say? Someone asked you that already?
This is Galatians 5:1. It is for freedom Christ has set us free. Stand firm and do not be burdened again by a yoke of slavery.
Why does that mean so much to you?
Well, think about the scripture and think about my testimony. I was in bondage for many years and found freedom through Jesus.
Do you think that, well, I think it's pretty obvious that when you have people come in that you have a special connection to them to be able to relate to them.
Sure.
Do you feel like, I mean, if you would go back and change your story in any way, would you? Or do you think that you're glad that the Lord brought you through
That's
that?
a great question. So I'll give you two answers. The first answer is absolutely not. There was a time in my life when I would have wished for a different life. But even through all you got a very sanitized version of events. Even through all the brokenness, all the hardship, the months in jail and institutions, the Lord made me the man that I am today, and I love what Lord's done with my life. I don't want a different life. So if to change my life was to change who I am today, why would I want that? The other answer I'll give you, it took me about, 2, 3, 4 years of sobriety to come up with the truth. Praise God for my addiction, because it's through my addiction that the Lord showed me the depth of my own depravity, and it was through that I met Jesus. I don't think the Lord made me an addict, but the Lord used my brokenness to show me His goodness, and so praise God for it. So I wouldn't change anything. I would be boring. Just kidding.
You wouldn't know the Canterbury
I
Tales.
wouldn't know the Canterbury Tales.
Well,
That's technically a war story, kids. You're not supposed to tell those when you're sober, man.
well, first off, I just want to say thank you for sharing your testimony.
My pleasure.
It's really great to hear that. What advice would you give to people who are struggling with similar addictions to what you had? What would you say to people if they found out that they were going through something similar?
Yeah, I would say that the antidote to addiction and brokenness and all the issues we have certainly is Jesus, but more importantly, surround yourself in healthy community. Get people in your life that actually care about you and are invested in you and love you despite you. Jesus will work out the rest. Community.
So what kind of communities do you need? Like, where would you recommend checking?
Yeah. So let's talk about church. So there are like 4 things that happen in the life of a church. Okay. You've got what happens on Sunday. You've got corporate worship. You've got serving on behalf of the church. We could lump tithing in with that. And then you've got the 4th category, I'm just going to call it small group accountability, because it looks different in every church, whether it's a gospel group or a life group or a Sunday school or something like that. If you ask me what's most important, I would go in reverse order. I would say the small group accountability is the most important piece, and I'll come back to that. I would say number 2 and number 3, corporate worship, serving on behalf of the church. There's a biblical mandate for both of those things. You can't escape it if you read scripture. So we have to be engaged with that. And then what happens on Sunday is important, but it's supposed to be the icing on the cake. It's not supposed to be the cake. For so many Christians, going to church on Sunday is the only thing that defines their Christian walk. When you look at the scripture, what model did Jesus use? He used small group accountability. Because it's through those smaller communities where we find vulnerability and transparency. That's where discipleship happens. That's where we grow, and that's where we become like Jesus. That doesn't happen in the vacuum of a pew on Sunday. So you've got to find people that similarly want to chase Jesus, and then be honest with one another about who you are and where you're going. And the Lord will work out the rest of the details. Last thing I'll say, we're supposed to be fed 7 days a week. If the only thing that defines your Christian walk is going to church on Sunday morning, you're starving to death. Man, we feed through the relationships of discipleship. No mistake that Jesus in John, the first thing he does when he starts his ministry is start calling the disciples. Like, did he need the disciples from a theological perspective? No, he could have done anything he wanted. But he did that to model it to us to live in community with others. Get head shakes. And I got All right, one more question. I got to go to the next group.
What would you say to people who have been hurt by addicts?
By addicts? That's not where I thought you were going to go with that question. I would say that people hurt people, and hurt people hurt people. I think I would tell someone to, number one, look in the mirror and examine themselves, and then recognize that hurt people hurt people. Not excusing the behavior, but to say, love someone despite themselves, hold them accountable, and then if they choose to continue down the road, that's on them. But if we're representatives of Jesus, we should be representatives of grace first. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Very nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Have
All right. When is the next group of fellows coming out?
We only got one left.
Okay.
So I don't know.
The other one's out of the country, so.
All right, come on up, Katie.
This is so great.
Oh, I'm going in for a hug.
I would love a hug.
Come on.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
This is twice in 2 weeks.
It is. I'm so happy. It's just great to always be with you. And just great to witness this. This is amazing.
This is fun. I think it's warmer tonight, so it's more fun.
Yes, it is so good. Okay, I have a question, which is a follow-up on her last question.
Okay.
Which is where I thought she was going, which I think is where you thought she was going. What would you say to people who have been hurt by church?
The church.
Yes.
I would say I'm not surprised by that. Typically when that happens, the narrative is the church is filled with a bunch of hypocrites, right? Like that. I feel like that's the way that it's articulated, and I would say yes, absolutely. The church is filled by a bunch of hypocrites. The church is filled by a bunch of sinners, and I think that where we make a mistake, maybe more so in the South than in other parts of the country, is that we go to church and we pretend like we're not sinners, right? And then people see the discrepancy between who somebody is and who somebody pretends to be on Sunday, and that's where church hurt comes from. I would say, and I'm saying this tongue in cheek, but you'll understand what I'm saying. Like, Jesus doesn't care anything about religion.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying.
Right? Like, it's about relationship, and man will always disappoint us. But going back to an earlier question they asked, find people who want to chase Jesus and who want to be vulnerable as they do it, and they represent the model that Jesus intended for the church rather than one of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I would be shocked if anybody's lived a lifetime in church that doesn't have church hurt.
Right.
Right?
Because humans hurt us.
Because
and humans are our church.
Humans are the church. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of broken people pretending like we're holy often.
Right. And if a church is willing to embrace that vulnerability, the people in that church, and acknowledge their sinfulness and their brokenness, and together look to God, that's what she.
Yeah, so sitting over here out of camera is one of my closest friends. And we go to church together, but that is not why he's one of my closest friends. We do life together.
Right.
We're vulnerable with each other. Right? Like, I know how he stinks. He knows how I stink.
I'm sticking around for this conversation.
Right? Rather than being holier than thou.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's the idea.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Katie, we just jump in talking, but some people don't know who you are. Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Will you tell the people who you are?
I am Katie Smith. I'm Executive Director of Greater Good Greenville, which is a network of nonprofits, philanthropic funders, and caring community members who are exactly you people watching because you care enough to tune into this important conversation. Yeah.
Yep.
And I love Greenville, but I'm willing to look at Greenville's flaws and believe that together we can fix them. And I just love you, and I love this organization.
I had a guy on here earlier tonight because of Simple Civics.
Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy.
He said
Okay.
that he heard, it wasn't the episode with me.
Oh.
It was, you said something else about the bench.
Okay.
And he showed up to be a
Okay.
part of the conversation.
Well, so should I say what Simple Civics is in
Yes,
case people
please.
weren't? Okay. So part of us believing in a wonderful Greenville and that it is the people of Greenville that make it wonderful is we believe civic engagement is an important part of that. And we believe it without any preference for any party, any candidate, any issue. It is just that if you care enough to donate to causes exactly like this, to volunteer at places like this, you should also care enough to vote, to go to public meetings, to pay attention to what government is doing in the most positive and productive of ways. So we realize that not enough people pay attention to local government or care about local government, and we want to change that. So we have a podcast called Simple Civics Greenville County. You can find it on any podcast app or on the web at simplecivicsgreenvillecounty.org. And they are weekly short episodes, like kind of walking the dog, folding the laundry length, that get into issues about your local and some state government. So we've, of course, covered homelessness, of course, covered affordable housing, of course, covered our terrible eviction laws in this state. But we also talk about things like annexation and home rule and arts in the community and the Swamp Rabbit Trail and all the things that make this community wonderful and help us identify the problems that we want to solve. We've been doing it since November of 2021. So we have like 200 plus episodes, and we interview candidates for local and state office. So right now you can tune in to hear interviews with our city council candidates in all of our 6 cities in Greenville County. And we have a really strong listenership, and we've had like 100,000 something downloads since we started, because people really do care and they want to get involved, and we want to make it simple for them. So I love that someone came here tonight because of it.
Yeah. So I made this point earlier, way earlier in the day. So as a people, we get so embedded in federal politics.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want your life to be different, local politics is where you should put your effort and your energy. At least understand the issues, and don't just hit the button for a party on local elections. Know the people. I've got a couple candidates for one of the Greenville City seats coming open, and the differences between the two candidates are not as simple as party.
Yes.
It's very nuanced.
Yes.
And
I agree so strongly.
You've got to understand those issues in order to affect change in your community.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when we've had local elected officials on, they will say, like, trash cans do not vote and potholes do not vote, and they are not part of a party. You know, that's what I'm saying that incorrectly. Potholes are not partisan, or they shouldn't be. And when you go to a city council meeting or a county council meeting or a school board, and the best of what they do is happening, they are really wrestling with things like, should this lady be allowed to have goats and chickens in her yard? She's had them forever, but her neighbors don't love it, and we can kind of get what our neighbors are coming from, and what is it zoned, and what was it zoned? Like, that's real neighbors solving really tricky problems with policy. That's when it's great. I get really frustrated when people come to a county council meeting and stand at the podium and talk about what they heard on their favorite cable news channel, because it really is not relevant, in my opinion, in what's going on in Greenville County. But there are so many ways to plug in. I mean, you can go to our city council meetings, our county council meetings, hear what people are talking about. You can serve on a board or commission. That will come up at the beginning of 2026. So it could be the library board or the Bon Secours Wellness Arena board or the, zoning commission. There's so many cool opportunities to serve in a positive way. Okay, can I say one more thing? Like, I just get on a roll. And this is boring to some people, but it matters so much. I'm a civics nerd. So we're voting right now, or coming up in November, for city council. So if you live in a city, you have to go vote. But in 2026, I'm sure you all know, we have big midterm elections at the federal level. Senator Lindsey Graham's seat is up. That is a big deal. But we are going to have statewide elections for our governor, for Secretary of State, Superintendent of Education, and then half of our county council and our school board will all be up, as well as several county offices. Most people who care about civics are like, okay, I'm going to go vote in November. I'm going to go get my sticker. I'll do my thing. But usually about half of our seats in Greenville County are contested only in the primary, because only one party will file in any given district. It's a more Republican district or a more Democratic district. So if you don't vote in the June primary, which opens early right after Memorial Day to vote, you oftentimes don't have a choice. You roll up there in November and you're going to get your sticker, and you look at your ballot and you're like, oh, there's, okay, him, he's the only guy, her, she's the only gal. You have to vote in June. And one more thing on this, because usually they are hotly contested in the primary, there's often a runoff, which happens 2 weeks later, because no single candidate gets the majority of the vote. And even fewer people, just 10% of people voted in the runoff last year. And that is like it being overtime. Like, you have driven yourself to Clemson You did the whole thing. You made the ham biscuits, all the things. And then it hits overtime and you're like, well, let's go on home and beat the traffic. Like that, nobody does that. Why do we do that for voting?
Yeah. Talk about the abysmal numbers of voters too. It is shocking how few people vote.
It is so sad. So in the statewide primary, in 2024, we were so pleased that we went up by 3 percentage points. And that number was to about 17% of voters in Greenville County. And then the runoff, we were really proud. We got to 10% of people.
10%.
And to make it super specific, I'm not going to call out which district it is, but there's a district in Greenville County of county council that represents about 44,000 voters. And in that race, about 5,000 of those voters turned out, and the person who won by about 1,500 votes. So they got about 3,500 votes. They were not challenged in November, and so now, 3,500 people chose someone who is making enormous, important decisions about what roads are we funding.
8% of the electorate.
It's nuts. It's not. Thank you. I couldn't do math that fast.
I
But
don't know
that's
that
it.
I'm right, but it
Well, you
sounded
can do the
good.
Canterbury Tales prologue, so I think you can do anything now. But right, I mean, these are such important things, y'all. So hopefully, I'm sure you all volunteer because you're up here late at night watching this. You volunteer, you donate, you pray, you care, you do the things because you care about this community. This is kind of the pinnacle, in my opinion. So hopefully, y'all, if you live in a city, you'll be voting this November. November 4th, I think, is the Tuesday. And then you're going to vote. I think it's June 9th is the primary. And then you're going to vote again in the runoff. Should there be a runoff?
I want to tell my favorite local government story.
Okay, I can't wait.
Okay, so many years ago, it was probably 8 or 9 years ago, I don't remember what the issue was surrounding homelessness. It was at a county council meeting. It was some reason that I was there. Okay. Same time, there was a big stirring about dogs being chained outside. You remember this?
I mean, I remember this era of, yeah.
Dogs being chained outside in the summer.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this county council meeting, hundreds of our neighbors showed up in matching t-shirts to argue for the dogs not being allowed to be locked outside on the chain. There's 2 points to this. The first one is they changed what happened in that county council meeting. Enough people showed up that they changed public policy. The second thing to note is people cared more about the dogs than they did about the homeless individuals. But that's a secondary issue. Your voice matters.
Yes.
Right?
Oh my gosh. I love that you told that story. I mean, it is very depressing in one respect, but I'd love dogs as well. But here's the thing. I go to many, many, many county council meetings. And I am not lying when I tell you, a lot of times there's 20, 25 people there.
It's the same 20, 25
It's
people.
the same 20 or 25 people, and good for them. I mean, there's 2 people that speak almost every meeting, and good for them. But, if you can make it, I guess let me phrase it in a positive way. You can make a difference very easily. And especially if you wear a matching t-shirt. That makes a huge difference.
Matching t-shirts.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
loud.
It is,
Right?
especially if it's
loud
bright
without
yellow.
saying a word. Yeah, I can't remember what color it was.
Yeah, but it's true. It's very true. I mean, and that's the beauty of the mission and the organizing that you all do. I mean, you help leverage thousands of caring people in prayer, in their treasure, their time, their talent. It is incredible. And if even just a fraction of them came to a city council meeting, a county council meeting to stand up for a policy that would make a difference for the people that you serve, I mean, that's huge. Huge, huge, huge. So,
yeah. Former matriarch of homelessness in Greenville, Deb Richardson Moore.
Yes.
She said these issues aren't dealt with by the usual suspects. Meaning, it's not the Ryans of the world who are going to make the most impact for homelessness. It's when Ryan is accompanied by Katie and by this person and this person and this person, and it's the unity of voices around the same issue. That's where change happens. It happens in action, but from a policy and a politics standpoint, that's where policy changes that way as well.
That's totally true. And really, like, in fairness and respect to those county council members or any given elected official, if you are only hearing from 20 people, you're there to represent your constituents. And if the constituents aren't speaking up, you know, they're going to make their best decision. But when you say, hey, you haven't heard from me before, but I'm a business owner and I'm really worried about X, or I'm a mom and I'm really worried about Y, you're kind of a new, unusual suspect. And it does make people sit up and go, oh, here's a new voice. I need to hear this. So, yeah. But this is so great, Ryan. Thank you so much for making space for all of us to come and visit you and listen to each other talk. It's been great.
So much fun.
It's so much fun. And I'm so glad it's not so cold for you this year.
I am too. But I'm going to layer up here.
Yeah, I was about to say, the breeze is blowing.
Almost to a layer.
Okay.
Thank you for
yeah,
coming
thank
out,
you
friend.
so much.
All right, Larry.
Okay,
You're up.
Larry. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks.
Yeah, have a great night.
See ya.
All right, I feel like it's rude to sit here and listen to you. I know I don't even know you, Larry, but can I sit and listen?
Yeah, you can sit and listen.
I guess all the people are listening there, so I might as well.
You're gonna put a layer on. I'll take one off, man. It has been warm.
What's up, buddy?
Not much.
Yep, you got to have the mic.
Gotta do this.
For those of y'all that don't know Larry, giving him a mic is a dangerous proposition all by itself.
Check one. Check one. Yes. You're right. You are right.
Why come out here tonight, man?
Because I love you, and because this cause is a phenomenal cause. And I think just watching how widespread it is, and I know you talk about this throughout the evening as to how many people are participating in a similar event, maybe not exact day, or if it's all on the same day
It's all
across
happening
the
right
U.S. It's phenomenal. Actually, on my way here, I stopped at Walmart, bought some socks.
Thank you.
And the guy at the register, which I actually went to a register, they were like, "Please go to self-checkout," and I'm
that
like,
they have a register.
and I'm like, "No, I'm gonna let you check me out tonight." And the guy was like, "You're just getting off work. Wear out a pair of socks today." And I'm like, "No, man, I'm heading downtown. I'm gonna give some socks to the mission for homeless people." What are you talking about? So and that guy very well could be signed on right now. I told him what was going on and what the cause was, and he
maybe we're on all the TVs at Walmart right now.
Wouldn't that be something? That's like CNN in every airport level broadcast.
You know when
right?
people go to like Walmart and change all the channels? Whoever's in Walmart right now, change it all to the YouTube channel. Get us on all the TVs.
That's right.
Don't get in trouble though.
No, I don't know that. I mean, right now is the real prime shopping time.
Hey,
you all have a good stream.
Thank you, sir.
It's prime shopping time at Walmart right now.
Yeah. Good people watching time at Walmart too.
It is. I think it's really the fact that it's October means nothing. People dress like that all year, right?
Okay, so here's my question for you.
I was worried.
I
about
told
it.
Larry I was going to come with a really good question.
Hit me.
So, Larry, you and your wife Kelly. Hey, Kelly. You guys transplanted from California. When people think about homelessness and California, they think of not good. Compare and contrast homelessness from California to what you've experienced here in the South. Where are we doing better? Where are we doing worse?
You know,
without getting political on me.
No, and I don't think it's a political issue. First and foremost, the homeless population in California is equivalent to some entire states' populations. This isn't like there's no Band-Aid. There's no we're gonna rally around, a certain area and try and help. Because really all that happens is, in California, and I see that kind of out here, they're good at moving the problem. They'll shift it to a neighboring. Some dignitaries coming in from out of state. Well, we got to clean up the area, so they'll shift them all, from one county to another, make it somebody else's problem for a couple weeks. But ultimately, it all comes. A huge percentage of the homeless population in California is homeless because they want to be. Whereas I find that here, and you could probably check me on this, there's less desire to be homeless, and there's more circumstance that led to homelessness. And when I say people out there want to be homeless, look, you're off the grid. You're not paying $4,500 a month in rent for a one-bedroom apartment. You got a tent in some makeshift little tent city, and they're okay with that. And you go into those, you see them all over. I mean, everybody's got their cell phone out. They're connected to the world. They've got hubs, or a Grubhub showing up, delivering meals. So there's still a high level of employed homeless people in Southern California, especially in Southern California. You're talking about employed people, and people who some of them are making near six figures and still can't afford to put themselves into a good situation.
And we've got that here where people are employed and can't escape. So your father-in-law, what up, Frank? Shout out to Frank.
Frank Smith. The one and only Wendell.
He was a Skid Row fireman.
That's right.
For 30 years.
Through his 30 years, he was in some pretty, he wasn't in the same place the entire time, but yeah, some pretty.
What does he say is the difference? Because he was in maybe the worst spot in all of America for homelessness at some point.
So look, you have to look at what draws somebody to an area to begin with, right? There's desirable factors that go into where people go. People go to the beach during summer because it's summer and it's nice and I'm going to put my feet in the water and it's just what you do. Well, for the homeless population, and you go where there's good trash. Sometimes it comes down to just the trash in Southern California is phenomenal. The food that gets thrown out is top notch. They're so over-regulated.
Bro, we got good restaurants here.
Yeah, but not to the degree. And I'm just saying, they're so over-regulated in California on every front that the amount of food that is mandated to be thrown away is just disgusting. It is tons and tons and tons and tons of food an hour that's getting thrown out there. So you got that. You got great weather.
Lots of dope.
And the dope. And it's that right there, that trifecta of, it's a Talon, right? It just grips right in.
Tremendous handouts.
Well, not just handouts, but they also accommodate drug use on a very high level. When we first moved here, people didn't believe us that you could go and you could just get all the needles you wanted in Southern California and shoot up in the same place that you got the needle and put the needle in the sharps container. And so, I understand that the, disease and that's something that they're trying to control through that. And it's needed, but it's not like there's even the attempt to help the person out of the situation. It's more like, yeah, man, here's your needle. That's fascinating to me. It's so, and it really just keeps people embedded in that life for the rest of their life.
Hopefully not. Jesus can change it.
Well, Jesus, for sure. look, there's some huge differences between, before we escaped California and came out here. The presence of God in California is not. It's not like we felt when we got here. And I don't know how to really verbalize that. The sin.
He's there too.
He's there. There's for sure. He's there. Have a great night. He's there. But boy, Lucifer's working overtime, and his client base is big. But yeah. So I have a question for you.
Come on, do it.
You and I spoke when you were interviewing for this position with Miracle Hill.
Okay, don't get me in trouble. I don't know what you're getting ready to say.
From the time that you took the position as the CEO of Miracle Hill until now, the ups sat in that corner office, so to speak, as the CEO.
So anytime something grows, you're gonna have incremental growth. So has there been incremental growth in the upstate in the past 6 years? As the population has, so too has the population of people experiencing homelessness. I think I would expand it beyond the 6 years. Let's say in the past 10 years. I think that what people are experiencing as an increase in homelessness is an increased visibility in homelessness. So here's a perfect example. 10 years ago, this was woods over here.
Yeah.
And people camped right back here, 50 yards from where my finger is. A half mile down the road was an old city works lot and an old park and some old businesses that is now Unity Park. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, tons of people lived down there. We've now taken all this area where people were camping and we've developed it.
Right.
And so where have those people gone? Well, they've become more visible. Their ability to hide in plain sight has eliminated more and more as each day goes by. Third point I'll make, on top of that, as we have continued, and we've talked about this all night, and we'll talk about it for the next 18 hours, however much time we have left.
I got to go home at some point.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
that, right?
I got you.
Just throwing that out there.
Yep. He just said he's not here all night. Otherwise, I would have said he's here all night.
We're going to talk about it for 18 hours.
As we continue to struggle to get people out of the shelters, we create a bottleneck on the shelters where we can't get people in the front door, which keeps people outside longer. So is there an increased number? Yes. Is it as much as people perceive? No. Can we, through methodology, knock it back down to a functional number? For sure. So I don't think it's grown tremendously. And last thing I'll say, the number that people reference to talk about how many people are homelessness is called the PIC count, the point in time count. It happens every January. It's a federally mandated measurement of homelessness. And so there's two reasons why your number would grow. The first reason would be there's more homeless people. The second reason would be you're measuring better.
Yeah.
Okay? Now to complicate things, nobody wants to talk about this. The number of people experiencing homelessness in a community is directly tied to the federal dollars devoted to that community. So it behooves the community to measure better because they get more money. Does that make sense?
Unfortunately. Yeah.
So last thing I'll say, and then we got to go on to our next special guest. So I'm not saying people's motives are disingenuous when they're measuring, but I will say this. We are not part of that federal count because we don't take federal funds. Yeah. But they want our numbers. Why would they want our numbers? Because our numbers boost the total number, which boosts the dollars that come into the community.
That you don't see.
Well, we choose not to see. Yeah.
Correct, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love you, brother. Appreciate you coming up here.
Love you too. I just love the fact that it's what it is right now, and it's not. Yeah, I watched you last year from afar. Was out of town, and I watched you freeze out here, and I was like, man, that just looks awful. And I believe I was drinking a hot chocolate or something at the time, and it really cozy, and you looked just miserable. So.
It was fun.
61 degrees right now.
61?
Special guest here, right?
I know. We got 10 degrees to go.
Got a bit of an underbite.
Love you, brother. Love you, man. Thanks for coming out.
Yep. Take my t-shirt and go. Stay warm tonight. It's not as bad as it was.
All right, watch our numbers are going to boost right
That's
here,
right.
Braden.
Right.
Insert Minda and Hope.
Woo! How you doing, buddy?
Hey.
Okay, here, look here. Go see Ryan.
Just a couple. Yes, you are a good talk.
I got your treat. See here.
You losing your voice?
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good. I kept saying liar today.
Okay, will you tell the people who you are?
I will. Am I looking at you? Who am I looking
You
at?
can look at whoever you want to.
I look at you.
Me's fine.
Okay, I'll look at you. My name is Minda Shelton, and I'm the director at Shepherd's Gate.
Okay, so I'm not going to say I had to twist Minda's arm to get her out here, but I don't really give you an option.
You did not this year, and that was okay. Bring the old lady out at 10.
Stop. I certainly did not say 10 o'clock. That's Jacob's fault, if
No, she
anybody's
picked
fault.
10. She picked 10.
No, I did. Well, yes, I did, Jacob. I did.
Did I pick 10 for you?
You did, and
Oh,
that was
no.
okay. It was okay.
Well, the lighting is classy.
I'm telling you what. Yes.
Okay, Minda, I really wanted to get you out here for a variety of different reasons, for your longevity of experience with Miracle Hill, but also we're at the men's shelter. We were at the men's shelter before. Shepherd's Gate, certainly part of the conversation, but I've often said that Shepherd's Gate is the book of John at Miracle Hill. So let me unpack that, y'all. You got 4 Gospels. You got the Synoptics, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and then you have the book of John, which is the same but different, which is Shepherd's Gate.
It is. And it's because we have women.
Yeah.
And they are different.
Tell the people what Shepherd's Gate is.
Shepherd's Gate is like the rescue mission. We do the same things, but we do it with women, single women, and mothers with young children.
Yes. And how long have you been at Miracle Hill?
A little bit over 27 years.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've had 5 young people on the bench tonight. Fellows from Mitchell Road.
Cool.
Okay.
I met them. One was from Michigan. She had a cool sweatshirt on. Yes.
But what, they're in a season where they are seeking vocationally to figure out what to do with their future, right? Seeking what the Lord would have them to do.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes. Very cool.
That's awesome.
But you have a non-traditional route into rescue mission work. Will you talk about that a little bit?
Explain to me what you're meaning. Non-traditional
Like
route
you didn't
into.
set out to be a rescue mission director.
No. Some of them did, but I did not. I didn't want to come here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't. I didn't want to come here because I didn't know anything about it. I had been trained to be an early education teacher, and that's what I had done off and on for 24 years at a large Christian school in the area. And I'm sorry, she lost her treatsy somewhere.
No, it's behind us.
Okay.
Jason, will you grab it?
I'm so sorry. See, I might have to let Sarah just take her, or she's going to interrupt our whole thing.
She's very warm.
She is warm. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So when I got the call about maybe coming here, I was kind of like, I don't think I want to do this. Well, I didn't say that. I was like, no, I'm not going there. In my head, I didn't say it out loud. What I did say was, I'll pray about that. We should not do that.
Christianese.
That was very Christianese. And so, but as I did that, the Lord was like, that's where you need to be. See, and I didn't know what was coming. But then when I got here, it was like, oh my goodness. There was some similarities because sometimes people can act like kids.
Yeah.
They really can. And so, I mean, I can tell you when I got there, I would say sometimes, how old are you? And they would say, oh, I'm 50. And I would be like, you are acting just like a middle school child. Because they were. So there were some things that were sometimes similar, but so many things that I had no clue about. And I said I was going to write a book one day that from puzzles and Play-Doh to Paxil and Prozac, because I just had, wouldn't that be good? Just so, I mean, opposite ends of the spectrum. But I love what I do. I mean, I've done it for a long time, and it never gets old. It's just different every day. And who gets paid to get to share the gospel with people every single day? I mean, oh my goodness. I mean, it's just awesome.
So I think the point I was trying to make, so if one of those young people's watching.
Did I not do the point? I didn't get to the
Stop,
point.
you did great.
Okay.
You did great.
I didn't get to the point.
No, you did great. If one of those young people's watching and they're trying to discern where the Lord may be taking them, you certainly wound up somewhere you didn't intend to go.
Right.
What would you say to them about being open to the movement of the Spirit in their own life?
Be open to it. Be open to it. I mean, what we have to remember is before the Let There Be Light Day was done, every day of our life was recorded in his book. So he already knows what the best place is for us. So why would we not want to ask him about that? And I can't remember what the percentage is of people who graduate with a degree in something that actually do what they graduated in.
It's very low.
It's very low. And so, I think that kids that know Christ and want his guidance and his will, he's going to give that to them. He's going to guide and direct, take them places to let them see and try and hear and do. And I think that's a really good way to just, if you get an opportunity to do something, go do it.
Go do it.
Go do it. Because how are you going to know if you'd be good at it? How are you going to know if you're going to like it? And the Lord, if you say, you know what, I'm just going to go and volunteer and do that for a couple days and see, and they go, they might be like, I want to do this with the rest of my life.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but when Reed came and talked to you about coming to Miracle Hill, you agreed to a completely different job.
I would have been your assistant, right?
Yes.
Whoa.
And then you changed careers to do a job, and then you got here and that job wasn't.
And it wasn't even available anymore. He wasn't available. And so then, what's so cool, I don't even know if you know this, several years before, I had taken a tour of Shepherd's Gate because my kids had raised money for toys. We took them, and the director at the time, Nancy Lowe, said, would you like a tour? And I said, sure, I think that'd be so good. So we went on a tour, and I remember standing up in the room that we so creatively have called the big room. We stood up in that, and I said, oh my goodness, in my mind, she has got the best job in the world. And then several years later, there I am, and the Lord reminded me that I had thought that. You've got the best job in the world.
Why did Nancy change jobs?
I have no idea. That I do not know. Because when she came, she was
a sweet woman.
She was so sweet, and she was down in the daycare. She was doing the daycare, and I was down there quite a bit when I first came. In fact, they had to come up, they had to go get me and say, Minda, you need work upstairs. So I was down in the daycare, and the funniest thing was, my youngest two were in like 9th and 11th grade. They were going to be in those grades when they went back to school, and so they came and helped Nancy down in the daycare that summer. And the Lord worked that out because, I was always off in the summers, and here I was working. And the Lord just worked that all out. And to this day, they will say one of the best jobs we ever had was working in the daycare at Shepherd's Gate. They loved it. They loved working with those kids.
So, viewers, if you're in meetings with Minda and you're talking about rescue mission work, Minda will always say the same thing.
I do?
Yeah. She'll say, women are different.
I do say that a lot, don't I? I do, because it's so true.
Well, tell the people how. How is helping women experiencing homelessness, what are the challenges?
Okay. The difference is, and I'm not saying that guys don't experience trauma and things when they're young, that kind of thing, but so many of them have been through really, what am I trying to say? All the adjectives that are coming are so minimal compared to what it actually is. But a lot of them have been molested, raped by a father, a brother, somebody that they
Very
should have
traumatic
trusted.
Yeah.
And so they've got that they're dealing with. And then a lot of them have had abortions. And they still, I've read so much on this where they go, as they're passing children, they're looking for ones that would have been the same age as their child. And it's something they don't ever get over. So they've got that they're dealing with. Just those two things. There's so many others. They like to talk. Does that surprise you, Ryan? So
I don't know that I can answer that and not get into trouble.
We always tease because it's like the guys, they say, oh, they've got 50 on their list or something like that, and they have to find them. Then they sit down with them, and it's like 5 minutes later, they're like ready, they're done. We can't even say, how was your day in 5 minutes? It's like after an hour, we're having to stand up and say. So it's just, they have so much more to say. They want you to hear their pain. They want you to hear their trauma. They want you to hear how they feel. And then what should they do about that? And there's so much unpacking and things that they have to do from way back here. And nobody's listened. And a lot of times, they've told their mom things, and the mom didn't believe them. So then they've got that on top of it. The people that should have loved them and helped them and believed them the mom didn't want to lose the guy. So she said, mm-mm. That didn't happen.
So in your few years,
Yeah.
how have you seen the face of homelessness change for women in Greenville?
There's more.
Okay.
There's more that are homeless. I think what we're dealing with more is the mental health piece is huge. And, you know, I'm sure there's gobs of reasons for that. I have my own thoughts about that. But we see that a lot. And it's not just a depression. Not that depression isn't a big deal. But we're talking schizophrenia and things that are really much greater. We're dealing with women that are older. We've got an older population that comes. And some of them, you know, they're like 83. We've got one that's 83 and she's working a full-time job.
Really?
She is, and she loves it. I mean, her face just glows. She loves it. She feels needed and useful. And she's working at a school that treats her with such respect. They call her Miss and her name, and they just love her. And she loves them. And so it's been so good to see her get out and to just be poured into and to get to pour into. So we see that. I think we see a lot of entitlement. I think we see a lot more, I don't like what you're saying to me. You know, I have my rights. I have that kind of thing.
I have my rights.
And where's my, you know, where's my rights in this? And, you know, they don't read the handbooks. They don't do anything. They just come in and it's like they have an agenda and they're allowed to do their agenda because they just are. And it's like, not really. No. But a lot of that's been allowed in the schools and a lot of other things where, you know, the louder the voice, they get the grease. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Yeah. And they've kind of learned that. And so that's kind of happens a lot now. Where they're angry. They're just really angry. And that makes me sad because that goes back to here. And they've just never dealt with it. And that hurts my heart.
So, 2 more questions.
Okay.
What is a story of life change, God's grace that keeps your wheels greased? Like, what's something recent?
We've got something going on right now that's we've got a new MT. I don't think she'd care for me to kind of tell her story a little bit. Sweet, she went through Shepherd's Gate, was in the transitional house, and somebody asked her, would you be interested in that? And she said, I think I would. And I didn't know that she was smoking, but she because I probably would have said no, because they have to be able to quit in, like, I think 6 weeks or something if they're an MT. And that's a hard thing to do. And so it's so sweet because she said, this is her 3rd day that she hasn't smoked. She said, she brought her lighter to me and she said, here, I'm done. Because I want to serve Jesus. I want him to control my life and not these.
Amen.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's just awesome.
So, last question: What are your needs / if somebody wants to be involved with what's going on at Shepherd's Gate, what would you have them to do?
Call Hannah.
Okay.
Call Hannah, because Hannah will get them hooked up to do something. Because we got all kinds of stuff they can do. I just know we do. And like, we always need, I mean, like, most anything they bring we can use. But I know our food, the pantry is a little bit low right now. And so we've got a list of stuff that if they call, we can give them that. Cleaning supplies, paper products, always need that. And, if they're cleaning out their closets and they want to bring clothes, they can do that. Because, listen, we'll take anything. We will. We'll take anything. If we don't know what it is, we can send it to thrift, and they can put it in the men's shop, and a man's going to buy that.
You got it.
He will.
Yep.
Because I've seen him shopping in there. So we will take anything, and when they're cleaning, they can bring it to Shepherd's Gate. And we will be so grateful and thankful, and we'll love all of them for bringing that stuff.
Yeah. They can contact Hannah by going to miraclehill.org and filling out a volunteer form, and that will go straight to Hannah.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Yes, you complete my sentences for me sometimes. I'm so grateful for that. Yeah, about 10 o'clock I just start sliding off.
Well, we'll let you get home and get into the warm.
Thank
you for coming
out.
out
It was
here
my
tonight.
pleasure. It was my pleasure to sit on the bench. Thank you.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, I need to use the restroom and put on a layer. So, you're up.
I have decided I'm just going to do this thing in short sleeves, man. I'm not even cold yet. Young, come on out here, brother.
You want me out there?
Yes, yeah. You can sit out here with me and hang out for a little bit.
Let's sit out here. Hi.
Hey, everybody. So Sarah is going to come over here and chat with Ryan before she heads out. But these are a couple of the people on our development team. And a lot of you guys will know Sarah already, Sarah Kastner. Sarah, pop on and just say, do this number. Everybody say,
and then I'll move.
say, hey, Sarah. So these are a couple of the superstars on the Miracle Hill development team. So this is Young Gun. Young, we were talking about you earlier, and Ryan did the thing where he's like, this guy, Young Gun, and that's his real name.
Okay.
So this is Young and Sarah. Tell them what you guys do. You want to talk about, we'll go with you. Actually, let's start with ladies first.
Sure, yes.
Sarah, what do you do at Miracle Hill?
I don't know. No, I'm
Okay,
kidding.
okay.
It's great.
Well, you've had
so
12, 13 years to figure it out? Yeah, talk loud.
Where is it?
Here you go. Here's one.
Talk loud.
Talk
Okay,
loud.
I can do that. So I think my primary function is working with donors and really ministering to them and helping them figure out how they want to support Miracle Hill and where they fit in.
Give some examples of where somebody might fit in.
So today, I got to serve lunch with a sweet donor at Renewal Wade Hampton, kind of the pre-program to our Women's Addiction Recovery Center. So we start going over there Thursdays and serving lunch. So for her, that's been a really great fit.
All right. Young is newer to the team.
I am. I work in the stewardship as well. I'm the director of stewardship here. And really, I work with donors, but I get to be just like one of the chief cheerleaders, just to tell everybody about how life change is happening. I'm also an overcomer, so first and foremost, God used this ministry to help save my life, so I always start with that. But I've been here now, I guess, since June in this role. But before that, I worked at the Spartanburg Rescue Mission for about 4 years.
Yeah, so one of the coolest parts about both of them, I say coolest parts, you guys are just cool people, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? What I'm about to say, is both of them have this element, Sarah, how many years ago now did you go through Renewal?
I graduated from Renewal in 2009.
2009, do the
Yeah.
math on that one for me.
I don't do math.
16 years.
16 years ago, and Young went through Overcomer 6 years or 7 years ago?
So 7 years ago, I graduated in 2019.
2019. The coolest part about us getting to work at such an incredible ministry is I'm reminded that it's not just one life that is touched, the ripple effect. So both of them married with children, not a thing before God, brought you on your journey and you came through Miracle Hill. And so Sarah's got an incredible little boy, baseball star, and a gorgeous little girl, and then Young's got a little fella.
I do. We have a blended family, so I have 2 older sons, 12 and 10, and then we have a 1-year-old Henry, and then we have one in the oven. So we have one.
You're just talking about that now.
We are. It's open. It's happening. So
Come on, everybody.
We do have a
Drop
youngest
something
gun.
in the comments.
Yeah.
We didn't know he was talking about that on the air.
It's happening now. Yeah. So we have one due in May. So.
But I love the fact that when you guys are talking to people or taking a donor or a volunteer on a tour, Miracle Hill is not just a paycheck for you guys. Like your lives have been forever touched. And when Ryan gets back out here, hopefully Sarah might share a little bit of her story. I know you share it with people all the time. Not to try to put you on the spot, but they both feel called to the work that we do, which is it's really neat to feel called to the work they do. I'm a little bit different, so I did not go through Overcomers or Renewal, but one thing that we did get to do, just kind of some lived experiences, Kelsey and I fostered back in 2016 until 2019 with Miracle Hill. We fostered a little boy who we adopted. So we have 5 little boys, which is nuts.
They're not so little either.
No, they're like 12 and under, but it's like one giant cage match. But, you know, my adopted son, and I would never introduce him like that for the purpose of this conversation, I'm talking about it like that. But my brothers and sisters adopted his brothers and sisters. And the pastor of my church adopted one of those children. And a family friend adopted one. So we joke that we've messed them up real good. They're like brother cousins now. But we too have this little element when I'm getting to talk with donors and volunteers. You see something different, you know, just the exposure that we've had to various parts of this ministry. And so we are grateful to be able to show you what God is doing here.
It's really, it's more than being ambassadors. Like every moment of my day is like part of my testimony. You know what I'm saying? I show up to work and I get these moments, like even just seeing Ryan with his family here, I had this moment that I was just like so blown away to think about that he has this beautiful family that he's gonna go home to tonight, and there are so many people who don't have that.
Yeah.
Like they came and brought him snacks. They like, you know what I'm saying? We've often talked about how grateful we are to have families on this side of recovery, but you know, it's just every bit of it becomes part of your testimony, and you're never going to outgrow your testimony.
A question I have for you guys, last time that we were here on the bench, somebody came and said something really, really profound that I had not really processed. They said, I reached a place where I realized, or they thought, nobody cares if I live or die. Like, nobody cares if I don't get up from this place that I'm in. And like, I think in that place, like you guys have probably reached a level in your lives when you were wrestling through things that I you know, fortunately didn't have to experience. But did either of you ever feel that way? Because that was before family, when you were in a wilderness. Did either of you ever feel that way? Like, I reached a point where I wonder, does anybody actually care about me at all?
Oh yeah, and I think that's a big lie, especially for a lot of us women in recovery, just that lie that you're inadequate, you're not enough, you're not worth it. So yeah, I think I wrestled with that for sure.
Yeah, I think I say this often, that there's really only 2 types of people who have hope and people who need hope.
Ooh.
That's good.
And
where'd you steal that from? That's good,
I
man.
don't know. I did steal it probably somewhere. But that only because I know what it does feel like to be a person who doesn't have hope, right? Where like potential becomes a burden, where life, you just numb yourself out so much, and you can't escape any further, and so you just wonder, why am I still here? Like no purpose, no plan, you're just like, what is happening?
Yeah.
And so it's a terrible place.
Man, I was talking to a friend of mine who's wrestling right now. He's living that life and, you know, kind of trapped in substance abuse, and he's been using for like fentanyl for a decade, and just very frank conversation when I was kind of gauging him, and we were talking about overcomers. I asked him if he was a believer. He assured me he was a believer. But I said, "What are you running from something?" And he was like, "When you use, is it escape?" And he was like, "Shame every day. Shame of what I could have been, Shemawada. And so you're talking about one of the lies, Sarah. What are some of those other lies that somebody who's watching this right now might be biting hook, line, and sinker from the devil that it's not true?
I think one of the biggest lies was that wholeness, sobriety, healing, whatever that looks like, isn't attainable. It's not possible. It's not for you. And I remember being at Shepherd's Gate Interrenewal, and you hear people come in and give stories, and it's like, well, that's a great fairy tale, but that doesn't exist for me, and that's not possible. And I think that keeps a lot of people trapped. So,
What about you?
The ones that I struggle with, and even now that I'm not like enslaving sin or enslaving addiction, the ones that I struggle with the most is the lies of the addiction to more. Like we need to have more, we need to do more, we need to and then the lie of not enough. Like, I'm not enough, this is not enough. And the funny thing is, all of those lies, the enemy uses them because they're rooted in it. They're rooted in a bit of truth, right?
Yeah.
That we have this brokenness, that we sense that we're broken, that we all need a Savior, that we all need Jesus. But when you don't have the freedom of the gospel, you really can get trapped into this. Like, behind every fall is this lie. Right?
I remember a banquet. There's a lady named Ree who was sharing her story. She was talking about the difference between conviction and condemnation. Like, sometimes we will feel conviction about something, but the lie is, in Christ even, like the lie of the devil is that you are condemned. To your point about like, no, I don't deserve this. I don't. And the truth is, you don't deserve it, but the blood of Jesus Christ is covering. And so the difference for you, Young, like, have you wrestled with that? Like, the difference between conviction and condemnation, living in condemnation versus responding to the conviction of the Holy Spirit. Has that been something you've wrestled with?
Yes, 100%. And I hate to come back to this root issue of pride. Even and pride and selfishness. I know this sounds crazy, but like, even my insecurity and my brokenness can be rooted in pride, which is that like I've pushed myself to the center of the world, and it's like, I need you to interact with me a certain way. Like, unless you deal with me this way, like, I'm gonna fall apart. So I've pushed myself into the center of the universe, and so a lot of what's going on goes back to like just the fall, right? Like sin, right? Like, did God really say? So much of my brokenness is tied to my pride, and it's so hard. I've been homeless. I've been an IV drug user. I've been, I have felonies. I'm just like, when you look at me, you wouldn't necessarily see that, but I have. The only reason I came to Miracle Hill originally was because I was facing prison time, right? And maybe we'll talk about that later. But the truth of it is that like. All of that was just rooted in this form of like rebellion and pride. And even like when I was working at the Spartanburg Rescue Mission, I would talk to these guys, and they would turn like, hey, I do not accept the premise of your reality or of society's reality. I'm gonna just go live on the street because, hey, I'm free. And they would think they would be able to twist that lie into like a form of freedom, but the truth is that like they were completely enslaved, right? And that there was no freedom for them. And all of that should have, hopefully, it was like the Lord's way of pursuing them and really offering them true freedom.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. It's a really crazy thing to talk about.
All right, quick for you, Sarah, and then we're gonna let you get out of here because you got. Well, we all got babies, but you're a mom. We all know. There's
hi to
more
our
of the
babies.
mom.
Let's say hi to our babies.
Can we give it to the moms out there? Come on, moms. The husbands.
Shout out to Bruce for putting the kids down.
Sarah, so guys, we're gonna cut this live for a few minutes right before 11 o'clock because Facebook will only let you stream every 8 hours on a clip. But Sarah, before you go, would you be willing to share a little bit of your story, how you came to Miracle Hill, and just, or anything else you want to share before you leave us here tonight?
Yeah, Sure. You want your seat back?
No, I'm great. I'll come over here by Jay.
Hey, brother, let's get cozy.
So yeah, I grew up in Greenville, was from here, and grew up at a Baptist church, and got saved when I was 9. But I always tell everybody, I've talked about this with Ryan, it was kind of like a Price is Right moment. Like, come on down, we got another one, right? But then there was no follow through or discipleship, or this is what it looks like to walk with the Lord. So I started getting high with kids in my youth group in high school, and that just began crazy. Next little over 10 years of my life would be an addiction, and so toward the end of that I was homeless, an IV drug user, and just super broken and negative and hopeless. So I ended up in the hospital, and I think that was really a turning point for me, where it was like, oh, this is serious. They kept me a few days, and I found out years later that when I was in that hospital room, the nurses at St. Francis were gathering outside my room praying for me. And the Lord's kind of given me this mission to find these nurses.
Yeah.
And just thank them. But my dad was a police officer. My mom, fought hard to have us at church every week. So when I was in the hospital, I thought, oh, I'll go back home with them. And that was the first time my parents told me no, I couldn't come back there. And I was upset about it. So I went to Shepherd's Gate. I was pretty salty. I thought it was a cult. I was in such just a bad mindset. And man, the Lord got a hold of me there in a big way. Minda who you saw earlier, was incredible. So yeah, I spent a couple of months there, and then I went over to Renewal, and it was level 3 of that program that God really got a hold of me in a big way. There was kind of this physical die to self moment. Where I wanted it, and where I realized, you know what, I'm a daughter of the Most High God, and I do deserve this, and I am worthy of this, because He says I am. So I graduated that program in 2009, and I went to transitional housing, which I think saved my life too. And then I started working for the ministry in 2012, got married in 2011 to my husband Bruce, and I have 2 kids. I've got Banks, he's 9, and Birdie, who is 2. So yeah, I always tell people Miracle Hill is touching a generation that hasn't been born yet. Because, Young and I, thankfully, didn't have children in addiction. And
same with this guy.
Ryan. And it's funny, Ryan, because I thought earlier when you were sharing, when I was at Renewal, we used to go to the Overcomer graduations. And there were Friday mornings, like once a month at like 8 a.m. And all the girls would spend an hour getting ready and doing their hair. So we'd go. And I remember going, and I was really just had a sour attitude about the program, the rules, didn't really think it was possible or could work. And Ryan, who had gone through the program, gave his testimony, and I still remember some of the words that you said. And I'll be honest, I was like, I think you had an access other people didn't, a relatability, your age, your experience, how you spoke. And that was a moment too, I thought, oh, okay. So I sat up a little bit straighter and listened a little more. And then, I don't know if I've told you that, but yeah, Miracle Hill is the only place I've ever worked for who is who they say they are, on both sides. As a guest, how we were treated, and then on the side of an employee, I'm like, oh, these people are that way. So yeah, I'm forever grateful.
We all work on the development team, the 3 of us. And I found out after we shot the first edition of this in January, I heard from a lady that she was going back and watching these every night, like hour by hour. She was going and watching, and a lot of people have found some inspiration in these conversations on a bench conversations. But here's what I want to say about us on the development team. We exist to support the programs. And to tell the stories of Miracle Hill, but also to demonstrate to the donors who make this place work how we're stewarding resources, and encourage you to steward the resources that God has given you. But part of the way that we do that is inviting you to take tours. We'd love to have coffee with you. So either of these guys right here would love to give you a tour of Renewal or Overcomers. I would say if you want to tour the Renewal program, Sarah's your lady. And if you want to tour Overcomers, Young Gun might be your guy. Ryan might give him a run for his money on the tour of Overcomers. But I just want to put a plug. And Jason, if you could drop their email addresses in the chat here. Sarah, tell them your email address.
It's skastner, Kastner, at miraclehill.org.
Yep.
I'm YGUN, which is spelled YGHUN at miraclehill.org.
There you go. And so they would love to take you on a tour, right?
Yes.
That's like our favorite part of the job.
Listen,
Quite frankly,
I got to do a tour today with a group, and I got to show them my old room at Renewal, and it really is like my home. So going and being there and sharing it, we'd love to. It's a blessing.
When I go on my Overcomers tour, I share with people the exact spot where I got saved, and then I pray for people because I know that's I was getting emotional.
Come on, bro.
I know that's a spot where God meets people. Right
Let's
there
go.
in
Give me
that
some
spot.
knuckles, brother. Young likes to cry, and I love
I'm a
that,
crier.
man. Were you a crier before, too?
I don't know, probably, but now it's just like
the Lord's just
it's
like
right
unlock
there,
it.
always.
That spot. I want you to take me on that tour. If whoever calls Young up first to go on that tour, give him your office number. What's your office number? 864. Do you know your office number?
I know the last thing.
Young's new enough. Call my office number. 864-631-0150. Somebody take Young up on that offer to go see the exact spot he got saved. And call me too about the Sarah tour so we can go see her room.
Yeah.
You can request that tour right now in the chat, and we'll reach out.
Yeah, man. We are blessed people who get to echo the Father's call into dark places. That there is a God who loves you, and these people have all tasted it. And just we've seen how very good God is, and it is a privilege to represent you all on this side. And so thank you for making this work possible. Sarah, I know you're we're about to shut down our stream for a minute. Anything you want to say before you dip out?
Thankful for you guys. I'm thankful for Ryan, and I'm thankful
for you, sister.
Thank you, brother. Man, I'm just so grateful to do the job that we get to do. Like Minda said, that we get paid to do this, and I'm just thankful for you guys tuning in and people that support us. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say, if anything else, please just pray for us. Pray for us as a ministry, and pray for the people that are in our ministry. There are many needs. The harvest is plenty. The workers are few, and so even though we are so blessed by this, it's not an easy thing. We have needs that. If you ever thought about working for a ministry like this, we would love to talk to you. We need people in our thrift stores and our facilities, and we just really appreciate the fact that you could pray for us, and we would love to pray for you too.
Indeed. I haven't been using the mic. I've just been shouting at it. Hey, last thing I'm going to say before we kind of shut down our stream here, and then we'll start part 2 is, I don't know that Miracle Hill is always great at talking about the tangible need for support, but rescue missions, donors to rescue missions, it's like a leaky bucket. A healthy retention rate, talking nerdy numbers with you guys for a minute, is 60%. That means that at the healthiest of rescue missions, 40% of the donors stop giving year over year. And there are all kind of reasons for that. But what I would ask you to do is, would you prayerfully consider being a monthly donor to Miracle Hill, or making a major gift to Miracle Hill? Giving to rescue missions around the country right now, this year in October, it is low. Everything's down. Total donor count, total gift count, and you can make a difference. Greenville is different, you guys. Greenville, Spartanburg, Cherokee, Pickens, the upstate of South Carolina is different. And you guys have, since 1937, been standing in the gap for the people who call this place home. And would you do it again for us and with us this fall? We love you, and we would love for your support. So that's miraclehill.org/give, and we want to take you on those tours. So hit us up. All right, we should probably
close this session in prayer.
Yeah, Ryan, you want to pray for us, or one of you guys want to pray for us?
I'm happy to.
All right.
Father, we are 8 hours in, but Lord, we are not even a speck of time into your story. Lord, you hung the stars in the sky above us and put the firmament underneath our feet. You move each one of us and give us breath. in our lungs, Lord. And we pray that as we go through the rest of this experience over the next 16 hours, Lord, that you would be glorified through all that we say and all that we do. Lord, we pray for the people who have already tuned in, Lord, whatever is going on in their life, Lord, we pray that they would feel your love in a new way. For those that are listening that don't know Jesus, we pray that they would come to know him even now, Lord. I am reminded of your word that tells us that all of us are sinners, that we've all fallen short. But Lord, that if we would confess with our mouth Jesus is God, and believe that you raised him from the dead, Lord, that we'll be saved. So I pray even now for people who don't know Jesus, that they would make that confession, that they would believe, and that they too would be saved. Guide us over the rest of this evening. We love you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, guys, we're going to sign off, and we will be back on in probably about 5 minutes, right, Braden? I'm going to talk for 3 more minutes. Hey, if you want to donate socks or underwear, we would love to have your socks and underwear. Not your used socks and underwear, but new socks and underwear. You can bring new packs of socks and underwear to the Greenville Rescue Mission, Spartanburg Rescue Mission, Cherokee County Rescue Mission, or Shepherd's Gate off of Regency Drive, right next to Bob Jones University.
Right across the street from.
So, semantics. Do appreciate you guys. Can we talk about this before we sign off, guys? How pretty is that Jesus Saves cross hanging behind us? Isn't that pretty?
How pretty is it, the fact that Jesus saves?
That's the only reason the sign's pretty.
That's right.
That sign, word on the street is that sign may be the very sign that hung near or off the side of the rescue mission in the 50s. Is that true, Ryan?
And I have no idea if that's true.
I might have made that up. I'm pretty sure that's true.
We have the OG amongst OGs coming tomorrow.
Who's that? I know who it is. I'm setting you up. Who's that?
Miss May is coming tomorrow. Miss May is our longest ever standing staff member. Miss May served at the rescue mission back in the 1950s.
Yep.
And served for over 50 years at Miracle Hill.
Do we know what time it is?
Yeah, she's coming right before we end. So I think around 2 o'clock.
1 or 2. Stay tuned. Cliffhanger.
The other OG, Mr. Reed Lehman, will be bringing Miss May Harlow. And we are excited for you guys to get to spend some time with her.
You guys will hear some stories. All right, so we're wrapping it up. He said wrap it up. Guys,
we'll be right back on in just a minute.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Come right back. Go to the restroom. Come back.
Telepod.